Welcome to what day is it? Day 3, 2, 1.
You have long traveled far, all the way there and back. Home always welcomes you, gives you rest, family. Come home. Come home, my sweet, sweet love.
Welcome to Day 4 of the PVAMU 2020 Virtual Homecoming Celebration, where we are here to take care of home.
Good morning and welcome. Well, here we are, Day 4 of the PVAMU Virtual Homecoming Experience. It's a celebration. It's homecoming week, so we hope that you have really enjoyed what we've done so far. We've got a couple more days still to get to you as we take care of home this homecoming season. Today, we get our morning started with a roundtable discussion with PVAMU women's bowling coach and two of his outstanding athletes. We'll also follow that up with our conversation with the head men's golf coach and more alumni roundtables and talks with our deans and students from the College of Architecture and the College of Engineering. Once again, Day 4, welcome. It's PVAMU's Virtual Homecoming Experience. I'm your host, Lisa Roseborough. We'll be back in a moment.
At Prairie View A&M University, we've been igniting passion in students for more than 140 years. It's about inspiration. It's about global influence. It's about self-expression and individuality. It's about trailblazing a path of excellence. It's about engaging in the greater community. Above all, it's about helping you realize your dreams. Ignite your passion. Experience Prairie View A&M University.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
And once again, welcome back to day 4 of the Prairie View A&M University Homecoming Experience. That's virtual this year, of course. Once again, we welcome all of our students, our alumni, our faculty, and our staff to join us all week. Remember, all the way into Saturday for this virtual homecoming experience. We have a very distinguished guest this morning to help us kick off our show. We have the head women's bowling coach, Coach Glenn White of Prairie View A&M Athletics. They are back-to-back SWAC champions, and he has two student athletes that are going to join him as well. Good morning, Coach.
It's good to see you.
Yes, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fine. Nice, crisp weather outside and sunny. So doing pretty good right now.
Yes, it is very nice and crisp outside. Thank you for taking out the time to join us this morning. We couldn't do this broadcast without speaking with our amazing coach staff here at the university. So thank you once again. And I understand we have two of your, I guess we could say, All-American athletes that are going to be joining us as well, right?
Yes, two of our team members, our team captain, Crystal Klein, and also Evelise Reyes will be joining us today.
All right. Good morning, ladies. How are you?
Good morning.
All right.
Good.
Hi.
Good morning.
All right, Coach Glenn White, give us a little bit of background for those who don't know you and the achievements that you brought to the university athletic program. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what brought you to PVAMU to establish the bowling program.
Well, I'll try to keep a long story short. Actually, what brought me here was I actually started out just to volunteer to help out with the program with no real intentions of coaching. But as it turned out, that's how it happened. I was part-time coach for 6 years, 6 or 7 years, and then finally was able to come on full-time because it was something that I really loved doing. And we pretty much started to build a program at that point. This is my 17th season here at Prairie View A&M. I am actually right now, I am the national chair of the NCAA Rules Committee. This is my 6th year on that committee, and this is the committee that governs the sport and actually makes decisions on rules for the sport. This will be my final year on the committee. So I've been really blessed and honored to be a part of that and helping to guide the sport of bowling for NCAA. I have recently been inducted into the Hall of Fame here at Prairie View, so I'm honored to have that to come upon me. So it's been a really good experience for myself, and I feel really a part of the PV family.
Well, we welcome everything that you've brought to the university, and who knew that you just started out, volunteering and just kind of, hanging around a little bit. And then now, back-to-back SWAC championships later on. That is just, very remarkable. And congratulations on being selected to the NCAA chair for the bowling committee and being inducted to the PVAMU Sports Hall of Fame. So congratulations for that. I did also see recently that the site for the NCAA championships is going to be held here at Prairie View.
Well, it won't be held here at Prairie View. We'll
Mm,
be a host. We'll be the host
okay.
for a regional competition, and the site will actually be at the International Training and Research Center that is
Okay.
in Arlington, Texas. This is the same facility that I actually host my tournament every year, which
Mhm.
is the Prairie View Invitational. So the International Research and Training Center is the number one bowling facility in the world. Actually, it's a training and research center for the sport of bowling, also the headquarters for the bowling industry. So this will be our initial opportunity to host regional play. It's the first regional competition in our sport. We were supposed to begin regional competition last year, but because of COVID, we were shut down prematurely. So we're excited about hosting. However, this will not be our first, Prairie View's first opportunity to be host. We did host the NCAA championship back in 2004. So, but we're excited about this opportunity and hoping to not only host, but if all goes well, maybe we can be a part of that regional play.
Well, in order to be host, so the team, because you want most of the time when we see, the word host, we think that okay, the site is going to be our location. So
Right.
in order so with you all being the host, that means that like, well, how does that work actually? Like you'll play in Arlington at the bowling facility, or what would be your hosting duties, if you will?
While hosting duties we'll be responsible for pretty much setting things up for the event at the facility and hosting as far as staff and things like that. So that's the main responsibility of the host is to make sure that everything is set up properly in conjunction with NCAA staffing to make sure the facility and the event is working properly and set up properly for the event to function. So that's the main responsibility of the host.
And with obviously, there's a whole different outlook and platform, if you will, as far as sports just in general. With bowling, what do you think that will look like? As far as, I mean, you all with your training and things like that with COVID-19, have you been able to do any training, or what have you been able to do with having to adjust to COVID-19 with the athletes?
Well, it has been an adjustment, to say the least, and we're consistently making adjustments. It's a new adventure every day, actually. But with our sport, we are able to, we're not necessarily a contact sport. So we've been able to make adjustments to make sure that we're working properly in the right environment to stay sanitized and follow CDC guidelines and things like that, so we can continue to compete. We have a tournament upcoming this coming weekend, and we're looking forward to that opportunity. It will be our first competition for the season, but we've been able to practice and still be able to make sure that we're following the safety guidelines and making sure that the student athletes are safe, and we're able to continue to try to make it through the season, and we're looking forward to the first competition opportunity.
And a little bit more about your background as far as bowling. Were you ever a bowling athlete yourself?
Well, I wasn't a bowler in college, but I did bowl, coming up as an adult. I bowled in several leagues. Was fortunate enough to get a couple of 300 games. So I do have extensive bowling background. And again, even in becoming a coach, that again was something that, was unexpected. I actually started becoming a coach through church organization that was started through my church. Became certified as a coach and started doing clinics. And this situation with working with Purview came up, and you never know where the Lord leads you. So I really feel blessed to have this opportunity, and I just feel as though this is where I've been guided to be. So yes, I have some background in bowling right now. This is my joy in being the coach at Purview for the bowling team.
And 2 SWAC championships. How did you make that happen?
Well, we've actually we've been pretty fortunate over the years. We've actually had 7 championships in the last 8 years. We've had 4 conference championships and 3 regular season championships. We were a little bit disappointed last year that we were not able to finish the season. We were able to repeat as the regular season champions, and we're really looking forward to trying to finish up the season and win the conference championship. So we're looking forward to this year. But we've worked pretty hard. The team has worked pretty hard, and we strive to just be our best all the time, and I try to impress that on the team that whatever we have to do to be successful, that's what we want to try to do, and it takes a lot of hard work. It takes the team working as one, and our motto has always been no excuses, make it happen. And so whatever comes our way, including COVID, right now we're trying to work through it, and we'll continue to try to do the best that we can with whatever's presented to us. So, that's kind of how we approach things is whatever comes up, we'll deal with it, and we'll keep pushing forward and make adjustments and to keep trying to reach the goals that we want to reach.
And we know that we have the women's bowling team. I've just always wondered, why not a men's bowling team as well?
Well, that's always a question I get. And the reason that there's no men's bowling team, there actually are men's bowling teams, but they are all club sport. And the women's bowling was really created to kind of equalize things as far as Title IX with scholarships. So you won't see an NCAA men's team because of that reason. So women's bowling is the only bowling opportunity for NCAA competition based on scholarship opportunities as it relates to Title IX.
All right. Well, let's get a few comments from your amazing student athletes. Let's see. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay. And introduce yourself, your name, give us your name, and yes, your classification and where are you from?
I'm Crystal Klein. I'm a junior and I'm from Katy, Texas.
All right. Well, nice to meet you, Crystal. Tell us a little bit about your experience here with Panther Athletics on the bowling team.
It's been a really great experience so far. Coming up on my 3rd year, I was chosen to be captain, and it has been a whirlwind. We've been dealing with a lot of COVID-19 procedures that have caused a little bit of issues, but we're working through as much as we can. I got to be a part of the SWAC championship team my freshman year, and even though we didn't get to compete our sophomore year, it would have been really good, and we would have had a really positive outcome, and it was really disappointing we got to miss that. But otherwise, it's been great. Originally, I didn't even want to come to PV because it was so close, but I'm happy I ended up coming.
If you didn't come to Prairie View, where do you think you would have gone? Or what did you want to go?
I have no idea.
Okay. So this is where you were supposed to be then, right?
Yeah.
Well, tell me a little bit about your high school career. Were you, I'm not sure if they have bowling in high school, but did you participate in bowling or did you participate in any other sports in high school?
Yes, I was fortunate enough to have a high school team. I was state champion my sophomore year, then second place my junior year, and then third. So as my little cousin loved to tease me, she kept saying I got worse. But I was fortunate enough to have a team. I got to bowl all through high school. I played volleyball as well, and yeah, that was about it.
Wow, a state champion. Congratulations. So you're used to winning on the larger scale of things. Yes. Now, as I read here in your bio, there are a few words that you live by. You said, "Don't tell me the sky's the limit when there's footprints on the moon." How did
Yeah.
you come to have that to be your mantra, if you will?
It's a quote that always tells you to defy your limits, that there's always something you can reach higher for, and because they always say the sky's the limit, but it's not, because there are things that people are capable of that you wouldn't even think of.
And being that this is homecoming and it's virtual, you've had a couple of homecoming experiences already, right?
Kind of. Our freshman year, we unfortunately missed the later part of homecoming because we were at a tournament. And then sophomore year, we did get to participate in the parade last year. And that was a really cool experience. We got up very early and were told to come later, and it was quite funny. But otherwise, yeah.
Yes, I remember seeing you all marching in the parade with that SWAC championship banner. That was very, for me, being a former athlete of PVAMU as well on the track and field side, I will have to say that just the premiere of bowling in the HBCU realm of sports itself, for me, I really appreciate that. And I appreciate um, I guess you could say the overall attention and just drawing athletes who may never even thought about, bowling and now can look at it and say, hey, that's a sport that I can try out as well and, and excel in. So Coach, I want to thank you for just helping to put bowling on the map for athletes and student athletes and our young people. Let's talk to one more student athlete as well. Introduce yourself, tell us your name and where you're from and your
Hi,
classification.
I'm Evelise Reyes. I am also a junior, and I'm from Spring, Texas.
Okay, you're local as well. Was Prairie View your first choice in
Yes, it was
sports?
my dream school.
Okay. And what about your high school sports experience? Did you also have a bowling team in high school?
Sadly, I did not have a bowling team in my high school until my second semester of senior year. But I was involved in dance, and I did start bowling my freshman year because my brother actually worked at the bowling alley that the bowling team used to practice in before we had our own facility.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And yes. And is it your goal one day to maybe play professionally?
of course. That's my
Yeah.
my all-time goal.
I will tell you, I'm from Fort Worth, so I have been close to Arlington and UTA, and I passed by the bowling facility a lot, and it was really surprised to know that it was like basically down the street from where I'm from, and I've always wondered, if I would have an opportunity to maybe go there and see what's going on. But now that you always been doing all of this winning, it gives me a reason to go back home and hopefully be able to watch you all play in the championships. And a little bit more about you, Elise. Let's see, your words to live by: hard work beats talent when talent refuses to work hard. And I will tell you, I can relate to that. That is so true. It's been true in my experience. Has it been true in your experience?
Yes, my mom raised me with that, as well as my color guard coach back in senior year. She would always tell us that, and that kind of like motivated me to be where I am today.
Yes, I mean, and coach, wouldn't you also agree that, that saying right there is just like they say, the proof is in the pudding, right?
Oh, that's correct. And it's really important to have those type of words to really try to live by and get you motivated.
Yes, because what I've come to understand in some athletes that are, I guess you could say, naturally talented, but sometimes those are the ones that really don't want to work hard because they've been told that their all their lives that, and maybe they've been kind of handled with kid gloves in high school, and so they come to college, and some of them still have that high school mentality of like, well, my high school coach told me this, or when I was on that team, I could do this. I didn't have to, if I wanted to miss practice, it was okay as long as I showed up for the game and the whole thing.
Right.
Yes. And so what do you have to say to athletes that are coming from high school and want to participate on the collegiate level?
Well, I always try to instill in them that it's going to be different. It's not going to be the same. You will have a different level of expectations, and as much as you say it and speak it to them, they still have to go through the experience and go through that change. With some, it takes a little longer than others when they arrive. But it is a different experience, and they have to go through a transition from high school because especially in this sport, it's so many different variations from what they do in high school with the way they compete, the atmosphere they compete in, the lane conditions that we bowl on, and really the expectations of being a collegiate athlete. It's really demanding. Not just with competing, but having to do everything related to it as far as study hall, as far as conditioning, and your expectations to still be a student and to be the best student that you can be. So when you add all of these responsibilities to being a student athlete at the college level, it's something that they have to be ready for and step up to, because it's not easy.
And in regards to your training, this is something, again, I've always wondered, with most sports, we kind of know there's the weight room is involved. There's probably some running and some things like that to get in shape. But for bowling, what do you all train? Like, what's your practice like? What goes into getting ready for the bowling season?
Well, it really entails a lot. A lot of people probably would be surprised as far as what we do and how we train. They still have to do conditioning as all other athletes, because when you bowl, when you do this sport, you bowl properly, you're actually using all muscles in your body. Their competition is probably more extensive than any other sport. We have tournament when we compete, we're in tournament play every time, which mostly means we're competing 3 days straight. Their day is long. They typically get up around 5:36 in the morning. We're at the bowling center around 8 o'clock to start competition. We don't finish our competition until probably 3 or 4 in the afternoon. We play 5 matches a day, nonstop, no half times. We go from one match against one university to another match. They typically do not get to sit down, whether they're in the lineup or not in the lineup. So their days are long for 3 days of this type of competition. So they have to have endurance. They have to be in shape. They're rolling a bowling ball that weighs 15 pounds all day long. And so it's a really challenging sport that a lot of people may not realize. As far as practice, we have probably one of the best practice facilities in the country with our bowling center on campus. We're one of maybe 2 universities that have a 10-lane facility. Our lane machines, which are GSX, for those who know anything about bowling, we have bowling lanes that give us an opportunity to practice like few others can practice. We have just recently been fortunate enough to acquire a what they call a CAT system, which is a computerized automated tracking system that allows us to get information, roll the ball, and track different things as far as ball speed, the revolutions on the ball, the launch angles, entry angles. So it helps us get data that will help us get better and look at where the weaknesses are in their game and the delivery and the physical play in physical games. So this is something that we've just been able to acquire this year and just got started in using it, and it's going to really benefit us. And probably not more than 4 or 5 bowling programs in the country have this opportunity. So we're trying to do everything that we can to enhance this program to be one of the top bowling programs in the country, because our goal is to continue to be successful as far as winning conference championships. But our main goal is a national championship, because in this sport, the way the sport is set up and outlined in our competition, which we compete on a national level all year. So it's an opportunity. The opportunity to win a national championship is there, and we'll do everything that we can to try to take advantage of that opportunity.
And there's no doubt that we have that you all won't be able to take advantage of winning a national championship, being that you've had a lot of practice with being a SWAC. So thank you all for joining us this morning, Coach, our amazing athletes. We hope you all are watching the other coaches that we're going to be talking with, and just all of the virtual homecoming activities that we have online for you all. Next, we'll have our outstanding, another SWAC championship coach, Coach Jennings of the men's golf team, coming up back in a moment with more from PVAMU on the Hill virtual homecoming experience.
I arrived in Prairie View in 1965 from Hempstead, Texas. And just an old country boy there, and something I always could contribute to going to. Well, I always, all the way back, I can trace all the way back to my great grandfather. That's called the Watermelon King. And he might have been one of the first of the 8 that enrolled at Prairie View back in the 1876 when Prairie View was established there, because he was born in 1859. So I had a traditional thing for family of going to Prairie View. My oldest brother, both brothers, sister, attended Prairie View. My oldest brother played football here in the 50s.
I arrived at Prairie View at the time it was Prairie View College in 1966, majoring in business education. I'm the first in my family to come to Prairie View. I was told by our counselor this was the place to come. I'm from Lufkin, Texas. My parents owned a grocery store in Lufkin, Texas, that I had in the grocery store, which funded me to come to Prairie View. So a girlfriend of mine took me to the party with them, and that's where I met John Fulk. The next day, going to the old dining hall, which no longer stands, I stopped and spoke to him, and of course he didn't know who I was. I guess he didn't pay attention to me that night. And we spoke, communicated. Then he said, "Let's walk," and I turned around. And from then on, we had a relationship. About a year later, I think he graduated. And we kept communicating with that back and forth. And one day, going home the last year, going home for Christmas, there was a package in the mail that had come from Kansas City, and it was the ring.
What happened is that I was in Kansas City, and then I said, well, you're going to go back and finish your degree. But she had still another year, two. I think I finished in December of '68, class of 1969. But I think you finished with
72.
72. Yeah. So she went back, and what happened? I think I had a 442 Oldsmobile.
Hello.
That's what Prairie View, all the graduates from Prairie View at that time,
especially the
engineers, get a 442 Oldsmobile.
And I came back with the 442.
And then I don't know what was wrong with my mind at the time, but I let her come back with the 442 Oldsmobile, and I had a Volkswagen. Does that sound strange? What's wrong with a person's mind to give her the 442 and I scoot around in my Volkswagen?
Because he was teaching. I'm gonna tell you right now.
You're right, I bought it because there's no easy answer for it.
He was teaching. I took care of the children. He taught. You talk about dedicated to teaching at Prairie View. He taught.
I guess it's human nature to say, you always look. Well, I guess grass is always greener somewhere else. But then if you look at family, great children, and grandchildren, and then where you are, how are you doing? Well, are you healthy? And I guess if you look at the whole thing, and like I say, it's grass always green. You always say it could be better. You could do this, but no, I'm pretty well satisfied with where I am right now.
I love it. I really love me some John Ford, Dr. John Ford.
Thank you. Thank you. I love to teach.
And we're back once again, day 4 of the Prairie View A&M University Virtual Homecoming Week. Next, we'll go into another outstanding segment with more Panther athletics. We have our head men and women's golf coach, Coach Kevin Jennings. Hello, Coach. How are you?
Hi. How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. How have you been during this whole COVID experience and trying to hope that, there'll be an athletic season? So what's that been like for you and trying to adjust to that?
Well, you said the primary and proper word, which is adjust. That's exactly what we've been having to have to do, with the way that we approach continuing to make the athletes or student athletes that we have better scholars as well as better athletes. So, a lot more meetings and or strategy sessions. Me personally, I have a tendency to want to speak to my student athletes and talk to them a lot. So, it just helped us improve our relationships, if you utilize it correctly. So there is an adjustment period, but hopefully with continuing practice of proper methods, we'll continue to move towards something different where, we can continue to get better and things will improve.
And give us a little bit of a background about your athletic experience. Were you also a golf player in high school and college?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. We actually, I grew up in Michigan. I happened to grow up on one of the top golf courses, even though it was in Michigan, one of the top courses in North America at that time. And that particular facility hosted at that time when I was growing up, the third largest and most prestigious amateur event in the world. There was probably the British amateur, the U.S. amateur, and then probably this event known as the Western Amateur. And all of those events are what they consider to be top amateur events in the world. So at that time, the top amateur golfers in the world who basically were going to be the top professionals in the world would play in this event. So I grew up in a small town where every summer you'd have the top players in the world there. And I'm getting a chance from a small kid to just observe and watch these guys. And then eventually I started getting to know quite a few of them, which led to other opportunities and relationships down the road. But that's kind of how I got my influence. This particular course, which is one of the best courses in North America at that time, happened to be my high school home course as well. So I spent a lot of time practicing there and learning from the professionals there and the people that were around there, establishing relationships. Then there happened to be this particular area had other nice golf courses that I grew up. So I was blessed, didn't realize it at the time, but you know, when you leave, you realize what you had growing up. So I was blessed to be in an environment that taught me a lot and allowed me to see a lot of things that prepared me for some things I was unaware of.
So a lot of experience you bring to the golf athletic program here, which is amazing. I will say that, again, myself having been a former student athlete on the track and field side here at Prairie View, I actually thought that this was the first golf team ever in the history of the university, but I realized that it wasn't. But apparently there had been a huge gap of the sport, I guess, for a long time. And you were able to come back and contribute to some of the SWAC championship and the winning traditions from the past. And now you brought the sport back to the forefront as well. So how did it feel for you to be able to be the one, I guess, to come here and bring PVAMU golf back to the forefront of the athletic program?
Well, first of all, I feel very blessed to have the opportunity to be here at such a wonderful institution, an original land grant institution. So it's, in my opinion, it's more of a, that which I am under is greater than that which I am over. So I want to be sure to be a good steward of what's presented in front of me. Not to say that I'm perfect in my dealings as a human, but, I know that what I am doing is governed, and I need to continue down that path and continue to operate in that manner. And we've been very successful here. I've been blessed. The gentlemen, the ladies that have allowed for that success, along with winning the men's SWAC championships, the women also finished the highest they've ever finished those 2 years. And we've gotten a lot stronger through recruiting with the women, along with the men. I'm very excited that we're continuing developing the players that we have. So I'm looking forward to us continuing to be as competitive as we can be in the region that we are in, and continuing to elevate and continue on a forward or upward trajectory. So we're very excited, very excited. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. And just as I was talking with the bowling coach, Coach White, I'm going to ask you the same question with sports such as yours, with golf. And we always wonder, what does it take to be in shape for golf? I mean, some of the other sports are pretty typical. There's going to be weights and some running and things of that nature. But for golf, how do you all train, and what is considered to be in shape when it comes to playing golf?
Very good question. Well, me and my mode of thinking, I'm always thinking a little differently, and I'm a little different as a coach. When it comes to being in shape, number one, there's no substitute for having strong legs. Every athletic function, if you will, or all athletic ability kind of stems from the legs. And so there's no substitute for having strong legs. Typically, when we talk about running, and strengthening your legs, typically you're talking about running perhaps and or bicycling. With that, when you're making your legs stronger, your lungs have a tendency to come along, which is always good because that's going to lend towards endurance and or stamina as well. And when your legs and your lungs have that relationship, typically this will come along as well. And when this comes along, that stamina and that endurance also helps to increase, and the oxygen flow and all these things that are going on, the endorphins that are being released. But the cardio is a very strong part of what we do. Along with that, I request from strength and conditioning that my kids have strong, or what I call elongated muscles, meaning flexibility and strength, not bulk. And the cardio, as I said, along with that. So right now we're in the process of working towards incorporating yoga, which is stretching and strength training in regards to, or in relation to, the body and all of its muscles. We try not to really isolate, similar to bowling and or tennis and or other sports. We want to have a uniform approach to strengthening the body, as well as stretching and elongating the muscles so that they have a full range of motion, not limited or stagnated motion. We also seek to, excuse me, we also seek to incorporate aquatics in the future into my workouts. Yoga, aquatics, strength and conditioning, band training. These are things that, I know will prepare our athletes, as well as limit downtime or recovery time, as well as injuries, which we want to try to keep from when we talk about a good career or a nice and solid collegiate career for our student athletes. So, just basic training, basic strength training, no bulk. Those are the things we're looking for. Stamina, strength, because a lot of people may not realize when we go to a site, a typical tournament, like the ladies, we just got back from Arlington, UT Arlington's golf tournament at Texas Rangers Golf Club. Typical day, they play 18 in a practice round on Sunday. They play 36 holes. That means we're up at dawn. We don't leave till dark. Literally, we're there all day. So they're playing continuously 36 holes. That's twice around the golf course. Then you play another 18 the next day to conclude the tournament. So there's a lot that's involved. Like I said, the mental, physical, emotional, spiritual stamina that's needed, physical, it's a lot. So.
Yes, as you just explained, I mean, it is a lot. I'm trying to visualize. I have never been on a golf course myself, but I know there are people that really they love to play golf. I mean, I know it's very, let's see how you can say, it's kind of a calming, like a lot of people play golf to relax, actually. Like I said, having been a track and field athlete, track was never relaxing to me because it's so painful. But yeah. But yes, so with yourself being, head coach here, HBCU, you've got the Black Lives Matter movement, as you've noticed in some of the professional sports, like the NBA and things of that nature, a lot of those professional athletes have taken a stand, decided to speak out about, what's going on in the African-American culture and police brutality. What are your thoughts on professional athletes taking a stand on things like that?
Well, in my opinion, athletes have a unique position in society. They're being watched, and, and a lot of times when you do what you do well, people have a tendency to want to hear what you're thinking or what you have to say. So with that, I think if we have an opportunity to alter history, alter time, and affect things in a very positive manner for society, I think if we have that opportunity should be seized. Otherwise, if someone were ever to ask you, what did you do? How can you answer? Or what you can say, I did this, or this is, what we did. So I think that if you have the opportunity to do something or to change things or alter them in a positive way, you should.
And in regards to your coaching style, what coaching style would you say that you have? Is it more of a laid back, or you kind of one of those in your face coaches. But I don't know if you could be an in your face coach, because golf is like kind of quiet. But if you're trying to motivate or encourage and inspire an athlete at the tournament, how do you do that actually? Because
Well,
you can't yell, at at the tournament. Yeah, you can't do that. So what's your coaching style like?
well, very good question, ma'am. Me personally, it depends on, part of this goes back to, and hopefully I'm answering this well. Part of it to me goes back to the recruiting process, where you're getting to know your student athlete, and that still continues once they actually get on, the campus, and you're going through practices and learning different things, and you're talking about different things about, in relation to what you're doing. But the motivation process comes, again, that kind of starts in practice. You get to know the individual. Some kids, you should, or you need to get them pumped up, so to speak. Some kids, all you need to do is say a couple of words, and you got to learn what those trigger words are, and what their triggers are, to allow them to, because a lot of what we do is mental. And by that, I mean, you want to allow yourself the freedom to perform and at the same time still enjoy it. So forever, all athletes are always attempting to seek that quote unquote sweet spot or the zone. So there are things that you can do to prepare yourself well for that, by working on fundamentals, by training properly. And also, when we say training properly, that's the mental side. So to motivate when we get out there, sometimes I just may provide some focus, mental focus, as in, okay, let's remember what we're here to do, or what we're attempting to do for this event, or what you're working on. Let's not lose sight, because sometimes motivation for the team, excuse me, early on in the season can be keeping them focused on what they may need to be focused on from a physical standpoint to continue to improve their skill set, and not being so focused on performance. So there are different things, and sometimes you got to juggle. And again, it depends on the individual and the situation, and then as we move on, those gears shift. And I think that the kids are wonderful at understanding and seeing that, when those things are there, when they happen, I'm beginning to see and experience much more success in regards to these things, the motivation, the preparation that we have, the way I train them mentally, and then seeing how they lock in, or beginning to lock in. Like I said, just with the ladies last week, I was able to see and learn a lot of things with some of the players that I've had, some new players, very exciting, what we were able to learn on that trip.
And with our student athletes, obviously in this, new culture, and having to take classes online, and hopefully still wish to be able to participate in an athletic season, how are the student athletes doing? What kind of feedback are you getting from your athletes?
Well, as to be expected, as we all know, excuse me, similar for us adults at this time, this is a global pandemic. So none of us, most people that are living on the planet at this time, have not experienced anything like this. Most people, very few have, way back, early last century. So having said that, as to be expected, they're experiencing some challenges, as a lot of the adults are. But what we have to remember is that we're not on an isolated island. It's not just us or an individual going through this, that you are your team, your family, your department, your school, your country, your state, everybody, we're all going through this together. It's just that we have to do certain things for the good of everyone. So I think those are the things that need to be remembered and focused upon, and not necessarily perceiving it, from an individual standpoint, but think about the good of everyone. And if we do this right, the more we do this right for a short amount of time, it'll get us towards where we need to be. if we're more diligent and cognizant of what we do and how we do, attempting to move us towards something greater and something better.
So I guess so right now the athletes, they don't have any major concerns. They're progressing well in their classes and everything.
As a matter of fact, with the classes, we recently had midterms. So I see a lot of good progress. Like I said, that's the thing that I've been stressing to them right now, to make sure that we build and establish a good academic foundation. Coming into beginning my 5th year this year, last year, we were able to see some of my thoughts and stamps on the programs. The men's had the highest GPA in men's athletics last year. The women, they were higher than the men. They just weren't the highest in women's. So again, having those stamps put on the program are very special. And we're continuing to move in that direction. I'm seeing them very focused. Of course, we're always going to have a couple of hiccups here and there, but we're working those out through the efforts of Dr. Reed and Miss Pete and our Mr. Wyrick. They're working through, doing the things we need to do to help the student athletes become better scholars. So, there are always going to be challenges, but I think overall, because I began talking to my kids about this as soon as things began to change back in February and March and April, I began talking to my kids and getting them in the mindset, if we handle this correctly, we should be all right on the other side.
Well, that's good to know that you started early on talking with them and just kind of letting them know that things are going to be a little different, but we're going to be okay. And I know that they feel very, stable in being able to reach out to you and have those type of conversations. So thank you so much for doing that for our student athletes. We really appreciate that. One last thing. Who's our superstar athlete on the team? Are we going to see anybody on the PGA Tour soon, or how's that looking?
Well, I think, and this is a very solid statement. If things go well and progress the way that I see them, I think we may have for a few different reasons. I think our team is going to be very balanced near the top. I mean, typically we travel with 5 or play 5 and count 4. And I think our top 3 are going to be pretty solid, going to be pretty good. They have potential to play at the next level. I think we are going to see them because they've all seen, have won in college. All 3 of these young men, Jordan Stagg, Zane Brooks, and Lorenzo Elbert. Those are the gentlemen I'm thinking of, the top, who I consider would be probably on average the top 3 producers for us on the men's side. On the women's side, we also have Taylor Harvey, who recently came off an under par performance at a very competitive event and finished in the almost finished top 10 in her first collegiate event ever. Also shot under par and had an eagle. I mean, she's been her upside or her level of improvement over the last month or so has been tremendous. She and I have done some great work, as well as Amon Abraham, both of whom are from Phoenix, Arizona, very strong players. We have some young ladies that we brought in this past year that are freshmen now, 4 young ladies, 3 from California, 1 from here in Texas. I think those ladies are going to be very productive. So I'm very excited about as far as I think, like I said, I think we have on both sides a lot of balance. And I think you're going to begin to see that as the season, once we get into the meat of the season, shortly after the event that we host in March at Sterling Country Club at Houston National, March 14th, 15th, and 16th. As of now, we have, if I'm not mistaken, 11 men's teams and 6 women's teams. So a total of 17 teams from all over the country, Chicago State, Western Illinois, FAMU for the men. So there'll be quite a few different teams from around the country. So please come out and support us. But by the time we get around to that time frame, I think you're going to see that the scoring, the team is very balanced. I think that's something that needs to be evident in a consistent producing team. And I think that we will still get, as you said, some stars to emerge, because I got a good feeling about the talent we have, as well as, the recent changes we've made we've been able to secure a different practice facility and similar to Coach White, secure some analytics equipment that will allow us to perform better as well. So we're very excited.
Well, great. That's great to know. We'll definitely keep golf on the horizon as the ones to watch. Coach Jennings, thank you so much for speaking with us this morning and helping us celebrate this virtual homecoming this year. We really appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and let Coach get back to doing what he does best, motivating and inspiring our athletes. Coming up, we've got more from our great colleges of architecture and also the College of Engineering. More to come on the PVAMU Homecoming Virtual Celebration here on the Hill.
Even though there is so much against us.
You will see me choose to protect myself and my community from the coronavirus by wearing a face covering.
Because it's going to take all of us thinking about one another. And even with my face covered, you will see me.
You will see me as a mother, a wife, a friend.
As an athlete who gave everything to the game I love.
As a father, leading by example.
As a sister.
An entertainer.
As a champion for my people.
You will see me finding a light in a dark time.
To unlock our creativity and push our craft.
You will see me demanding the space to tell the stories that matter.
As a man who knows that tough times don't last, but tough people do.
Join us in wearing a face covering to help stop the spread of the coronavirus.
Because covering your face is one small act of kindness that has the power to bring us together.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
And we're back, day 4 of the PVAMU Virtual Homecoming Week. We're going to talk with the College of Architecture this morning. Let's go ahead and bring in Dean Iklas Sabuni. Good morning, Dean. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm
Thank you.
watching the programs.
Oh, that's good to know. We're kind of wondering how we're doing over here.
Great.
Yes, well, thank you so much for taking out time out of your schedule to join us and talk with us about all the great things that are going on over in the College of Architecture. Give us a little bit of background about yourself. How long have you been the professor and dean here at PVAMU?
I started at Prairie View as a junior faculty member 1989 when I graduated from Rice University. And I worked through the progress to become an associate professor and a professor and associate director of architecture, associate dean in the College of Engineering and Architecture, and then the dean of the School of Architecture. And the School of Architecture separated from the College of Engineering and Architecture so they can be able to get our accreditation with the National Architecture Accrediting Board. We received that in 1991, and we have been accredited since then. Our last reaffirmation of accreditation was in 2018, and we have the full term for until 2026 when they will revisit us again. So we're doing great. We are actually the leading in all the School of Architecture nationwide in producing African American architecture undergrad and grad. We're #1 in the number we graduate for many years, including as of the last survey that Diverse Magazine did in 2019. We are increasing enrollment, even that it is COVID-19 and maybe students might not want to go to school. we increased our enrollment this semester, this fall, by 11.9 from last year. And while we started with 100 students several years ago, we are now close to 500 students in the School of Architecture. We have architecture degree, we have construction science bachelor degree, we have digital media art, which is like graphic design. This is the latest that we established 8 years ago. We graduated about 22 students out of that. We're also graduating so many students. We're graduating, as I said, the highest in the nation, not among HBCU. We're one of 7 HBCU that they have architecture program. We have also established constructed over a year ago, completed the construction of the fabrication center that has all the digital equipment, laser cutter, 3D printer. We have manual shop and metal and wood shop. We have areas so we can start design build. We're working on projects that winning awards in zero energy homes and designs with the Department of Energy. We're doing great things. And we are also, our students winning lots of awards regionally, locally, and nationally. Our faculty the same, doing lots of research and projects. I don't know how much you want me to talk. I mean, I can.
Yes, well, no, you're doing great. I mean, I'm just in awe. I thought I knew everything about the School of Architecture, but you've definitely informed us of some more great things that you all have accomplished. So congratulations.
Thank you. So the Race to Zero, the Student Design Award, they won not only for the category of urban homes design twice in the last 3-4 years. They also won the Grand Award, and this is among majority schools, at least 35. We were the only HBCU that participated in that. We have been winning also design with the city of Houston with the complete the community. It's a housing and urban design competition. We won that in 2018. And we called the design the Fly Flat, and it won so many awards with the Texas Society of Architects, with the AIA Houston. Our students winning always, those who are in Houston, they know, maybe they hear about the sandcastle competition that the American Institute of Architects do every year in the summer, where students and firms participate in designing creative designs. We have won like at least maybe 14 out of 16 among all the schools here in the area. We're, as I said, one of only 7 in the nation, HBCU. We also one of 8 in Texas. And I don't know if anybody knows that African American licensed architects in the nation are less than 2%, which is very small. And we are hoping with graduating more students from architecture that they go and get their license, that we can improve that number. And when it comes to even female, it's even much less. It's like a 0.3. So I believe that we're going to be joined by one of our wonderful graduate, Angie Gilmore, who just not only a licensed architect, but she received also the highest honor of being fellow American Institute of Architects, and hopefully she will join us soon. Our students and faculty worked on projects. We have laser scanners that they can be able to used to draw projects from buildings that's been deteriorated. So they worked with the UNESCO in Nepal. They traveled to Nepal and they worked on an important temple that been destroyed with one of the earthquakes, and they were able to redraw that because they didn't have the drawing for it, and construct it and send it to them. The faculty just presented it in an international conference, and he won the best poster and best presentation in London, and that was done remotely. He was supposed to go travel there. We also have students traveling abroad. They go to explore culture and buildings and neighborhoods, and also students travel to Nepal, travel to Costa Rica, travel to France twice, to Paris, to London, to Italy, Rome, and Venice. They been, unfortunately, this last year, because of COVID, we haven't done any of those. But they also travel internally to nationally to New York, Washington, San Antonio, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco. It's important for architecture students to be able to explore, Prairie View A&M University, which we love. It's a very small school, a very small city. So we want them to be able to explore and go out and find information and learn about design and about community and about culture. And our students do a great job in doing that. We have 2 centers for research and service, the Texas Institute for the Preservation of History and Culture, and the Community Urban and Rural Enhancement Studies. And that the cures, we call it Cure Center, to cure problem in the community. And this is where they worked on that project in Nepal. They worked on also slave cabinet in Louisiana, that they were able to reestablish some of those that need to be redone. So they are working on lots of projects in the community. We also are trying to not only preparing them to be our graduate to be wonderful architects, construction managers, and graphic designers and community developers. We also prepare them to be able to lead not only a community, but lead cities. So one of our graduates with a master's degree, Yolanda Ford, is the first African-American mayor in city of Missouri in Fort Bend, and not only the first female, the first African-American too. And also we have Tiffany Thomas, who was supposed to be joining us on the program, but she is with the councils in Houston, attending the funeral for the police officer who was killed lately. She's assistant professor in the community development and also a graduate of our program. And she was elected to be a Houston City Council member representing District F, I believe. And she's first also African-American female to be in that position. And I think one of our graduates also and faculty member with us is Rose Courtney Johnson Rose, and she has won so many awards. She's going to join us soon, and hopefully she will share some of that with us. So we are preparing our students to be leaders and making a difference in the community and in the life of people. So I believe that one of our graduates with community development degree also is running to be the mayor of the city of Prairie View. And I think we'll find out if he will be, and one other who is running for council, also a graduate from community development. We have so many faculty presenting nationally and internationally, and we have artists like Ann Johnson. She's awarded the Artist in Action by the Community Artists Collective, hosted at Rice University last year. She's always she's always making presentation and attending exhibition and exhibiting her work. And Clarence Talley was also his work. I think many of the alumni might know Professor Clarence Talley. His work was exhibited in India. Lots of wonderful visibility and marketing that they bring to our university and to the School of Architecture. I'll stop here and see if are the faculty or students gonna hopefully join us also to share some of their information. Am I still on?
But some of the things that how you've gone about achieving some of those things. So thank you so much, Dave. Yes, let's go ahead and bring in our faculty and staff members that are going to participate.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm just going to talk about that. We also have printed using our 3D printers, lots of face shields that will help people.
How are you?
All right.
Hello, good morning. You keep going. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, how are you? Tell us a little bit your name and everything and what it is that you do in the College of Agriculture.
Architecture.
Well, hello. My name is Courtney Johnson Rose. I am a proud graduate of Prairie View A&M University, and also a proud graduate of the School of Architecture with a degree in community development. Very special time for me. My mother and I both received our master's in community development back in 2006. And I've been honored to be a part of the faculty as an adjunct professor for the community development program for the past 10 years. My background is in real estate development. Very blessed to be part of a very successful family-owned community development real estate firm, started by my parents in 1974. Through that work, we've been a part of some of the city's most impactful community development projects focused on affordable housing, senior living, homeless shelters, and just some very impactful projects like that. But being a part of the community development program at Prairie View was a great background for me personally to be able to launch my career in this industry. So excited to be a part of this virtual homecoming. So glad that we are getting together as graduates, as the university, even if it is in a virtual format. So I look forward to again participating.
Can you tell us about the awards you received?
Thank you, Dean. Well, I have been very, very blessed in real estate and community development. Early in my career, I was able to be awarded an award from the National Association of Realtors called the Top 30 Under 30. This highlights the top 30 realtors across the country, and I was very blessed to receive that award. I've also been very active in the Houston market and have been able to receive awards here for my work in the real estate industry. One award that I'm very proud of is being a part of the inaugural class of Prairie View's A&M 40 Under 40 a couple of years ago. So very blessed to be recognized by the university for the work that our company does. So thank you again, Dean, for that.
And you served on many boards also, right?
Yes. Currently, I serve as chair for the Texas Association of African American Chambers. When it comes to economic development, chambers play such a critical role. TAC has 25 African American chambers across the state that we support as part of the Texas Association of African American Chambers. Last year, I was appointed by the governor to the Texas State Association for Affordable Housing. This committee does a tremendous amount of work developing affordable housing communities across the state. TSHAC issues revenue bonds and other financial instruments that make affordable housing happen. So that has really been a very insightful board to actually be on, and truly an honor to serve on behalf of the state. I again have served a lot in economic development and real estate, in all of the things that I have been able to learn and glean from being a part of the Prairie View as a student and now as a faculty member has definitely been extremely helpful in that.
All right. Well, thanks so much for talking with us. And I understand we have another faculty member from the College of Architecture. Introduce yourselves. Tell us what it is that you do for the college.
You're muted. Unmute yourself, please.
I'm sorry. Okay, my name is John Okello. I am an assistant professor in the School of Architecture. I'm also a proud graduate of the architecture program. I have an undergraduate degree in architecture and a master's in community development. And so for the last 14 years, I've had the pleasure of serving as the coordinator for first year design. I also serve as the assistant director for the Texas Institute for the Preservation of History and Culture. I think Dr. Saboni spoke at length about the Institute. And so I'm really glad to be here. I'm glad to be an alumni. It prepared me for service in the architecture industry. I worked for a firm primarily designing hospitals after I graduated. So I did that for 5 years before coming back to Prairie View and starting my career as a assistant professor.
And what has your experience been like being a professor here at the university? Well, with the challenges, obviously, now with COVID-19, for the two of you, your experience teaching, how has that changed a lot for you? Was it a smooth transition for you, or was it something that you was a little bit in shock of, but now you're doing okay? What was that like in the beginning, anyway?
Oh, I mean, it was obviously a bit of a shock, but I think we acclimatized pretty well. We're able to adjust fairly quickly. It wasn't as easy for some of the students with the technology issues, but overall, I think we ended up with a very successful semester. I did have a summer program as well, which was extremely successful, even though it was online. The students were able to replicate a lot of the atmosphere that we have in the studio setting, which is an important part of the architecture practice. And so I think we've been able to transition fairly smoothly, all things considered.
All right. And what about you, Professor? What has it been like for you?
You know, it has been very smooth. One of the beautiful things about the Masters in Community Development program is that we were already virtual. You can achieve the Masters in Community Development online. And we have students from all over the country currently that are part of our community development program. So we were already in that online environment. Of course, it forced us to do all classes online, but because our program was already very astute in that, we were able to quickly transition. But one of the things that we did not get to celebrate that we are now transitioning to a virtual celebration is the 20-year anniversary of the community development program. 2020 is a very special year for us because it's the 20th anniversary, and one of the things we had planned back in March, April timeline was a big celebration at the Federal Reserve Bank of Houston was going to host us. We had all of our alumni, and we have some very successful alumni that were coming back to be able to network with our students and really do some workshops and a seminar on community development and the future of it. So that was one thing that we were not able to do because of COVID, but we are still hopeful to make that happen this year in a virtual environment. But overall, because our program was very astute online, we have not missed a beat. And we are very excited about the opportunities that we give our students to be able to learn virtually, again, from all over the country.
And tell me a little bit about the 3D printer that you all, have there at the college. And when I saw this, I read it, on the PBAMU website. It seems like you all were a bit ahead of the curve when COVID-19, happened, because you all use you allow the students to use the 3D printer to create face shields for our healthcare workers. So how were you all so quickly able to, make that happen?
What happened is that the director of the fabrication center, Professor Stephen Song, and the manager, Simi Abel, and graduate students, Ruben Cheeks, Yesenia, and Harmony, they were doing nothing because we have to go virtually, and it was starting the summer program, and we saw that there is a possibility we can design face shields that can be used when people can't find it anywhere. So we used our laser color that we have several of them in the fabrication center, and the materials that we had already purchased, because you can't even purchase material then, for students to work with, and they have designed and created those face shields. We gave them to the health center here on campus to be used. We gave them to our PV pals, the students who help with the freshmen coming, so they can be protected. We gave them to a daycare center that they can be using it, and to nurses in the Methodist Hospital. We have a few more that we are looking into, also donating to some schools in the area that for the teachers to be able to use it to protect themselves. And some more that we're going to working with also Herman Hospital to try to send them a few.
Oh, I just thought that was very amazing. I was like, wow, how did they, make that happen so fast? I kind of wish I was there to get one, myself. And do we have a few students that are on with us this morning?
I hope so. We have, let's see if there are any. Okay, here's one.
Okay. All right. Who wants to go first?
I could go first.
Okay. Tell us your name, your classification, and where you're from.
How you doing? My name is Brian Alexander. I am from New Orleans, Louisiana. I came here, I graduated from Southern University at New Orleans in undergrad, and I came here for the community development program. I specifically found this university because it is not only the only community development program in the state of Texas, but it's unique to help the community through innovative ways, and also by being under the School of Architecture to help plan better for the community. And I just want to discuss really quick on things that we do in the community development program. Last semester, our professor, Ms. Tiffany Thomas, and also other professors. How you doing, Ms. Rose? Good to see you again.
Hello, sir.
We work with a community called Piney Point. Could I just share my screen for 1 minute? I should be with just 1 minute.
Yes, I believe that's okay. Let's give it a shot and see what happens.
Can you see well?
Well, actually, if you had something to send, you'd have to email it to us. Can he still do that? I don't know if we'll be able to get it in.
Okay,
don't worry about it.
Okay, yeah. It's a little different from Zoom. It's StreamYard, so it's not Zoom. But you can tell us about it. Go ahead, tell us about it.
Can you still see me?
I can still see you.
Okay.
Yes.
We're working with a community called Piney Point, where we went into the community. We help develop the community. We work with the Piney Point Civic Association. We specifically in a neighborhood called Carving Crest, is one of the first African American neighborhoods in the Houston area after during Reconstruction. And we went into the community. We helped develop the community through a planning process of a plan of revitalizing the community. We had the class was we use a GIS class and to pull data from the community, and a research class. And both classes had a mixture of community development students and architect students, where we all worked together to help build the community and create a plan where we created a community garden. I just had a picture of the community garden, and that's what we do in the community development department.
In the community development program.
Yeah.
Now, what are your aspirations once you graduate from Prairie View? What is it that you desire to do in this field?
After graduating, I will pursue in my PhD program in urban planning. At first, after being in a community development program, it introduced me to a whole new world where I can do innovative ways to help the community. And also I plan to work for either a community development department, a planning department in any level of government or private sector, where we can help build communities, especially communities of that cater to us, that are important to our community and our social class.
Well, sounds good. All right, let's see. We've got one more student, right?
I don't see the student, the other one, but I can see graduates from the school, and here's our FIA.
Okay, we have our alumni.
And we talk about planning, and I mean, you know, they're gonna tell us about all their wonderful success.
Right. Okay. Our alumni, Enzila Gilmore. Is she on with us yet?
Yeah.
Hi. Good morning.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great. Please call me Anzie.
Yeah,
Anzie. Okay, I will make a note to do that. Anzie, thank you so much for joining us today. Now, I'm going to have you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what your experience was like here at the college when you were a student. But I want to say that you are an award-winning alumna in the field of architecture, winning the award for equitable practice in architecture. You've won the Texas Society of Architects Award as well. So congratulations on the achievements that you've accomplished in your field.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I also have a little bit of more history that I found out about you, okay? You are the first female graduate in the PVAMU School of Architecture to become a registered architect in the state of Texas, and that was in 2004. So
Right.
what did that feel? What did that feel like to make history?
It was surprising. Honestly, I was not aware. I guess I should have been aware because I had actually never met a Black female architect. So I don't know why I was surprised, but I was. It was 2004. And I instead of being proud, I think I was just shocked and a little concerned about it. And I think that's one of the reasons why I have become so active in the architectural professional community, because I wanted to make sure that no other graduate from Prairie View came out like me without ever having met a Black female architect. I know Dr. over the years has brought Black females to the School of Architecture. There weren't a whole lot to choose from when I was there in 1997. So, and I've actually been invited to come back and speak to the students. But it was surprising.
Yes.
So she's one of the 0.3 African American female licensed architects in the nation.
Yeah.
Wow.
We have 500 now. We hit 500.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Wow, that is amazing. And you're a member of the class of 1997. Now, I was here as a student athlete from 92 to 96. We may have crossed paths. I don't know. Do you remember me?
Do you remember in the architecture engineering building?
I was not, but I was either in two places, either on the track competing and training, or in my major in the mass communications department. And then on the weekends, I was at the parties in the Baby Dome. So I probably missed you.
We were at the Baby Dome together.
Oh, okay. Okay. So awesome. I just noticed that. And then, so some more accolades just real quickly. I mean, you're also the first Black female in the city of Houston to become a registered architect. You're fifth in the state, and then the first Black female architect in the city of Houston to be elevated to the AIA College of Fellows, being the third in the state to do that. And that was last year in 2019. So, I mean, it's just the accolades just keep coming. I mean, how do you feel about, you're a trailblazer, I guess we could say, right?
And it's all happening too late, honestly. I'm happy to be a trailblazer, and I am really, really happy that are more people joining my very small club. And I can give all accolades to Prairie View because of it. Prairie View, as a graduate, no, Prairie View teaches you how to hustle, and that's what I learned at Prairie View. It taught me the value of getting to know people, networking, and that is one of the reasons why I have gotten all of these accolades, because I've made sure that I'm in the room to help make decisions. And when I show up, people know I'm showing up to work, and that's what happens.
And I understand that right now you are at Rice University. You're the Assistant Director of Facilities Engineering and Planning there at Rice University. How long have you been there?
I have been here for 14 years.
Wow. And is this something that you've always aspired to be, like as a little girl growing up? Did you always know you wanted to have a career in architecture?
No. I often tell people that I'm just kind of stumbling through life, and all of these things are happening, by, divine intervention. In 10th grade, someone asked me what I wanted to be, and I said architect. I have no idea why. I ended up in the program in architecture. Dr. Sabuni was, I think, associate faculty.
Yeah.
And I just was good at it. I enjoyed it. And the program and Prairie View in general, you all know this, is extremely nurturing. You have to work hard to fail at Prairie View. So everyone built me up. Even when I was messing up, the professors, would just kind of pull me to the side and say, get it together, Anzi. And, that's why I'm in architecture. I ended up in project management, again, stumbled into it and realized I'm really bossy and I like to tell people what to do. That's why I'm a project manager.
All right. Likes to make sure things get done, right? With being in charge. Well, I mean, and then you're a leader. So that's the way that I think everyone in your field, and just even on this panel, we will look at, is that you represent female leadership at its best. And so that's always to be respected and appreciated. So thank you so much, Anzi. Also, thank you for submitting your class note to the Office of Alumni Affairs. We received that, and we did highlight you on our website and on our social media and our athlete spotlight. So thanks so much for doing that, and keep us informed on everything that you have coming. And yes, I'm hoping that you do get a chance to come back and speak with the College of Agriculture. So Dean Sabuni, be sure to let us know when that happens.
I will.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Thanks so much, Anzi. Okay, let's get our next alum on the line. This is Tony Young.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Tony. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm well. Tony represents the class of 2010 and the class of 2011. Tony, tell us a little bit about your experience here on the Hill in the College of Architecture.
I had a great experience. My time at the School of Architecture, very challenging, but it also prepared me for my career. My most fond memories were just being in the architecture building with all of my other classmates, staying up all night, but getting assignments done and, getting the education and being prepared for the real world.
And Tony, you right now, what you do, you are an architectural designer with the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Tell us a little bit about your career.
So my career, actually, I've been with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers since I graduated from Prairie View. I started out as a summer hire, and due to my, work ethics, they really wanted me to stay on with them. And so I've been there for 10 years now, almost 10 years now, I work on major military vertical construction. I've had the opportunity to work on hospital projects, dental clinics, barracks, any facilities that the military needs to successfully complete a mission.
And what would you say that has been, I guess, the most inspiration, the most motivation that you were able to take with you from being a student here at Prairie View into that career field?
I just think that I was really prepared when I first came out, into the workforce, and I was, in there with other starting to work with other graduates. I started to get comfortable. Like, hey, I am prepared. Like, I'm very prepared. Prep really prepared me. One thing I'm going to say is I'm going to tell Anzi that, like, I was there last year I met her last year at the NOMA conference, and I was there at her fellow installation, and I was just proud. Like, wow, like, this is a Prairie View graduate is becoming a fellow. And at first I had no aspirations for that. And I said, okay, I need to make that aspiration of mine too, to become a fellow. So that just wanted to, let her know that it was a very proud moment for me, being at the NOMA conference and seeing her get that award.
Awesome. And I guess, and Anzi, let's go back to you real quick. What is it that you would say to a young lady that also, wants to transition into the field of architecture? What motivation or inspirational message would you send?
You're muted.
Okay.
So if you know anything about architects, most architects will tell aspiring people, don't do it. But that is not the message that we should be sending. Architecture is something you must have a passion for. So I would say if you have a little bit of an artistic bent, but have very, strong problem solving skills, and don't mind spending hours focusing on a thing that you really love, then, architecture is for you and you should try it out. I also tell students that architecture school does not prepare you for the true diversity of this field. Architecture schools really, they focus on design. And for good reason. It's the only time you're ever going to be able to be that creative before budgets and schedules become a problem for you. But if you get into architecture and it isn't all that you thought it would be, don't give up, because architecture can become so many things.
All right. Well, let's bring in Krista Stoneham. Hi, Krista.
Hi, how are you? Surprise guest.
Yes, very surprising, but nonetheless, my producers make sure that I, catch everyone who comes in, and so they gave me your name, and so let's talk. What's your involvement with the College of the School of Architecture? What do you do?
Yeah, so I'm a 3-time graduate from the School of Architecture. I have a bachelor's and a master's in architecture and a second master's in community development. So I got everything y'all have.
All right. So, congratulations on being one of our outstanding alumna from the School of Architecture. What it is, I'm sorry. That's for another segment, our 70s segment, what it is. What is it that you actually do in your career field? And how long have you been in that role? What's your title? Where do you work?
So I work for the city of Houston. I work in the mayor's office, in particular in a division that's called Complete Communities. And in short, it's basically a community development initiative in order to help some of the underserved and historically disinvested communities in Houston. Specifically, there's 10 that I work with. And I've been with the city of Houston for 7 years yesterday.
Oh, wow. Well, happy anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And what was your experience like as a student when you were on the Hill?
Oh, man. it's very interesting because like Angie was saying, I didn't really go looking for architecture, kind of found me. What's funny is I remember my freshman year, my counselor, was trying to help me gauge on what I was interested in. And she suggested architecture. I said, absolutely not. Not going to do it. It was, at least the way she described it, it just seemed overwhelming. And I went into the old architecture and engineering building, and I was like, no, that all these little wood models and such, it didn't all the way click to me. And it wasn't really until the new architecture building was constructed that it just made sense. I was like, oh, this is what they meant. Okay, I can do this. And as I would go through, my different studios and whatnot, I think I really realized that my favorite part was always the site plan, because I really loved the analysis and how all the dots connected of, not just where the sun is, but also just the people and the demographic. And I didn't realize that was really planning and community development, but I also appreciated the skill set that I built, on the architecture side, because I transferred them into community development.
And, this is something I've always wondered. Do you have to be great at math to be successful in architecture? What's the highest level of math? I mean, maybe some geometry. I'm not good at math, but now that I've been working here at Prairie View for 2.5 years, and my background is in communications, and I was a public affairs chief for the military and things like that. But I will say that since I've been working here, I've been just so exposed to the College of Agriculture and the designing of the buildings, and then this whole part of campus planning and community development. And so now I've kind of, I have an MBA degree already, but I've been kind of looking over there and saying, this community development program it must be like just the greatest thing, because I know a lot of people, like my friends, and they're working here, but they're also studying community development. And so, but I'm afraid, I'm like, well, I'm not good at math. I mean, what if it's math? Like, I can't do it. You know what I mean? So what would you tell a person that is looking to go into that degree program of community development? What kind of background should you have, I guess?
To be honest, especially with community development, I'll just stick on that side. It is what you make of it. What I do here at the city is several jobs into one. But I also, build in different architecture techniques that I've learned, right? So I do a combination of fundraising, right? Talking to partners, putting together a proposal, the budget, aligning the needs of the community with the corporate social, structure of that particular organization. I do community engagement. So, working with residents and making sure that their voices are heard and empowered. There's a little bit of preservation. Like I'm actually working on a project with Courtney Rose right now on revitalizing an old middle school, and what are some of the programs and services that are needed for that community. So we have to do a feasibility study to say, well, what's already there? What are the current assets? What are the opportunities? What are the challenges? So really, regardless of whatever undergrad you come from, I believe that there's an opportunity to bring your personal definition of what community development is to you, and you can bring that skill set to the table.
Okay. Well, thanks for giving some of us that are out there wondering a little bit of encouragement. And you all have to forgive me. I know I've referenced the College of Agriculture at least twice, my producers tell me. We talked with them yesterday for a very long time. And, we put in a lot of work, getting this virtual homecoming together for you all. And so I apologize, because my colleges, things are starting to blend in a little bit. But nonetheless, I want to thank everyone for joining us today. Thank you, Dean Sabuni, for doing everything to ensure that we had a great program here for the students and our professors and our alums that are now teaching here, and also the ones that are out in the world of architecture doing great things. Before I go, though, I do want to reference the project that your school had involvement in, and that was painting the Black Lives Matter movement along University Drive. So tell us how that came about.
I was talking with Dr. Mayor Allen, and he was talking to the deans about the possibility of doing that. That was just before homecoming. So what happened is that I told him, yes, we can help you with creating those letters, that we can draw them, plot them, and cut them with laser cutter and be able to come and measure the street. So we did that. So we have, again, the director of the fabrication center, Stephen Yansik-Song, and Abel Simi, who's also the manager in the fabrication center, and several of the graduate students that we worked on it. And then we went and measured the streets, and there were other students from other colleges who were very helpful in being able to help us put those letters on the street and line them. And they went and painted. Mayor Allen went and bought the paint, and we did it on one side, and we stopped there because we needed to celebrate Juneteenth. So it was there, and I understand that several alumni came and took pictures there. And we are now preparing to do it on the other side. And it was done in a way where it's centered in front of Bland's memorial that being created there. This is where she was arrested, Sandra Bland, and took to jail, and then later on died in jail. So we need to memorize her, and we decided to put it in that area. And it was Mayor Allen, the idea that came to him, and he asked, and I jumped on the opportunity, and our students and staff were very creative in doing that. And hopefully soon it's going to be on the other side. So anybody coming to campus or leaving campus, they will know that Black Lives Matter.
Yes, and thank you all so much for doing that. After sitting and watching that being done in other places throughout the country on television, and then to actually see and know that now it's right here, in front of my eyes, and just driving down the street and seeing that, it really made me feel, and I'm pretty sure everyone else here in the community, that we all are in this together. So thank you so much for coordinating that, and congratulations to all of our wonderful architects out there doing big things. Thank you all for joining us today, and happy homecoming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
You're welcome.
Thank you. That we recruit you to our community development program.
I tell you, I'm thinking about it.
By the way,
thinking about it.
You need to know that you don't have to come with a degree in architecture.
You don't.
Any degree. So no, it's not just for architecture students. That's why it's very popular, unique. You can come with any degree, and you can build on your background in that first degree. And like as was mentioned, you can do whatever you want to do with it. Become a mayor or a councilman, or become a planner in the city or something like that. So
yes, and that's what I'm seeing. So your recruiting tactics are working. So I may have to pay you a visit. All right. Well, once again,
we have scholarships too. So
okay, and I'm a veteran, so maybe there's some veteran benefits in there too. I don't know. Yes. Well, again, thank you all. It was so great talking with you.
I love you, my kids, all of you. The four of you are my kids. You graduated from the school, and I'm really appreciative for all the success that you and visibility and marketing you bring to the school. Hopefully see you soon in person.
Yes.
Yes, this was awesome. It's just a great roundtable. We got the dean, the professors, alum. Dean Sabuni has the opportunity to see you all again, and know that you went on to become just successful in your career. So awesome roundtable there with the School of Architecture. We're going to go ahead and keep things going. We're going to take a little bit of a commercial break, and then we'll come back at 1 p.m. with the College of Engineering, Dean Pamela Obiomon, who's also an alumna of the university, and another outstanding roundtable featuring students, faculty and staff, and our alumni. Once again, day 4 of the virtual PVAMU Homecoming Week. We'll be back in just a moment.
is where you rise. This is where you shine. This is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Even though there is so much against us,
You will see me choose to protect myself and my community from the coronavirus by wearing a face covering.
Because it's going to take all of us thinking about one another. And even with my face covered, you will see me.
You will see me as a mother, a wife, a friend.
As an athlete who gave everything to the game I love.
As a father, leading by example.
As a sister.
An entertainer.
As a champion for my people.
You will see me finding a light in a dark time.
To unlock our creativity and push our craft.
You will see me demanding the space to tell the stories that matter. As a man who knows that tough times don't last, but tough people do.
join us in wearing a face covering to help stop the spread of the coronavirus.
Because covering your face is one small act of kindness that has the power to bring us together.
Okay.
The file after we're done.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm gonna we'll begin with introductions. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm super excited to welcome you to our Purdue University Office of Development virtual homecoming, focusing in on philanthropic support from Greek-lettered organizations. I'm excited to have some of my alumni friends here with me today, and we will dive right into it. And let's do introductions. Give me a little bit about yourselves, your hometown, your class year, and what you're currently doing to make the world great as Prairie View produces productive people. Let's start with Miss Gant.
Why did I know that you were going to do that to me? Hello, everybody. I am Antoinette Gant. Most people know me as Tony. I'm class of 94. I am a military officer, so left PV almost 26 years ago, and have continued to serve as an engineer officer, being able to do some extraordinary things in some extraordinary places. I am a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Zeta Gamma chapter, and was initiated in spring of '91. So really happy to be here and be a part of this. Thanks, LaShonda.
Thank you. Mr. Clay?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. My name is Joe Clay, class of 95. I arrived at PV in 90. I was classmates with most of everyone here on the Zoom call. My major was mechanical engineering, originally from New Orleans, Louisiana. Moved to Houston while in junior high school time frame. I am currently working in the chemical engineering field. I'm a member of Epsilon Gamma Iota, as well as Alpha Phi Alpha, Epsilon Tau Lambda chapter. Great to be here, and it's great to be able to be in a position to give back to my university and to the undergraduate members there on campus currently.
Fantastic. I'm super uber excited. Ms. Moore?
Good evening. I'm Tracy Moore. I am class of 98. I'm from a little bitty town outside of Beaumont, China, Texas. Yeah, I am also a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I was initiated at Eta Beta at Prairie View. So right now I am the Digital Media Arts Coordinator at Prairie View A&M University in the School of Architecture. And yeah, I mostly teach juniors and seniors, and I run a center called the Design View Media Center.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. Mr. Jones?
Hello, good evening. I'm Kevin Jones. I graduated in 1996. I have a bachelor's degree in computer engineering. I'm also a member, like Joe, of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Currently, I'm in technology. I'm also a real estate investor, and I'm also the CEO of Jones Inc., which is my family, my household. I think that's very important that you are the CEO of your household and managing your own family. I have two sons, a wife, and we now we're back in Houston now. So we're excited to be closer to Prairie View University, and I'm excited to be here on this call. Thank you for inviting me.
We are so excited to have you. And last but definitely not least, Mr. KB.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Barnes. I got this little virtual background. I tried to get rid of it. Don't worry about that. That's my son's school. He's a freshman at Yale University. I graduated from Prairie View in 1993. I pledged the Zeta Beta chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi, and I actually work as a acquisition associate for a real estate investment firm. My degree is in engineering, but I got into engineering about 10 years ago. So glad to be on the call.
We are happy to have each and every one of you. Prairie View produces productive people. That's our motto. That's our mantra. And all of us share something very important in common. Not only Prairie View, but we're all a part of the famous Divine Nine. And so I'd like to kind of start by having you take a moment to think about what it was that led to you wanting to pledge your particular sorority fraternity in no particular order, because, you know, sorority life is a major part of the undergraduate experience. And as we're talking about homecoming, we can't mention homecoming without talking about Greek life. So who would like to go first?
I'll go
first. I'll go first. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
I was just going to say, so the first organization I pledged was Epsilon Gamma Iota, which is an engineering and architecture fraternity. What led me to the decision to join Epsilon was because it was incredible to be around. Most of my mentors were members of Epsilon, and it was incredible to be surrounded by like-minded individuals, a group of engineers and architects, engineering technology students who, again, were like-minded, were moving in a direction that I wanted to move. Many of them mentored me when I arrived to Prairie View in June, the summer of 1990, through Engineering Concepts Institute. And so I saw what they were doing, I saw what they were about, and I wanted to be a part of that. Also, with it being a co-ed organization, he gave me the opportunity to not only have brothers, but sisters as well, and be guided and mentored by not only males, but also big sisters. So that's the different dynamic that Epsilon brought to the table. And so it's been an incredible journey for the last 30 years.
Phenomenal. Who'd like to share next?
I can go. Um, trying to think. I had a friend, her mother was a Delta. So she was always talking about, she was a teacher at one of my schools. So, she was always visible, always talking about the service that they did. And then when I got to Prairie View, I mean, it just kind of seemed like everywhere I went, I saw Deltas doing work, Deltas at the chapel, and it just struck me as a place. I mean, I had known about Delta for a while, and it just seemed to fit um, just what I was looking for in an organization.
This is Tony. I'll go. So, growing up in a house with a woman of Alpha Kappa Alpha, there was no question as to which organization I would be a part of. And not only growing up, but also having aunts that were also a part of that organization. So once getting on the campus and actually seeing the chapter there and the things that they were about and doing, when I had the opportunity to actually participate in the initiation or be considered for selection, of course, I jumped at that opportunity. But the thing was also, it's not about what the organization gives, but it's also what you can give to the organization. And so looking and seeing how we continue to improve upon the community service activities and our opportunities to be able to give and be an important role model there at the university. I thought that, again, just was where I needed to be and what I could do from a function of doing something outside of just being a student at the university.
Great story.
All right, I think I'll try it. So I'll be honest with you, when I was, prior to coming to Prairie View, I didn't even know what Greekdom was about. I didn't know what an alpha was, a kappa, a Q, sigma. I had no idea, no clue until my brother came home and he was ironing clothes, a bunch of clothes. And I was like, what is this all about? And then, I seen a bunch of his line brothers come in at the time. I didn't know what these guys were. And so that was my first purview into it. And then when I arrived at Prairie View, I realized that a lot of the gentlemen that I looked up to that were mentors of mine, that were who I wanted to be in the future, were also men of Alpha. And so I would kind of say that it was partly my brothers and then partly just being around a lot of great alphas influenced me on pledging Alpha Phi Alpha.
Kevin?
Yeah, for me, I had a lot of neighbors when I was growing up in Florida that were members of Kappa Alpha Psi, and I joined the Kappa League in 11th grade. And when I got to Prairie View, it didn't really change my mind, and I decided to pledge as a sophomore, and I did my second semester, my sophomore year. So we had great relationships with all the frats. Matter of fact, both of my roommates were Qs. They pledged Real Theta, one in fall '88 and one in spring '90. So I had great respect for all the sororities and fraternities. So, and I know Miss Gant. Hi, Tony.
It is so fantastic to be among
KB.
Yeah, I knew that this would be a great opportunity for each of you to collaborate. And although members of different organizations, the ultimate goal, absolutely, when we talk about the Divine Nine, the common attributes, scholarship, which is really important, community service, and then last but definitely not least, there's always that fundraising piece to support the scholarship. And so with that being in mind, I'd like for you to just kind of take a second to think about, from your undergraduate experience and post, what was your first fundraising experience or exposure to fundraising, and how did that kind of mold and shape your thoughts on philanthropic support? So for me, I'll start. I can remember my first fundraiser, and this is like in high school, and Tony, this is gonna make you smile. So I was exposed to Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated as a student with one of my church members. And there was a program called Big Sister, Little Sister. And with Big Sister, Little Sister, every first Saturday, I get dressed up in my pink and green. And so literally every first Saturday, I'm wearing my pink and green. 1 week we're doing, we're putting together fantastic baskets. The following month, we're giving it away to the elderly. And one Saturday we're fundraising, and I was like, oh my goodness! And all I remember was just the pink and green and all the wonderful things that I was able to take part of as a kid, and being exposed to that I think was phenomenal, because not only did it expose me to sorority life, but it also exposed me to the importance of community service, volunteerism, and philanthropic support to make the world a better place. So if you want to share your experiences, we'd love to hear more from each of you.
So I'll go. It's Tony. Go ahead.
My first experience with fundraising was actually working at Astroworld for Epsilon while I was going through the pledge experience. And so we would go to Astroworld, work basically all weekend long, and we raised a tremendous amount of money that way for the organization. At that time, I think like $10,000 in one semester, which was a huge amount of money for an organization in 1991. So that was my first experience with fundraising. I didn't do any fundraising in high school. I wasn't in the Boy Scouts or anything like that, so I didn't have to do any fundraising. So that was my first time doing fundraising. Then it went from that to just simple things like selling hot sausage sandwiches in Fuller Hall and things, and in Alexander Hall, things of that nature. So, scratching every nickel and dime. Yeah, having bake sales and things of that nature. So that was very basic philanthropy at the time. We were dealing with pennies, nickels, and dimes, whatever you could get. And leading up to today, which is a whole nother ball game where we're trying to raise 5 figures and 6 figures. It's a wonderful accomplishment to be able to have a circle of people to help raise those types of funds.
Absolutely.
Jay, I don't think ECI has ever done anything small.
Right?
So, no, I was going to say my initiation with fundraising actually came watching my mom as she was the advisor for the National Honor Society at the local high school. And I mean, they sold candy apples, they sold chicken sandwiches. I mean, whatever it was to not only be able to bring scholarship to the National Honor Society, but also to be able to do some things for the community. And so, just seeing what they were doing and how they were utilizing their talents to be able to give back to our small community, I think, it was like, okay, let me get in here and help them do this. So it's kind of always been there. And then secondly, my mom put me in Miss Fashionetta. So, you got to raise money so you can actually bring about scholarships. So, I think it has always been a part of something that we have done, regardless of where we've been in regards to trying to raise funds for either the community or a scholarship, to give back to an organization.
Mine's real brief. As part of Kappa League, I grew up in Jacksonville, Florida, and we used to have a bowl game there called the Gator Bowl, which was like a New Year's Day bowl. And we also did like college basketball games. The Kappa League would go there and we'd sell pretzels or Cokes or whatever, and the proceeds would go to the scholarship fund for the local Kappa Alpha Psi chapter. That was 11th and 12th grade. Peanuts back then, it was small potatoes. We'd be out there working the aisles. Nuts think I was doing that, but we did.
You was doing it. You were doing it.
High school hazing.
Yeah. Exactly.
So if I could chime in, I think I've been fundraising my entire life in some shape, form, or fashion, whether it be at church, selling dinners on the weekend, or when I was in high school, I was in band, we had car washes. And then if I were to think about Alpha Phi Alpha, then, I guess we were raising money by having a party at the Baby Dome, but we did raise money, and that actually became a scholarship.
Party with a purpose.
And I know y'all all call yourselves raising money by having a party at the Baby Dome, but so it's kind of been a part of my life.
Dual purpose.
Exactly.
For me, I think the fundraising that had the most impact was at church when I was growing up. we had the youth did a lot of things, so we had to raise our own money to do these things. And some of the money that was raised would help kids that were less fortunate maybe go on a go to church camp or something like that. So we would be out in the church parking lot on a Saturday washing cars, and all our moms and grandmas would make baked goods for us to sell. So it was a lot of work. But that was my first kind of entry into fundraising.
Yeah, it sounds like all of us have had some really unique experiences that contributed to us getting to this particular point in our lives. But one of those threads that brings us together too, I can't help but think about, is not only from the spiritual perspective, but the community service piece. And then we all come back every homecoming to celebrate on campus at Prairie View. And it's a fantastic time for us also to reflect on our undergraduate experience and say, you know, we have definitely come a long way. And a part of that reflection period every year is those fondest memories. So I'd like for you to kind of think about that one moment that you think from your undergraduate experience was a pivotal aha moment that has had the most significant impact on your life as you think about where you are professionally today. And that's a really robust question. So I think I will start with the answer because I had time to think about it. We talk about PV being our home on the hill, and we talk about having our whole extended family. Well, I'm an only child, and so coming to Prairie View, I inherited a huge family. And being a Marcom major, I had a chance to bond with my professors. And the one professor I think that had the greatest impact on me of all times, I would have to say, is Maurice Hope Thompson. And when I tell you Hope Thompson did not play around, he held me accountable in many regards, but the icing on the cake was not only was he my professor, but he was our newspaper sponsor, and he was our dad on campus. And I can recall so many fond opportunities to engage with him, so much so that post-graduation, not only was he my professor, but he became my photographer when I threw some surprise birthday parties. So the relationship with him was very formative. It was very familial, and everything that I can think about with TV that happened with my undergraduate experience, I shared it with him, and he was able to be a fantastic confidant and advisor and mentor. And so I'd love to hear your stories as well.
I'll go.
So I'll chime in. I'll never forget. So at Prairie View, I loved being at Prairie View. I felt home there. The reason why I ended up at Prairie View is in elementary school, my teacher was Miss Porter, and I took Texas history from her. And she, as a part of our Texas history project, she had us color in these sites around Texas, and one of them was the flagpoles. So, but I had no idea what that was. I just knew it was a brick base and some flagpoles, and I think it said PV something. I didn't remember. I just wanted to get the assignment done. And I never really knew about Prairie View until you sit down and you go to a symposium with Frank Jackson telling the history of Prairie View, and the Alta Vista plantation, and he goes into the soliloquy. And I mean, you really learn why you're there, why it's so important, and how far the university has come from and where it is today. That was probably one of the most pivotal points in my college experience, is just sitting there listening to Frank Jackson talk about Prairie View University. Literally, I was sitting there in awe. And so that was just something I'll just never forget.
Yeah, for me, the aha moment about concerning philanthropy was I thought about, I guess, about fall '96, when the first time a small group of us bought an RV on campus for homecoming. It was a couple of frat brothers who were Epsilon members and Alpha members, Kenyatta Gaville, Alan Williams, Ed Drayden, a couple other bros. We remember being the only RV on campus that homecoming. And then forward, 15 years later, then we looked up and we realized it's got to be over 100 RVs on campus. And so at that point, we said, well, how much money is being spent? How much money are all these alumni on campus spending with all the food, the RV rentals, drink, what have you? And how much of that is going to the university? How much money are we giving to the university when we come back here? This once, many people only once a year are on campus. How much of this money is the university thing? And so at that point, I decided we had to start doing something to generate funds to give back to. At that time, I was just thinking athletics. I was just thinking, how can we get more money into the athletics department? And then it went to also, hey, since we were all engineers as well, how can we start giving to the engineering and architecture department as well? So that was kind of my aha moment a few years ago.
So I'll chime in here, and I think while at Prairie View, even during my undergrad time, it wasn't something that really. We did it through the sorority and things of that nature, but it wasn't until after I left. My first duty station was Fort Hood, Texas, and we were in a process of actually reinitiating the alumni chapter there. And so in one of the things that we actually did, and it was people like Ed Drayton, Eureka Drayton, Charlotte Jefferson, we brought over 250 kids every year to PD on the Hill Day. And so to be able to actually do that, it was like, hey, if we're going to bring them there, we need to be about having money to be able to give to them so that they can be able to actually have scholarship to be able to go. I mean, we were a very small chapter. James Woods is another guy that was there during that time. And it was like, even if it's just a book scholarship, but to reinitiate a chapter and then find ways to actually raise money so that once we actually took these kids there, we could come back and say, okay, now you've seen the campus, and if you're very interested in going there, we may not have a lot of money, but we got money we could actually give some money that we can give to you to be able to provide for you for books, whatever it may be, so that you can be able to go and have a great experience like we did. So yeah, that's kind of where it started for me.
I'll chime in real briefly. Kevin Jones, my introduction to that subject also came from Frank Jackson. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, we didn't have cell phones. There was no Uber. Prairie was too far to take a taxi. And I was in the Navy Reserves, and I had to get down to OST once a month, every weekend, for the first 3 years of my undergrad experience. And Frank Jackson was actually an officer. I found out by exploring around. He was an officer in the Navy, and he would take me down there, we'd stay in a hotel, drive all the way, listen to his stories, and drive back on Sunday afternoon, listen to his stories. So I echo the same sentiment.
Tracy?
Mine's kind of a long story, but I'll try to make it short. When I was in undergrad, I was an advertising art major. It was a very small program, and I believe by my junior year, the university had to close the program, so we just had to kind of graduate with whatever. And we weren't being taught what we needed to get jobs. So like all of the majors, we kind of helped one another to try to be successful. We'd go out and get internships, come back and teach the rest of the majors what they needed to know to get a job. And from that point, I was like, my mission in life was to go get what I need and come back and hopefully bring that program back. And it just gave me that spirit of being committed to Prairie View and seeing it succeed. And so once I graduated in '98, I went to U of H, got my master's in graphic design. I taught at U of H, Lone Star, the Art Institute, and in 2004, I was brought back to Prairie View with that goal in mind, is to bring that degree back, but under a different name. And after writing 2 proposals in 10 years, we now have the program, and we have over 70 majors. We've had 3 graduating classes. And I'm working with all of our recent alumni, all 22 of them, to get them in the spirit of giving back. It's going slow, but I'm working on them to create an alumni advisory association for digital media arts. So they all come back and they give their time and participate in our end of semester reviews. So yeah, I mean that one kind of bad experience just kind of spurred me to think that no student at Prairie View should ever go through that again. If alumni are here to support, then we should help keep Prairie View great. So
Absolutely.
That's kind of where I am. And so, yeah. So I did develop a center called the Design View Media Center, which the students provide graphic design services for faculty, staff, student organizations, departments, whomever, and they get that professional experience. And most of my students who volunteered or worked for the center, they've all either been accepted into graduate school or they've gotten jobs in the industry because of that center. So, you know, my heart and my life's purpose is Prairie View.
Yeah, all of the stories, all compelling. And I know, right? And it's like, you know, I tell people, you know, working outside of Prairie View was great, but I tell people all the time, it's like, this is not a job for me. It's my passion. It's my mission. It's my purpose. And, you know, I have fantastic days where you're able to just make everything go great for a student. And then you have your challenging days. But at the end of the day, I think that Prairie View provided a fantastic foundation for each of us in our own experiences that make us gravitate to that place that we call home on the hill. And although we may not physically be there together all the time, there are ways that we can be present through our spirit, through our service, and through our philanthropic efforts that help benefit current students. So, with that being said, each of you share another common attribute. Joe mentioned earlier the reason why he decided to select Epsilon Gamma Iota was because he wanted to be a part of a group that included like-minded individuals. And each of you are when it comes to philanthropic support because each of you has played a pivotal role in creating endowments that will be perpetuated at the university for the longevity of the institution. Working with your groups, I'm certain was challenging at times, and then there were times that it was relatively easy. So, with that being said, I kind of want to get some insight on that. What was the precipitator that led to you wanting to create an endowment? And many of you were at a point where you were approaching a 25th year reunion, but how did you initiate that conversation and were successful in garnering the support of your fellow line sisters, your frat brothers? How did that process work with you in your group?
I can start. In 2000, at our 10-year reunion, the university was having, the Office of Development had its first ever capital campaign. So I was over my line's 10-year reunion, and a part of the reunion fee was a donation to the university. So that's kind of how we started. We have our little name on a plaque in the MSC. It's wonderful. But this latest effort, which we're still in the middle of, and we're coming to a close, is because one of our line sisters, Melissa Scott, passed away 5 years ago. And we created this endowment in her honor. It's just something we felt like we had to do, and we wanted to kind of keep Melissa's memory alive and do something that would be ongoing. So we're still in the midst of fundraising. We only have a little bit left to go to fully endow the scholarship. So yeah, me and a couple, we're gonna probably call people and bring some, you know, twist them
Bring them all on board. There you go.
Right. Schedule some right calls, some virtual happy hours.
Yes.
It's a wonderful way to leave a long-term legacy and to have the name there to be here forever. Yeah. And the beautiful thing about the endowments with each of you, you'll have and receive the benefit of those matching funds, which really double the impact of your gifts.
Yeah, I will say this. I want to mention this because some of our funds were already matched. We were able to give one scholarship. And at that wonderful donor recipient luncheon, that was so great. We met our scholarship recipient, and you know, our line sister had issues with fibroids and stuff like that, and that kind of led to her passing. And it was just crazy because the scholarship recipient's wife had the same issue. So he's telling us a story about her and the birth of their child. And me and my line sister are over here in tears because we're like, oh my gosh, this is destiny. This was God, because, you know, our line sister had the same type of issues. So we created a bond with him and a connection with him. And it was really wonderful.
So I think back in, because we are approaching our line is approaching our 30-year anniversary. So probably was about 10 years ago at our 15, our chapter decided to actually do a small, we didn't do an endowment, but we did do a scholarship fund. And lo and behold, I had no idea, nor did my line sister Lisa, but our line decided to actually do a scholarship for an ROTC scholarship. A person that was in ROTC. And it was like, wow, y'all, doing this in our honor, we were just really thrown back. And so as we approached our anniversary this past April, we just talked about it and say, hey, it is time. It is time for us to establish this foundation. Our sorority as a whole, we already have one foundation for AKA in general at Prairie View. So we wanted to do something specifically for our line of Spring 91. We were the largest line that had come through at that time, and it made no sense to have that many people on a line. Of course, I was probably preaching to not be able to give something back to the university, of which, you know, we all got our start. And I remember, I don't know what program I was at, but when we first started trying to actually do the football field, and they talked about, hey, you know, we're asking other people outside of Prairie View to give, and then we don't have our own alumni giving. And so again, it was like, okay, we've got to do something ourselves. If we want companies to give to our university, we have to show that we're able to actually give as well. And so, you know, once we brought up the idea, it really took off. It was like, okay, make your pledge, call, you know, we had a person to call, make your pledge, tell us what you're going to give. And then, you know, and our thing was, we don't want this to wait for 5 years. We want to do this in 1 year to be able to come around to our 30th and be able to give a significant donation to the university. So I think it's always been our blood, but to be able to give on this type of level, you know, we understand the importance of it. We're all getting seasoned, not old, but seasoned. And in that, you know, you think about things in a different way. And as you said, you know, PV is all about productive people. So, you know, you got to have your purpose of helping those that come after you to be just as great as you are or were during the time that you were there as well.
For me, I had two avenues where I wanted to give money. I wanted to give money again to athletics, and then I also wanted to give money to the engineering department. And so I started going down this path of info figuring. I found out through LaShonda that we had a thing called the endowment, and so which was a more powerful, impactful gift than just giving money to create a scholarship fund. So it just happened to be coming upon Epsilon's 35th anniversary. So I decided that we should wrap that in fundraising and presenting, gathering and presenting funds to the university and to the engineering department via Epsilon. It just made sense. And so when thinking about engineering, the people who walk out of the engineering department are among the highest earners of anyone on campus. And I'm in an organization that's full of nothing but engineers spread across the country, working for Fortune 100 companies, making six figures all across the board, men and women. So it made no sense. It made no better sense than to create this endowment that not only would allow us alumni who already gained both intellectual and financial resources to give back to the undergraduate members who need it, members and non-members who need our support, who as alumni, it's incumbent upon us to give it back to them. So we decided to create the endowment, which would be, again, a much more impactful foundation, and just to us, it was going to be historic for Epsilon, and it was going to be something that would last forever as long as the university is alive. So it made sense. We were able to, it really hit home, the idea of creating a foundation really hit home with the membership. The first year we were able to raise, I believe, $47,000. This year, even with Corona, we were able to raise, I believe, $35,000. And so we're starting the capital campaign for fiscal year 2021, which where our goal is to raise $50,000. So again, it was really touching the membership and letting them know that, hey, again, that old phrase, to whom much is given, much is required. And we are all very blessed individuals to graduate with an engineering architecture degree from Prairie View University. It's allowed us to have build great lives for ourselves and our families. And so, you know, we owe it. We owe it to the school. We owe it to our undergraduate members and non-members on campus. And it's been a great experience. And I'm very proud of men and women of Epsilon Gamma Iota for the challenge that they met, and we'll continue to meet. We're not stopping. This is going to be a yearly thing. Every year, we plan on giving a big check to the president.
The one thing I love about this group is you all recognize that you had slack hours before you could pledge. And I tell people that all the time. You know, I'm so excited that you have your examination, but before you became a member, you were a Prairie View student first. And so it is wonderful to know that each of you have your alliances in order. But with that being said, I also want to chime in with what Joe said. One of the things with those that work in specific industries, technology as well as engineering, is that, you know, a lot of company matches were made available as well. And so it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we're inquiring with our employers if they offer matching opportunities, because with your company match plus the university match, that can sometimes triple, if not quadruple, the gift and the impact of your gift. And without saying any more, I'm going to yield to the last two gentlemen. Tell us more.
So we started our endowment. It was based on our line celebrating our 25th anniversary. And I think it's in the fiber of every Greek letter organization, which is to give back. And I will echo Joe's sentiments: to whom much is given, much is required. I remember arriving at Prairie View, and the most money I'd ever made was less than $20,000. I was a specialist in the Army. And when I graduated, I made a lot more than that. And then when it came time for us to decide on what to give, I said, wait a minute. You know, we've got doctors, we've got lawyers, we've got, you know, military folks. Y'all have money.
Wait a minute, military people don't have any money. We work for the government. No money.
I'm trying to
letting you know.
Tony said she has benefits. She has a lovely benefit package.
Bruh, I know what Tony makes. I used to work. That was my first government job. So don't let Tony fool y'all.
Tony says she has a lovely benefit package. One thing about her being in the military right now, she doesn't have to worry about her health care. You're covered.
Oh man. So long story short, I mean that was the driving force for us coming together, celebrating our 25th year anniversary. And I think after that, then we followed that up with, I think we raised $50,000 the first time, and then we followed it up the next year with 100, and we'll see what happens the next year. But it was great to, you know, one of the greatest gifts in life is to give. And when you're able to give, it's just a rewarding experience. And I'll just leave that there at that.
Yeah, makes you feel good. Y'all gonna have me tearing up. Go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, Fred Washington established a capital stewardship award for the Zeta Beta chapter, the undergraduate chapter, in concert with the Prairie View alumni chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi. And we've had that in place probably, I guess, maybe 7 or 8 years. Fred's not handling that for us anymore, but we're in the process. The Zeta Beta Alumni Association is in the process of a giving campaign. That's our goal. Our goal is 500,000. So we're in the process of establishing that right now. My line last year for our 30th anniversary with matching funds gave, I believe it's somewhere around 54,000.
Mm-hmm.
So we inspire some other lines to do the same, and it's the least we can do, as most of you echoed already, with all the benefits we got from the university.
Yeah, all of you, you're legendary in your own right, and your legacy will definitely be remembered. It's always appreciated. And you're right. There is nothing better than the feeling of when you're able to give and to help someone else and to see the impact of your gift. And so one of the things that we're really working towards with the Office of Development is just kind of increasing awareness across the board with all of our alumni and the power of numbers. One of the things that people often do not remember or don't think to do is those small gifts, because small gifts collectively can make a big difference. And like Kevin, all of you have alluded to, that, you know, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have nurses, educators, you know, military professionals. We have a gamut of alumni across the board. And one of our small challenges, and I tell people all the time, it's a small challenge because it's a work in progress, is that, you know, people want to give, but then sometimes they say, well, I'm not sure how to give, or my gift doesn't matter. You know, I have to give thousands of dollars. And that is so far from the truth.
All gifts matter.
All gifts matter, all of them. And I tell people all the time, it's just like your church. If you are a person of Christianity or any religious faith, that the number of members, and then equal sacrifice, it may be a different dollar amount, but all sacrifices are greatly appreciated. So with that in mind, as we interface with our fellow alum across the board, if you run into someone, hypothetically, that's a little bit reluctant to give, what is your elevator pitch to encourage them to give back to PV, our home on the hill? I think Kevin should go first because he put together a bunch of videos to share with you all. So last year with his campaign, when he initiated his campaign, he put together a series of videos that he made at home, and you couldn't tell he made them at home, and he shared them with his line brothers about how important it was to give back to the university and to support the endowment. So Kevin, give us some of your wonderful examples.
So of course the videos help, but you know, I'll be quite honest with you. I mean, you depending on your personality, I don't like asking people for money. I really don't. But I knew where we were in our lives. You know, we're out of school 15, 20 years. Come on. I mean, seriously, literally, I just called him on the carpet and said, hey, Joe Clay, I need $5,000 next week. And Joe would write that check for $5,000.
Joe Clay, all right. I'm gonna need $5,000 next week for the annual fund, and I'm gonna need you to write that check.
And so if you ever put me in charge of fundraising, I'm gonna say, hey, KB, I need 10K next week. Do you got it? You know, make it happen. So long story short, I just asked. I literally just asked and really didn't take no for an answer.
But you know what? I mean, we do so many other things. So the thing is, if you're willing to do those other things that you do, what is it a small donation to give back to your own university? You know, where when we come back for homecoming, we reminisce about all the things that we had fun doing and what we did, remembering professors, you know, like Dr. Fred and Karen. You know, Dr. Stewart and people like that. So the fact of, if you expect others to give to your university, why don't you give to your university? Because it's who made us who we are. I always say it's, you know, that starting foundation. HBCUs are forever, you know, in my heart of being a place where we can feel as if we have professors and faculty that push us to be the best that we can be. We are not just a number. And in that, you know, I just feel like, you know, it like Kevin has said, it should be in everybody's heart just to give because of what our university has done for us.
I think from an organizational standpoint, I kind of leaned on the desire to support our undergraduate members. Epsilon's like a family. Most of us, we know the current undergrads, you know, they like truly little brothers and sisters. And oftentimes you have kids who they have to drop out behind $500 to $1,000. And with us making all this money, that's crazy. So there was one particular time where we had to literally pass the hat for a member. And so when thinking about that, I kind of leaned on the emotions of the members, thinking about going back to when they were in undergrad and when they needed money and there was no one there to give it, because at that time, Epsilon was only 6 or 7 years old and we didn't have many members out in corporate America. The ones who were out there, they just started working. They didn't have money to give. Well, we're 35 years later. And so again, we've got members out there doing great things with the money, the discretionary income to give, and members really took to that. And, the inspiration to provide to that younger self who needed the money 20 years ago, really, everybody leaned in on that. Along with a stat that I got from someone, LaShonda, that roughly only 3% of all HBCU alums give back to their university. That stat is insane. It makes no sense. And when I shared that with the organization, everybody just kind of had their mouth open, like, are you serious? Is this real? And if you think about many of our alum, our Gen X alum, you got a lot of people who still hurt behind waiting in long lines at registration. And many don't come back or only come back once a year for homecoming. And so we know it's real. We know that 3% stat is probably legit. And so
it is. We just turned in some more numbers.
Yeah. So
reality.
You know, so when you tell people that, it kind of it got them to stand up and man up and give up some money.
For Zeta Beta, it's not the easiest what you guys say, I'll be honest with you. Some of these guys would rather buy a 6-pack of beer than give $6 to the university. But by that same token, we bugged them.
Yeah,
that's right. We bug them and we bug them and we stay on their mind and we bug them. And, you know, it's not really equal in giving, but equal in sacrifice. That's the way we look at it. So over time, we can wear people down and get them to contribute. Like LaShonda said, small amounts that collectively turn into big amounts.
Don't feel bad. It was the same for everybody.
Tracy, I wanted to echo. My wife was a very good friend of Melissa Scott. She was at her funeral. And I knew Melissa too. I used to see her at church at Brook Hollow. So I had no idea it was your line sister.
Yeah, it was rough. And yeah, so since then we've had another line sister to pass away. So after we finish this endowment, we're looking at what we can do to honor her memory as well. So
okay.
I can post the link to the giving.
Well, she's a Delta, so she might know about it. She's actually with Prairie alumni. She might know about it.
Give up that money.
Write it in the chat.
And everybody's like, yeah, we love to give. This is what we do. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Tracy, working with your line sisters over the past 5 years, along with sorority members, how was that process, and how are you doing, and what have been some of your learning lessons in this process with helping garner philanthropic support in memory of Melissa?
Trying to think. You know, I have some great line sisters. We have great ideas. It's just, you know, I think the one thing that I've learned is just trying to stay consistent and try to stay on people. Our line name is Mission Impossible, so sometimes it feels like we don't get stuff done, but in the end we come out and it was like, okay, Mission Possible. You know, we yeah, it's just staying consistent and being consistent and just constantly talking to them like, hey, you got to get this done. Who's next? I just posted a message on Facebook. We have our own Facebook group, just like, hey, we've got this much left. Who wants to make a pledge right now? It doesn't have to all come from you. So we're planning a few things to round out the year. Our line birthday, our 25th anniversary is November 15th. And we also do something on Giving Tuesday, which is after Black Friday. So we have a few more things that we're gonna do to finish raising the funds. Yeah. So it's been fun. You know, my line sisters, they know the importance of it. It's just, we just have to stay consistent and keep it out there. We always pull it out in the end. So I don't really worry about whether or not we do it because we're Mission Impossible.
We're all things impossible.
Get it done. Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, Joe, you brought up a very important piece of information that we shared that alumni sometimes find very hard to believe, but it is a stark reality. You know, we get to homecoming and we see, there's not been an official count, but I would say again on 20,000 people during homecoming weekend, if not more. And 25, 50,000, and I could go with that. And people are on campus. We are reminiscing. We are having a fantastic time. And I tell people all the time, wouldn't it be great if at least half would just make us $10? You know what I mean? Just $10. Right now, currently, our giving percentage is roughly 50% when we talk about alumni support. And I see a lot of chat in the various groups on Facebook talking about some of the recent large philanthropic groups from individual, very wealthy heirs, celebrities, business owners. And one of the things that I like to reply back to every once in a while when I see some of those posts is, yes, it's fantastic to have these factors. What's even better is that when we alumni come together, then that will be even more powerful than what anyone did from a corporation would mean to our students. And today, it's literally 2020, and Purdue continues to be the place where like 90% of our students are first generation college students. So Joe, when you're talking about $500, $700 making a difference, it really does. Because just kind of thinking about your undergraduate experience, each of us come from different backgrounds, but we all know someone who was first generation if you weren't yourself. And knowing what it's like to not necessarily have that strong financial support from your family. And so our students come to PD, one, because they know they're going to receive a quality education. But the second part of that is that they are going to be among a family of thousands. And so this homecoming, we're encouraging all of our alumni to stand together with our virtual celebration and think about helping further the next generation. We have a variety of different ways to do this. You all have done a tremendous job with not only bringing awareness to students, but also maximizing on those opportunities, matching gifts, reoccurring gifts, no gift too small, no gift too great. And so with that being said, I want to just kind of open the floor for you to kind of share some final thoughts as we were thinking about the philanthropy at Prairie View, our home on the hill. And what would you say to your scholarship recipients? Very soon, in the next 2 or 3 years, each of you will have some recipients, and you'll have the experience that Tracy had with being able to meet that student that you are impacting.
I'll say
putting
Welcome to day, oh God, what day is it? Day 3, 2, 1.
You have long traveled far, all the way there and back. Home always welcomes you, gives you rest, family. Come home. Come home, my sweet, sweet love.
Welcome.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
America, land of the free. It's at the core of who we are. Freedom. The freedom to live without fear, to drive through all 50 states, to sleep safely in our own beds, the freedom to jog where we please, to watch birds in the park, to wear a hoodie, the freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because no matter your religion, gender, disability, age, race, all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
And welcome back to day 4 of the Prairie View A&M University virtual homecoming experience. We're going to get our afternoon segment started with the College of Engineering as we welcome Dean Pamela Obiamon. Dean Obiamon, welcome. How are you? Okay, there you are. Hello.
Hi.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing great.
Thanks so much for taking out the time to join us in this virtual homecoming experience. What do you think about everything so far?
So far, so good. It's been a great experience.
Well, we're glad that you enjoyed it and that you're continuing to do the great things for the College of Engineering over there. You are also an alum of the College of Engineering. So we want to make sure that we let everyone who don't know, let everyone know about that and how we are happy to have you as dean, but also proud to have you as an alumna of the institution.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. So, give us a little bit of your background. Where did you start in your journey that led you to become dean of the College of Engineering?
Okay, I came to Prairie View around 2003, after completing my PhD and working at the Johnson Space Center for a while, and then after being at Prairie View for about, I guess, 13 years, I was asked to serve. Well, actually, I applied for the dean's position and I received that position, but prior to that, I was the department head of the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department for approximately 6 years. And so that position prepared me to be the dean because that's one of the largest units in the college. In that unit, we have 4 programs. We have 2 undergraduate programs and 2 graduate programs, including a master's and PhD. So that prepared me for the dean's position, and here I am.
And you've had an opportunity to be in charge of just some of the most fascinating projects there in the College of Engineering. I do understand that there is a new research program that you're looking at that can actually improve the COVID-19 screening methods.
Yeah, so in the College of Engineering, we have 11 outstanding research centers. Um, we have 2 or 3 that are really, really productive. And one of our most productive centers is the Big Data Analytics Center. It's better known as the Credit Center. And in that center, they have some of the fastest platforms for running machine learning algorithms and AI algorithms. That center is nationally recognized for the work that it's done. It was a $5 million center that was funded by the Air Force Research Laboratory. So they had been doing quite a bit of work in the areas of machine learning and artificial intelligence prior to COVID-19 for the Air Force. But when COVID occurred, they decided to use some of their research to try to improve the testing process because, as you know, it is very difficult it was and it still is at times, to get tested for COVID. And so they were trying to come up with efficient ways to determine if a person had COVID by using x-rays. They were using x-rays and running machine learning algorithms and models to see if a person had pneumonia or COVID-19. And the reason why they focused on x-rays was because many hospitals determine this using CAT scans, CT scans, but that's expensive. And not all hospitals have those, but almost every hospital has access to something like x-rays. And so they have run several models, and they found some models that are very effective, and they're publishing that work in that area.
Well, we want to say thank you all for, I guess, being one of the first institutional, educational pieces of that to test that here. Do you know, are there any other HBCUs with their colleges of engineering? Are they involved in this research as well, or is it just Prairie View for right now?
Right now, it's Prairie View for right now, but our center does reach out to other HBCUs. We have quite a bit of work that's happening with Tuskegee and some of the North Carolina A&T. We have some work with those institutions, but as of now, we are one of the few institutions, period, who can take machine learning and artificial intelligence to that level. So we're doing it by ourselves. As a matter of fact, we're one of the first in the state to establish a machine learning artificial intelligence certificate program at the graduate level.
And right now, with being in the pandemic, and it's been challenging for a lot of professors and teachers and things of that nature. What type of, I guess, guidance or encouragement are you able to provide for your faculty and staff there in the college to get through all of this online learning that we're doing now?
We're trying to constantly talk and constantly encourage each other and send messages and just check on one another to see how we're doing. But in the College of Engineering, our faculty, I tell you, we're used to pushing it and we're used to working through tough times. And so our faculty is really, really accepting these challenges and taking it to the next level. As a matter of fact, this semester, we actually had almost 80% of our classes online. Now, you have to know, prior to COVID-19, our faculty fought not to put courses online in engineering, but they were very, they worked through these issues and they've put most of their classes online. They're working very hard, and we try to support them by just keeping in touch with everybody and being
And
very flexible.
yes, I'm glad you brought that up about, fighting not to have the engineering courses online, because that was going to be my next question and concern, if you will. I've noticed that as I've been talking with some of the other colleges and the professors this week, that, we realize that some of the online learning for some of the colleges and different studies, you can pretty much, you're okay. But there are those studies where, like engineering and things like that, that where hands-on is very, very important. So that, yes, how have you all tried to overcome that, coming away from the hands-on learning, and like you said, challenging to not have the classes online, but they are. So has there been any pushback and complaints at all?
To be quite honest, our students have not complained a lot about this at all. But one of the things we did very early is we actually started doing it last year prior to COVID, and it just kind of worked out, and the timing was pretty good. But we started trying to allow our students to be able to assess all of our software and simulation tools from home using any devices, cell phones or computers or whatever. So we started doing that last year, just moving into that type of learning. And so that when COVID hit, it was available to our students. So we went from a lot of hands-on to more simulations, which made it a little difficult. I mean, I think it does impact learning to an extent. And we also shipped kits to our students. We shipped educational kits and boards and circuit boards to our students so that they could conduct the research. And we established videos where our faculty would conduct the experiments and then have our students analyze the data. So we put a lot of things in place to make the process a whole lot better and to try to keep a decent quality of learning. So our students for now have not complained a lot about this, but we do know in engineering, it's very, very important to have that face-to-face communication. Engineering is a tough area, and to have to learn it at a distance is even tougher. So we're looking forward to this passing and us seeing the students face-to-face.
Now, I also saw that the College of Engineering, along with the College of Business, and I believe you all both are part of this, the new NSA grant that will provide cyber security courses for students now. Tell me a little bit about that.
Okay, so we have a $5 million cybersecurity center here in the College of Engineering. It was funded by the Chancellor Research Initiative that from Texas A&M. And in that center, they're doing phenomenal work in the areas of cybersecurity. So that team worked with the team in the School of Business. And I think actually the School of Business might have had a professor who took the lead on this grant, but our center actually worked with them. And their goal is to allow and to help create courses so that every major can use cybersecurity, because cybersecurity does not just impact engineering and STEM, it impacts everyone, as you know. So they're promoting cybersecurity in areas that are not just in the areas of engineering and business and all the other areas. In addition to that, we received another NSA grant, and our computer science actually received that grant. And in that grant, they developed modules for teaching cybersecurity, and that became nationally recognized. They actually posted, I believe they posted it on the NSA website. And we've had several schools come here, and we had a workshop to promote those modules. And in addition to that, we established a cybersecurity concentration in the computer science department. So yeah, we're really taking cybersecurity to the next level here.
And the NSA grant, actually, what does NSA stand for, and what is that organization? What's their mission?
So that's the National Security Agency. That's the top governmental agency in the nation that keeps our nation secure. So yeah, we wrote a very competitive grant, and we actually won it. Of course, you know, we can compete with any school in the nation, any school of engineering, any university in the nation, and win big grants and make changes, impact our society.
And earlier this year, you were involved in a very huge initiative there in Washington, D.C., where there were several engineering deans that gathered, and you were one of them, to discuss the priorities in engineering research and education there at the U.S. Capitol. Elaborate on that experience. What was that all about?
Yeah, so every year the American Society of Engineering Education, the deans from various universities, ranging from UT Austin to all the schools around the nation, we get together in Washington, D.C., and we discuss policy and policy that impact our engineering schools and which we want to change. And after we discuss those policies, we actually get together and we go over to the Capitol and talk to representatives and senators and basically make our case for where we want the funding to go. As you know, the president gives his budget out, I guess, around February, so that we do this in February, right before the budget. So this past year when we went to DC, we talked about the need to give the National Science Foundation more funding. Over the years, the funding for the National Science Foundation had been reduced, and more funding had gone to the Department of Energy and NIH. So we pushed that because the National Science Foundation is the major supporter for engineering research, and 43% of the funding in engineering for research comes from the National Science Foundation, and 83% of funding for computer science come from the National Science Foundation. So we were pushing for Congress to please support and give more funding for the National Science Foundation so we can continue this great research. You know, engineering is the backbone of society, and so we really need this research to make the changes. In particular, you can see the work that we're doing here with COVID-19, and it's really impacting the way that we can save lives. So yeah, we went and we promoted that research, as well as I had a personal, I guess, what do you call it? I pushed HBCUs and funding of HBCUs. I think we were the only historically Black college to participate in that particular gathering in DC. But as we went to our senators and representatives, of course, I promoted more funding to HBCUs for research.
And well, that's great. Thanks for being the spokesperson out there for us and making sure that our students, our university, and these HBCUs, we get what we need. So we really appreciate you being the champion for us out there.
You know, we only have a small portion of the population, but we produce a lot of students and people of color who makes an impact. So we need that research. People are coming to us looking for affordable schools and accessibility, and HBCUs are unique in providing that. And so we want to be able to continue, and we need funding at the highest level to make that happen.
Yes, and can't get any higher than the U.S. Capitol, right? So now I also see that we have some great things happening with the students there. I see where the Transportation Research Board selected 3 of our students to join the 2021 class of the Minority Student Fellows. So congratulations. And can you tell us a little bit more about the selection process? How did that, come about to have our students be selected as fellows?
Well, you know what? As the dean, I really should know more about that process, but I really did not play a role in that process. I just saw the results. But I can tell you here at Prairie View, we have excellent, outstanding students who compete and win competitions, and they just are well prepared, hands down. So I'm not at all surprised that our engineering students were selected for that particular organization. But I wasn't a part of the process, so I don't have enough information to share on that end.
Well, yeah, that's okay. Hopefully, when we're going to move into our section and speak with two of the outstanding faculty members that that you're over there in the College of Engineering. So maybe they can give us a little bit of insight on the program. But thank you so much, Dean, for giving us the insight and the background on what's going on there in the College of Engineering.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Dr. Let's see who we have with us. Tell us who you are and what's your role in the College of Engineering.
Hello, my name is Sheena Reeves.
That should be Dr. Kumlapati.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm an associate professor in the chemical engineering department.
So yeah, I'll tell you a little bit about Dr. Kumlapati as he's coming in. He's a faculty member in the civil engineering department, and he's been in that department for a very long time. He served as the interim department head. He runs a very successful center, and it's called the Center of Energy and Sustainability. He should be speaking on that, the work that they're doing in that center shortly.
Well, great. Well, welcome to the both of you, Dr. Reeves and Dr. Kumlapati. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Forgive me if I'm not.
Perfect. That's
really?
perfect.
Oh, on the first try. Okay. Thank you. Well, welcome. Dr. Reeves, we'll start with you. And you were introducing yourself and telling us what your role there is in the College of Engineering. So what's your special area that you focus on there in the College of Engineering?
Well, I'm actually also a part of the center that Dr. Kumlapati runs, but I'm an associate professor in the chemical engineering department, and I've had some opportunity to create or update and renovate our teaching labs for the chemical engineering department. And I'm also the freshman advisor for the chemical engineering department. So I've updated some of the equipment that the students are using, trying to make sure they're safe while they're in the laboratory, and also managing some of the students or overseeing some of our graduate and undergraduate research assistants here within the department. But for the C Center that Dr. Kumlapati will tell you about, I'm actually the education and outreach director for that center as well. But I'll allow him to give you more information about the C Center.
Right. It seems like you're wearing several hats over there. Doing a great job, I'm sure. Tell me a little bit about the experience now. We're in this online, 100% online learning now with COVID-19. What has your experience been there as a professor? How have you adjusted to this new way of doing things?
Well, we were able to go through training over the summer. So the university provided us with the opportunity to do what was called Quality Matters training and online teaching training. So we were actually more prepared for the fall semester than, of course, with the spring where we were just rushed into trying to put everything online. So we actually had time to prepare for the fall semester, which actually improved some of the outcomes that we wanted to create with the classes. And basically throughout the summer, several organizations, so the American Society for Engineering Education and other societies developed workshops and teaching materials to help us this fall. So I believe that this fall was a much better experience than the spring could have been because, of course, no one could have predicted what happened. So we're getting feedback from students of how we can improve. We're working with students. Students are working with us. And I think for the most part that everything, just like the dean says, has been running smoothly. There are, of course, always going to be room for improvement. But I think the formatting, the new online format that we have at Prairie View, which is Canvas, that we switched to this year, is actually helping. The students are able to create content as well We are missing the wonderful face-to-face interactions, and the students are missing their hands-on experiences. But hopefully, we could get back to that sometime next year in order to improve their experiences in class.
And Dr. Kumalapati, what has your experience been like so far?
I share some of the same experiences that Dr. Reeves mentioned. I am generally reasonably good with the technology, so I was able to switch very quickly in the spring semester. But we switched to Canvas starting in fall, as Dr. Reeves mentioned. We got the training. And so far, I feel we are able to meet the challenges. That doesn't mean we don't have more new challenges, but our students are doing good. And I think most of the faculty, at least the faculty that with whom I am in contact with, we are coping with the challenges reasonably well. And I think our students are coping with it as well. At least from my interactions with the students, they seem to, they don't like the format, let me be clear. So they rather be in the classroom, but with what is going on, they understand, and they're coping with these challenges pretty well. And that's, I think that shows the character of our students.
Yes. And what is just the outlook on the engineering industry right now? Do you have any insight to that as far as I guess African Americans in the field of engineering?
Sure. I may not be like our dean, who has a much broader perspective on the whole engineering industry, but I can talk to you more about the kinds of work that I am doing and where I see. So as Dean mentioned earlier, I am in the Civil and Environmental Engineering department, but also the director for the center, which is looking at the energy and environmental sustainability, which my thinking or my overall assessment of this area is this is where we are going to be. It doesn't matter which political party is in power. The energy is the topic, at least for the near term. And there is a lot of opportunity for folks like me to do research, and for our graduates who are looking for jobs. It doesn't matter whether they're civil, mechanical, chemical, electrical. The jobs that are going to be there in the near future, there are going to be a lot of jobs are going to be in this energy, broader energy area. And I'm so fortunate to be in the right area at the right time, where we are able to get a lot of funding from the National Science Foundation. As Dr. Wabiman mentioned, we are running our phase 2 of our center with a $5 million grant from National Science Foundation. As part of our center, we do a lot of things to help our students. Of course, we do research. We employ graduate students, undergraduate students, and postdocs to do research in our center. But more importantly, we also work with the academic departments to offer energy-related courses. We offer scholarships for students to pursue energy engineering minor and energy research in our center. In addition to the undergraduate student assistants that we hire to work with our different faculty that are working in our center. So it's we expose a lot of students, at least 30 to 50 students a semester, to energy education. Some of them directly with their work experience in our center, but a good number of them through the courses that we get to offer as part of our education program in the center. So I see a lot of opportunities, irrespective of how the oil and gas field is, because oil and gas field always goes ups and downs. But the broader energy, which includes renewable energies and stuff like that, I see great future for that field, and a great future for our students.
Well, awesome. Thank you for giving us that positive, very positive introspect and what's on the outlook for the engineering field. In regard to females in the industry, either Dean or Dr. Reeves, either one of you can take this question. What has been your experience being African American, and not just African American, but female in the industry of engineering? I know, Dean, I think you've been maybe the first female in the room on some of the activities that you've been involved in, right?
Right. So there are some challenges, but I'm a firm believer that everyone has challenges, whether you're female, whether you male, whether you have a speaking challenge, and so and then you need to identify those challenges and overcome those challenges. And so, as a female, I think being in this field for quite some time, I've understood some of the challenges that females are impacted by. And after trying to understanding and identifying those challenges, I just try to overcome those challenges. It's like trying to jog a marathon, right? You got to get through the first 3 miles, and then you got to keep running and building and getting better to get to the end. So as a female, but as any individual, you're going to have challenges in life. And so I just look at it from that perspective. And whenever I see those barriers, I look at the skills and the tools that I need, and I build on those skills and tools and just overcome those barriers. I mean, we can't get around those things. So, but yeah, it's been challenging, but again, life is challenging.
Yes, indeed. And Dr. Reeves, what has your experience been like?
So I actually have a very interesting perspective here. So when I graduated from Mississippi State with my doctorate, I was the first African-American male or female to graduate with a doctorate degree in chemical engineering from Mississippi State. And I always explain to our students that, especially our African or Black females, that they may end up in a room one day where they are the only minority or they're the only female, because in chemical engineering, that is something that's actually quite occurs regularly, that you are either the only female within the room or you're the only African American within the room. But I also explain to them that that's exactly where they need to be in order for a change to occur and not to run away from that particular experience. So throughout their career, there may be that opportunity to be that only individual, but that's a great thing, because you're number one, which means that then number two is going to follow you soon if you were number one. So those are the types of experiences we actually want our students to have. We want them to infiltrate into the areas that we are probably not seeing right now. But as an overall, the actual outlook is actually pretty good, because of course, going to conferences, seeing people like you, and also interacting with them. We know our numbers. We know how many of us there are. We interact with each other all the time. But the current classrooms that I'm seeing, the undergraduate students that I'm seeing, our outlook is actually great. So our numbers are really growing, especially within chemical engineering that they are. So to answer your question, I believe our outlook is actually great, but we're going to have those situations where we are maybe the only one that is in the room at the time.
Well, thank you for mentioning that. And speaking of our students, I know they were very inspired to hear that. Let's bring two of our students in. I understand we have Johnny Turner and Devin Allen.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you? I'm doing well. Yeah, look, we're both doing outstanding, right?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Devin, Devin, you're Devin, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just want to make sure. You're the young man that you just created something very special over there in the College of Engineering, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now here's the deal. I work for the Office of Alumni Affairs, right? So when we saw that you created this, a database or website, if you will, to highlight, alums. I mean, we were hoping to meet you. I was like, God, I wish we could meet him. And I'm meeting you today, virtually though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So talk a little bit about where you're from. What is your specialization there in the College of Engineering?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm Devin Allen once again. I'm from Austin, Texas, and my specialty or degree is computer science. So, yes, ma'am.
And the project that you just created, tell us about this fabulous alumni
Sure.
website or database that you
Yes,
have now.
so the project that I created, it's called POPV 1876. POPV stands for Products of Prairie View. So as you know, once you graduate from Prairie View, you are a product of Prairie View. And the purpose of this website is to simply highlight and showcase current students and alumni and all of the accomplishments that they've accomplished. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
And when did you decide that you wanted to take on that project?
So I decided during summer of 2019. That was when I interned at Apple. So I interned at Apple as an Apple HBCU scholar, and with that opportunity, I was able to have a roommate. And my roommate, he went to Morehouse, and he had this idea over at his school to create something very similar. And I was like, yo, like this is very cool, and they can help out a lot. So he was the one that actually inspired me to build it over here at Prairie View. So that's how I got the idea.
And with that, what is it that you hope the next step is? Like I said, we would love to talk with you in the Office of Alumni Affairs. So when we're done with this, let's talk some more offline. Yes, and find out how to collaborate. Yes.
I think long term. Well, right now, what I really need is help, because right now it's just me doing it. But I will say that I don't have too many alumni on here right now. It's just current students that I know of. So it would be great if this could be, like broadcast to other like alumni, because I think like once they see this, like they may be inspired to, give some more. And I think they might be inspired to put themselves on here too, because we have people doing some amazing things that nobody knows about. And some of these things need to be highlighted. So if we could just, help me get the word out and hopefully get some help, and also funding, because I'm also paying for this by myself too. So that would really help too. So yeah.
Well, great. Well, let's make sure that we connect offline and make some great things happen and keep the alumni engagement going, because that is the mission of the Alumni Affairs Office. So I'm so glad we got a chance to finally meet and talk today. Johnny Turner, that's our next student. How are you, Johnny? Is Johnny okay? Johnny's not here, I don't think. Okay. Well, we've got two of our outstanding alumni graduates there of the College of Engineering, Sonia Gardner and Horace St. Julian. Hi, Sonia. How are you?
Well, how are you?
I'm doing well. Now, you and we've got some history, right? Let's go ahead. It's homecoming. So I haven't seen you since 1996, when I was here last. So happy homecoming.
Same to you. It was very good to see you. I recognized that name right away and was so excited to see you on here.
Yes, thank you. Now, tell me what it is because I've talked to our friend, Jasmine, who works at NASA, who's also in College of Engineering alum, and she told me that you were working here on campus. And I've been here for 2.5 years, and I said, "Wow, really? I didn't know that. Hadn't seen you." So, how long have you been working here on campus, and what is your role?
Okay, sure. So it may have been about 3 years now that I've been an adjunct professor of project management in the College of Engineering. So maybe it's a quiet role, maybe for the rest of the university.
Well, you and I kind of been here almost around the same time, for the same amount of time anyway. So I guess we didn't really miss each other. We got here and we were so focused on just getting established in our new roles here at the university. So this is great. So tell me what your experience has been like so far, being an alum from the College of Engineering and now working here on campus. What has it been like for you?
So the experience end to end has been awesome. So I'm a 1997 graduate of mechanical engineering from the College of Engineering. And since then, I've had roles from design engineer in aerospace to project management, implementation manager, to now program manager in a global petroleum and mining corporation. So with that, then I also do the teaching of project management courses, and also working with the dean to develop certification courses or access to certification for the students. So the experience has been wonderful. as some of the professors mentioned, it was interesting to hear that, because there is oftentimes especially for a manager of multi-million-dollar projects globally, I am the only woman oftentimes in technology, and then also often the only African American. And I do believe that Prairie View and College of Engineering specifically has prepared me for that.
And before you came back here, on the Hill to work, where did you spend your time in between 97 and I guess 2017, I guess?
Right. So I worked with Boeing right after graduation. And since then, I've worked with a technology component company with CSC. I've worked with Shell. I did some time in telecommunications with AT&T, and now with BHP.
What was it that drew you back to say, I've been away from the Hill from all these years. My desire is to go back and experience the Hill one more time in real life this time as an adult. So what was it that made you say, I need to try to get back to the university and give back, if you will? Because that's the way we look at alums. When you all come back to work, we're giving back, right?
Right. Definitely. I often say that my current role in project and program management, as well as the teaching component, actually chose me. So I started off, as I mentioned, a mechanical engineer. I was doing mechanical design with Boeing, and my ultimate goal when I graduated was to do design engineering for Ford, which is back in Detroit, where I'm from. But somehow I evolved into project management from those design aspects, and then also had a friend that was teaching this project management course, and I was sort of consulting with him a little bit on the side, just kind of understanding what he was teaching, and we both had the same passion that there was a gap in our engineering graduates for project management. And as we've heard with some of the project that the students are working on, and some of the programs, that project management is prevalent in every industry that you will encounter, right? So whether it's technical or non-technical, whether it's financial or however, you will have project management elements. And I tell the students that you would either be leader of a team or you'll be part of a project team. And so when that previous professor had the opportunity to move away from Prairie View, he asked if it was something I was interested in, and I began to then interview with the College of Engineering professors and heads on that, and was accepted to do so. So I'm very passionate about it, because this is what I do every day. So I'm very passionate to bring that back to the students, to show them real world application of project management, some of the projects I'm involved in, some of the projects that we research, and to see their excitement about how they can apply this to senior design, to other projects that they have, as well as how they can apply that in the industry.
And what do you think about all of the new changes on the campus? I mean, it's amazing, right? Compared to when we were here back in the 90s?
Very, very different from when I started in 92. And even now, even within the last 3 years, I've just seen the difference, the growth. So I've been very excited and intrigued about what's happening on the campus. And I also bring that to the classroom as well, to say, look at the Welcome Center. That's a project. Like, how did you think that developed? And how do you think that developed end to end? So that has been exciting. But also just to see the kind of, I guess, having more of an in, I guess you would say, in the College of Engineering. So understanding or being able to get some high-level insight on the corporate partnerships that have been developed, and the business partnerships, and what these students now have access to, and the exposure that they have, which has increased tremendously since I graduated in 97.
And what do you think about the Roy G. Perry Engineering Building? Isn't it beautiful?
It is, and also looking forward to the expansion of the complex. It's been amazing, right? So what I knew was, I guess, now considered the old engineering building. Right. And so even coming to campus for the first time and being able to teach in the new electrical engineering building, it's amazing the technology that's included in the buildings that the students have access to, not only just in the labs, but even in the classroom. Something as small as, USB ports, or kind of seeing that the university is very in line with the technology that's used in industry. So students are now accustomed to that when they graduate.
All right. And Horace, St. Julian, another outstanding alumnus. How are you this afternoon?
Doing great. How are you?
We're doing fantastic. What is your classification, meaning what year did you graduate, and what is it that you do now?
Well, I started at Purview in 1968. So that probably makes me ancient compared to the other people on the system. But in any event, I'm from Baytown, Texas, and when I moved to when I started at Purview, it seemed like I found a home. I should have been here all along, but I majored in electrical engineering, and upon graduation, I went to work in the aerospace industry, working for General Electric out at the Johnson Spacecraft Center. While I was there, I was recruited by Stanford University and offered a full ride to go to Stanford and finish my advanced degree. So that was an awesome experience. And while I was there, I got involved with working with students, high school students, and basically tutoring them in mathematics and the STEM type of challenges for them. And I kept telling Dean Grail, who was the dean at the time at Purview, that someone needs to work with these kids to get them all ready for college. And he said, well, you can do that. And I didn't expect that response. So I sort of promptly ignored him, and he never would let that go. So upon graduation from Stanford, he offered me an opportunity to come to Purview and teach in electrical engineering. And I did that for 5.5 years. And it was an awesome experience. I thought the students were fantastic. I was a little different because I was much younger than the typical average professor in engineering. So my relationship with the students was a little different. Oftentimes I was mistaken for a student on campus, and I enjoyed that experience as well. But after 5.5 years of teaching, I decided to, well, I had worked on my PhD, and then I decided to switch gears, and I went to law school instead. And after graduating law school, I worked for AT&T and IBM and Cooper Industries and Raytheon Company, first as an attorney, and then I became associate general counsel of one of the companies. And I ended my career with Raytheon as senior counsel, managing a couple of divisions. It was an awesome experience. And I always liked teaching because I viewed the students as a product, if you will. As a lawyer, your products were paper, documents, various kind of instruments. But students are human. They give you immediate feedback. And when you do something well, you can see it in their responses. With the COVID, I missed the face-to-face opportunity because you missed that energy from the students that drives you to work a little bit harder. But after 35 years of being in corporate America, I was offered an opportunity to come back to Purview. I'm now an adjunct professor in electrical engineering, and I'm starting my 3rd year here at Purview.
Well, awesome. We're so glad to have the both of you here back on the Hill and giving back in your capacities. Sonia, I want to just make sure that let Jasmine know that you and I finally caught up with each other. And I mentioned Jasmine. Jasmine Keaton, another outstanding alum from the College of Engineering who's over at NASA. And Dean Obiama, maybe you've received some emails from me. She's forwarded some job leads that she's had. And so what I've been doing is I've just been, if she sends them to me, I forward them to you and also to our career services office. So hopefully you're getting those. And if there's
I am getting those, and thank you so much. Keep them coming.
Yes. Okay, great. And feel free to reach out to Jasmine directly. She's open and wants to do whatever she can to help recruit and get some more amazing Panthers over there at NASA. So
okay, thank you.
Yes, and thank you. Yes, you're welcome. Just for our alums right quick, Sonia, what's one of your most memorable moments of homecoming when we were here back in the day?
Oh, back then. So the homecoming
back
experience, back then is much different than my homecoming experiences now. So I think my most memorable really was seeing the alumni come back. right? So kind of seeing that energy they had, that excitement they had to see each other, and that togetherness, I kind of longed for that when I was undergrad. So seeing that, and then now being on the other side to experience that is definitely exciting.
And it's something, it's almost like now we kind of just sit back and watch and go, wow, I remember when. Right.
Right.
And
yeah. And we look at the
ahead.
students saying, you'll be here soon. You'll be in these RVs one day.
Exactly. Okay. And Horace, what's one of your favorite moments of homecoming when you were here?
I probably say the same thing. It's the alumni, but as I grew older, the opportunity to see classmates we haven't seen in years is amazing. I think PV is like a family. Wherever you go, if a person finds out that you're from Purview, it's as if they went to class with you. They oftentimes ask me, did I know a certain person? I said, no, I don't know that person. Well, he was there in 52. I said, well, I'm sorry, I'm not older than 52. But I appreciate you telling me that. But it's a family, and it's a very close-knit family. So I enjoy being around the alumni.
Yes. And Dean, I mean, you didn't do your undergrad here. You did get your master's degree here, right?
Yep.
Yes. And so you have a homecoming memory?
I do, but I like the parties, man.
Okay.
I enjoyed the homecoming parties.
Right.
I didn't want to say that part.
Yes. Oh, Sonia, you know, I mean, I'll say it for us, the Baby Dome. We were in there like, I didn't even have a car. Every weekend we had a party in the Baby Dome, and they don't even do that anymore. Can you imagine?
It was about the parties, but because engineers don't get to party a lot anyway, so we took advantage of homecoming.
I'm glad you brought that up before we go, because I will tell you, I mean, let me bow down right now, because I was a mass communications major, and I'm going to tell on myself right now. I did a lot of partying when I wasn't on the track competing. In the fall, I had to get all my partying out, because in the spring it was track season time, and I couldn't get out and kick it. But I will tell you, I have always admired the College of Engineering and the students, because when I would pass, look, I'm telling on myself again, at nighttime when we're out there hanging out and we passed by the College of Engineering, and we'd see some of y'all in there, like you head in the books. I mean, it's like 9, 10 o'clock at night. And I used to always say, like, man, they study like it's a job or something. They're like in there 24/7. So I kind of felt guilty for out there. Yeah. But then I was like, I guess I'm doing okay. I don't know, but maybe I should be studying at 10 o'clock at night? So I've always, some of my best friends, as Sonia knows, Jasmine Keaton was my roommate. So, we all, hung out, and I just always had so much respect for the engineering students. So thank you all for, inspiring me to be more disciplined and happy homecoming to everyone. Thank you all for joining us, and make sure you all stay safe and just keep doing all that you can do there to inspire our faculty, inspire yourselves, and also our students. We've got a little bit more that we're going to get into in a few minutes. Before we leave, I do want to give out the question of the day. We do have our winners from earlier this week. So our new question of the day is, before the Alumni Hall was the center where was the cafeteria, where was the first cafeteria on campus? So it's not Alumni Hall. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that right now. But before the Alumni Hall being the cafeteria, before that, where did students eat on campus? So that's the question of the day. What was the first cafeteria? Where was it housed? What building was it in? So if you know the answer, send it in online to us. You can also make sure to, when you send us your information, make sure you put your first and last name to let us know who you are. And we'll get back to more of this awesome virtual homecoming experience here on the Hill at Prairie View A&M University.
with hard numbers, precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to get messy or just mess it up. Dare to program something internet breaking, record breaking. Dare to blow their minds. Dare to try. Dare to fail. Dare to keep daring. Dare to learn the difference between organic, sedimentary, and non-foliated metamorphic rock. Get outside, find those rocks. Dare to be homeroom famous, a high school fable. Dare to send those old STEM theories flying past the neighbor's house into outer space. And for the love of STEM, dare bigger. Dare to code, dare to invent, dare to explore, dare to STEM. Check out She Can STEM to get started.
At Prairie View A&M University, we've been igniting passion in students for more than 140 years. It's about inspiration. It's about global influence. It's about self-expression and individuality. It's about trailblazing a path of excellence. It's about engaging in the greater community. Above all, it's about helping you realize your dreams. Ignite your passion. Experience Prairie View A&M University.
America, land of the free. It's at the core of who we are. Freedom. The freedom to live without fear, to drive through all 50 states, to sleep safely in our own beds, the freedom to jog where we please, to watch birds in the park, to wear a hoodie, the freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because no matter your religion, gender, disability, age, race, all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
All right, welcome back. You kind of saw me moving back and forth there. I love the music that we're playing. You can never get tired of hearing "I'm so glad I go to PBU." So that's a very good song to kind of keep us in the mood of this homecoming spirit that we're bringing to you virtually and live via the PBAMU YouTube channel and also on the where else are we live? We're live on Facebook as well, on the PBAMU Alumni Affairs Facebook page. So we hope everybody out there is checking us out. This year, the theme is Take Care of Home, and we could not let the homecoming season go by without taking care of home and bringing this virtual experience to you. So welcome back to day 4. We're now going to start our afternoon session, part 2 of our afternoon session with the College of Arts and Sciences. Welcome, Dean Gilbert.
Hello, everyone. Happy homecoming. Very
Thank
excited
you.
to be here.
Thank you so much for joining. Should I say the newly minted Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences?
Yeah.
I think it's been, maybe, how long has it been? Just a few months, right?
A few months, right. Yes.
Yes.
But, very proud new Dean of the Marvin D. and June Samuel Brailsford College of Arts and Sciences. Absolutely.
And before that, give us a little bit of background for those who don't know, because you had some other responsibilities here on campus before taking over as Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. So give a little bit of your background here on the Hill.
That's right. So I joined the Hill in August of 2019, and I came on as the Dean of Graduate Studies, and worked in that capacity. And just in August, like we said, was just promoted to take on the Dean of Arts and Sciences position. However, I'm still continuing as the Dean of Graduate Studies for now. So we
All
also,
right.
yes.
So you've got a couple things going on at the same time. You said
Yes.
you're still Dean of Graduate Studies, is it?
Yes. Right.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then also trying to be Dean. Wow, being Dean 2 times. What is that like?
Well, I would say that I'm quite busy, but there are so many exciting things happening right now at Prairie View. So in both areas, but particularly in the College of Arts and Sciences, we're excited for the future. We're working on research visibility of our faculty development, and we're also working on being more involved in the community. We have a new initiative to have a college level career fair and internship fair for our students. So a lot of great things going on. I'm happy that all the alumni are tuned in. We definitely will be calling on you to help us with some of these new initiatives.
Well, I know that they love to hear that, because we do have alums that want to be involved with the university. So thanks for putting their invitation out there for them. Yes. So what's up first with the new initiatives? What's the first thing on the plate for you?
Well, we really, it's interesting because we just heard from the Student Government Association just an hour ago, and they are very interested in, making sure that we are effectively communicating with our students about their degree plans. They're wanting to, to get in and get out and help do their part in graduating on time. And one of the ideas that they had was also around, particularly in arts and sciences, having our own career fair and helping students with internships. We obviously have the university-wide career fair, but sometimes our arts and sciences students feel like they need to have their own. And so I have several faculty members who are very excited about that and will be helping me to do that. We also have several internal and external funded faculty. A couple of them will maybe join us here later, but we're excited about the research that's going on in the college. We're obviously hoping to be engaged in more of that. I particularly am interested in post-COVID, right? Making sure that the College of Arts and Sciences is known in the greater Houston and even larger community. I want folks to know what's happening. I want us to be able to invite middle school and high school students on campus to engage with our STEM faculty, our writing center. So lots of exciting ideas around how to increase our footprint through service learning and other community engagement events.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the career fair in regards to the College of Arts and Sciences, because I will say that is something that I've noticed with the career fairs that we've had here on campus, is that and I want to say our industry, because I'm a product of the College of Arts and Sciences myself. I was a mass communications major, radio and TV and print journalism. And I've, going to the career fairs, I've noticed, and I was like, wow, it'd be great if we had, a TV station or a radio station or any other type of media outlet there, because they have jobs too. They're looking for interns, as well. So I'm really glad that you're already in tune and you're listening to the voices that are out there, and that you all are going to work on that. So thank you so much for doing that.
Obviously, we are super excited about the new Ruth Simmons Center for Race and Justice, which is housed in the College of Arts and Sciences, as well as the African American Studies Department. So again, if you ask what's new, what's the most exciting, that's definitely high up there. We are receiving a lot of interest nationally around the center. And so we are gearing up to make a formal announcement about that. So we want you all to stay tuned in, follow us closely, because the College of Arts and Sciences is very, very proud to now house the Ruth J. Simmons Center for Race and Justice.
Well, thanks for giving us that insight as well. I knew that project was underway with the Race and Justice Center, and it's going to be directed, if you will, or I know Dr. Melanie Price, another outstanding alum, is going to be in charge of that, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, I think she's already been on. Hopefully she's been on talking about that. And so, just want to echo whatever she's already said about it.
Yes. Well, I will say that when that was put out into the stratosphere about the new Race and Justice Center, perfect timing, of course, right?
Absolutely.
And for President Simmons to even just to have that, type of foresight, to say, you know what, we need this. We probably should have had it, but the timing is it's no time like the present, right? To just go ahead and say, let's start teaching our own. Let's start educating them in the real world, bring some esteemed professors and just individuals that can bring that intellect and that knowledge to our university and to our students.
Right.
When you first heard about it, what were your thoughts?
I thought that, again, it was a wonderful, very timely, excellent move on the part of President Simmons to think of it. There's also going to be a course associated with the center where students have to sort of learn about the history of race and justice in our country and the history of our diversity. And so there will be obviously an educational part about it, where we are focusing on bringing in experts nationally. We will have activists in residence as part of it, visiting scholars. We'll have a student group, students who will be also involved with the center. So I love the multiple facets of the center, and the fact that we hope that folks will be looking to Peer Review for some of the answers and for consulting on what we can do to help address the issues around this. So I'm very excited about it. Of course, we also have the new Department of African American Studies that will really complement the center as well. So lots of exciting news.
Okay. Yes. Well, let's find out a little bit from, I understand we have two professors joining us today, Dr. Mark Phillips, professor and head of music and theater. How are you?
I am fine, and how are you today? And thank you for allowing me to come and participate in the homecoming festivities. In music, when we're with the band and the choir, we say, set it out, set it out, set it out. So thank you.
Welcome, Mark.
Thank you. I was just waiting for the host to see if she had any particular question in mind that she would want me to entertain. But you know, this feels so strange for homecoming because we usually will have the homecoming parade, we will have the pep rally, the various activities each day leading to all of the festivities that will take place on Saturday. So instead of doing that, we have a lot of activities that the band and the choir have been doing to prepare throughout the semester using the internet. Because many of the classes are online, we've been having the choir to be able to meet in all of their various locations and having the faculty work to put together the end product when all the students are performing either from their rooms or from their home. So that when certain selections are needed for various activities at the university, we can do those things because of the technology. The band has been here practicing, but the band has had to break into smaller groups because we couldn't have that large group together because altogether the band has about 400 people in it. So it was split into 4 different groups that meet on a different day each week. And when meeting, they all are working on the same things, but we're just trying to be as safe and positive with this COVID situation as possible to make sure that we keep everyone in the best frame of health and away from the virus as best that we can. We're looking forward to the day when we can go back to normal, and there's so many people that are just so excited to see the band and to see the choir, to see the Gilpin players when we're able to present plays and things of that nature. So everything is slightly different, but life has not stopped because we're still working so that when we do get the opportunity to come out, you'll be as happy with us as you've been in the past. The band was also working on a Netflix program, and as we get closer to the time for that to air on Netflix, we're going to let everyone know about it because we want to make sure that you'll be able to tune in and see what we're doing at Prairie View A&M University, because I think Prairie View is very much alive, and there are many other HBCUs that look to us and look to what we're doing in music to help guide them to what they will be doing. So we're trying our best to be the trendsetters. Thank you.
This is really, really low. And
thank you.
Okay, and let's see. Thanks so much for giving us the update on the band and everything, because I know that we had hoped to have a live 6 feet socially distanced mask wearing performance,
Yes.
live performance from the band this week, but we understand that, you know, it was not safe to do that. And so, but as I told my producers, I said the band, the Marching Storm, is so fantastic. They've got plenty of video footage out there that we can pull, that we can incorporate into this virtual experience. So thanks for giving us the update on what's going on with the Marching Storm and there in the music department.
Oh, you're very, very welcome. And I'm sure Dr. Zachary is pulling something together because he may be going through some of the video from the past year or the past 2 years and see what might be appropriate for homecoming. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. And do we have Dr. Regisford, the professor of biology?
Welcome, Dr. Regisford.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Yes, you're welcome. Dr. Registrar, give us a little bit of your background on what it is that you do and the courses that you teach there in the College of Arts and Sciences.
Yes, I am a full professor in the Department of Biology, and I'm a mainstay really at Prairie View A&M. I've been here, I think this is my 23rd year. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. And obviously I've been having fun, enjoying working with the students and engaging them. My passion is really engaging them in research. I actually teach general biology and a course called Topics in Genomics. This year, the Topics in Genomics course has taken like a different avenue or a different path because, you know, with COVID-19 and the pandemic and having to adjust, evolve, we have struck up a collaboration with Stanford University, where we're engaging the students in silico or online research in RNA and more or less looking at RNA molecules and how these RNA molecules can be used to develop vaccines, maybe even for COVID-19. So it's really, really exciting. I'm also quite passionate about a new grant that we received. It started in January. It's an NSF STEM grant. And yes, I'm very, very excited about it. We have our first cohort this semester. We actually started the grant and we say, hey, COVID-19, you can't stop this. It is actually called Scholars in Undergraduate Math and Science. And this program, funded by NSF, targets academically talented, low-income students. We really want to be able to retain the students, recruit students and retain them in science. So this is a cross-disciplinary program involving students, freshman students, who are majoring in biology, chemistry, physics, and math. We've been lucky this year. We were able to recruit 11 students. It's a program that would provide scholarship and mentorship and research experiences for these 11 students.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Dr. Registrar, for giving us that background on the Department of Biology there.
Yes.
Dr. Danny Kelly, endowed professor at the College of Arts and Sciences, was he able to make it on?
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to change his schedule around, but we, of course, want to send shout out to Dr. Dean Kelly. And we still appreciate everything that Dean Kelly and his legacy with the College of Arts and Sciences. And I often tell the faculty that, part of my role here is really just to continue that great work that was already happening and to build on that. So shout out to Dean Kelly.
That's right.
He's busy already with his new position. He's busy already with this new position as endowed professor of fine arts. So I think
and all that comes with that.
Studio recording during this time, so that's why he's not able to join us.
Okay, well, nonetheless, we're very proud of what he's done, like you said, there in the college and in his new role as an endowed professor, and also with him being an alum, we're very proud of him on the alumni side of the house as well. And then I found out just recently, as I've been working here over the last few years, that he's a trained concert pianist. I've had a chance to watch some of his performances, and it was just amazing. Yes. And we also want to just say that this whole production is being produced and directed by one of the outstanding professors there in the College of Arts and Sciences, Teresa Dalvest, in the film studies program. So yes, it was a last minute feat to pull this together, but I will tell you that she was very instrumental in just making sure that we got everything up online and for you all to see all of this activity this week. So thanks and kudos to the College of Arts and Sciences doing great things in a split second.
Yes.
Yes, and
Yeah.
even myself being a product of the College of Arts and Sciences, having been a student athlete here from 92 through 1996. My major was, my focus rather was radio, TV, and print journalism. After I left Prairie View, I went on to join the United States Marine Corps and was a public affairs chief there. Went to school for radio broadcasting. I've done some public relations work with USA Track and Field and also the United States Olympic Committee. So I recall everything that I learned in the College of Arts and Sciences from being over at KPVU. One of my professors is still here, Professor Lewis Smith. He taught me as well. So it's good to know that he was still here when I got back. I started working here at the university in 2017. So when I saw him, I was just like, just blown away and happy to know that he was still here doing great things. And also the students there in the National Association of Black Journalists, the student organization, had a great opportunity to work with them last year. We took a trip out to the Houston Public Media facility and they got a tour. They got a chance to get on in the radio station there and do some practicing live over the radio station with another alum who was he's not an alum of the College of Arts and Sciences. He's actually an alum of the College of Engineering, but he transitioned from engineering into radio broadcasting and TV broadcasting. So his name is Eddie Robinson, and he's a news reporter for Houston Public Media. So he provided an opportunity for me to bring some students out there last year. And I believe we've had one intern there that came out of that event as well. So he's looking to, have more of our students get internships and things like that. So we want to make sure that the alum, as you mentioned, Dean Gilbert, that our alumni that are out in the industry to come back, let us know about those opportunities for internships and jobs and everything. So I've got your back on that. So
it's very important for this.
Yes. Okay.
You.
Well, let's move. I'm sorry, Dean. Go ahead. You want to say something?
I think we have. So I just wanted to thank Dr. Registered for mentioning that wonderful grant for the National Science Foundation. On the humanities sides, we also have a Mellon grant for faculty development. So lots happening. Like I said, lots of funding happening, lots of opportunities for faculty and student development in the College of Arts and Sciences. And I think we're going to hear from a couple of our students in a bit.
Yes, let's go ahead and bring our two students in.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, we have Kayla Watson, who is a political science major, and Taylor Baker, a biology major. How are you ladies doing this afternoon?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me today.
Yes,
I'm doing well
welcome.
as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we'll start first with Kayla. Give us a little bit of background. Where are you from and what's your classification?
Well, I am from Kyle, Texas. It's right in between Austin and San Marcos. And my major is political science, and I am a senior graduating in May. Thank you, Jesus. I'm so excited.
All right. And what was it that made you choose to come to Prairie View?
Well, my family had a lot of history here. My dad used to be a professor here. My sister went here. My mom went here. She was actually Miss Drew Hall back when they had Drew Hall. And it was funny because she came my first homecoming. It was like, oh, where's Drew Hall? I'm like, girl, they tore that down, girl. But, there's a lot of history here. So that's why I decided to come here because my family went here.
Great. That's a great story. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Of course. So my name is Taylor Baker. I'm also a senior biology major. I graduated May of 2021. I am actually originally from Augusta, Georgia, but my parents have moved my junior year of high school out to San Antonio, Texas. That's where I've been since. And then I basically, what had me interested in PV was the undergraduate medical academy. And I believe that it really gave me a good, strong footing in helping me pursue my dreams of becoming a doctor. So that's actually what kind of caught my attention and brought Prairie View on my list of colleges to apply to.
That's great. That's wonderful. So well, we're glad that you guys were able to join us.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
What are you guys missing about homecoming?
Everything. I think I missed just having people on campus, just having just meeting new people, and being able to do, to shop and eat. Eating. The food. Oh yes, the food.
Right.
Music and just everything about it is just wonderful. There's nothing like a HBCU home. There's nothing like a PV homecoming. Okay.
Right.
So it's a little sad that we don't get to, celebrate it how we normally do, but this will be for now.
Right.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think I really miss the connections and the networks that you get to form, all the new people that, have graduated and they get to, and that come back. And it's just, it's an all around happy, like overly positive environment for that entire week. And it's such a great atmosphere when you can see, everybody getting along from the freshmen all the way up to the alumni, faculty and staff and everything. And I think, it's a great, especially during, I wish COVID made things a little bit more easier because it's definitely something that we need, I think, during this time to boost everybody's morale.
Right. I think folks will really appreciate it even more so.
Exactly.
Post COVID-19. So students, what would be your message to all of the alumni who are tuning in to this? What can you share with them about your experience as a student, particularly as you sort of get ready to transition into your career path?
I guess I would say definitely a big thank you to all of the alumni. Y'all have really paved the way for us students that are currently, here at PV, and we're definitely, using the things that you've done and building upon them to, help the incoming freshmen and current students who are already here. The way that it's really shaped me, I guess, is just the connections that I've made, especially with Dr. Block and Dr. Moore. They've actually put me in places that coming in as a freshman, I never thought I would ever, have the chance to do, going to Australia, going to China, being invited to different conferences, and even getting my first internship for, unfortunately, last summer, but I was unable to go due to COVID. So, like we said, like the network is such a big thing here at PV, I guess in HBCUs in general, and it's definitely a thing that you want to take advantage of.
Great. That's very important, and that's very important for everyone to hear that the networks are important, and we need more of that. So, thank you for sharing that.
Well,
Kayla?
To piggyback off of Taylor, I do want to say thank you as well. I'm inspired by either the people who have just taught here and then left to go do bigger things, and just the people who have went here and then went off to do even better things. It for a young girl from a small town, it's like, wow, like anything's possible.
Right.
And I want to say thank you for that, because it keeps me dreaming big.
That's great.
Okay, everyone. I apologize for that. We're back. We had a bit
of
a loss of power there for just a second, but I'm back. We're all back together. Great conversation. I understand you guys have been having, though, right?
Right. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, just for me, from the students, my question to you all was going to be, what has this learning experience been like for you all here? With the pandemic and all of the learning is online. Any growing pains with that, or have you all been smooth sailing with the online transition? I guess I
have growing pains. I'm used to being in class and learning in person, so it has been an adjustment. Let's say that. I'm a people person, so I love being around people. That's how I learn. So it has been a little hard, just learning online, but it'll be fine. That's what we have to do in order to be safe, and that's what we have to do. But yeah, it's difficult.
All right, and Taylor, what about you? What's your experience been like?
I would say that I've kind of settled into it. In a sense, I like the comfort from being able to learn from home, but simultaneously, I do miss having those interactions, those face-to-face interactions with your professors. The hardest part, I think, is having to adapt to the professors and maybe any like learning curves that they might have as far as like working Canvas, because all of this kind of got thrown at us at one time. So we switched from e-courses to Canvas, and then we had to learn about Zoom and the pandemic and the different proctoring services for the tests and things like that. So along with that has come up, I would guess, frustrations on both the professor side and the student side of things. So it's definitely taught a lot of patience and, how to adapt to the unpredicted things.
All right, and what do you think about hearing that, Professor Regisford and Dean? Did she speak for you all? She said that you all had a learning curve and some issues too. Did she speak directly to that, or is it different?
Absolutely, she did. The Canvas change to Canvas and e-courses, definitely, that was a steep learning curve. It wasn't that bad for me, but it was just different. I eventually got used to it and doing quite well, as a matter of fact. I do actually enjoy Zoom, and I still get that interaction because I mandate that they turn their cameras on, by the way. So I get interaction.
Yes.
So it's good.
And I'm glad that you brought that up too, as far as the students being seen on screen, because I have heard that some of them, they show up for class and it's just they don't come on the screen, and or they're in the bed laying down in class or something.
Yes. Yeah.
I can just imagine the type of things you all have probably seen or not seen, but we're all trying, right? We're all trying to get through it together. We're a team effort, but I just think it's very interesting that, not only are the students themselves realizing that they're, it's hard for them to, really make the transition, but they also recognize that it's a little hard for you all too, as professors.
Right.
Correct.
I think the pandemic is impacting people, whether we're, students, faculty, administrators. And so I think we've tried to keep that open conversation with the students and tried to practice flexibility, with, making sure that faculty understand that students may be dealing with learning curve, but also I'm glad to hear the students say that they also understand that, faculty are, faculty members are also sometimes struggling with the learning curve. But some of the things that the college has done is to keep an open conversation about that. We have had a town hall meeting with the students, as well as open office hours. The dean's office hours are posted on our website. So we really try to keep an open conversation, make sure we're checking in with students and faculty, just to make sure that things are running as smoothly as possible. At the beginning of the semester, we had our opening conference and we talked about resilience, resilience through all of this. And so that's something we like to throw out to talk about. But how have we become resilient through all of this?
Right. Well, Professor Phillips there, they circle back around to the music and the theater department. The Gilpin Players, they're still alive and well, right?
The Gilpin Players are still around and alive. We're just waiting for things to improve so that they can work on their next production and be able to invite the audiences to come and check out what they're doing. Right now, because of how everyone must be 6 feet away in the audience, we wouldn't be able to get too many persons into the hall in which they the black box it's called, in which they perform. And so right now we're just waiting until things improve. And once things improve, then they will surface again so that you can see what they're doing.
Yes.
If I may, I would like to incorporate one other something that we do, because I was listening to the students and they were talking about how being online is a different experience. And we in music incorporated perhaps a minute or so of just talking to them, because it can be a bit stressful when doing your homework, when trying to study, when trying to retain all that we do in the classrooms, and not having that opportunity to be able to feed back from what you're being given, and that gives them an opportunity to relieve some of the stress of being a student. And sometimes we don't take into consideration the fact that, yes, this is a different situation for all of us, but when we look at students, this is a very different situation for many, because many are only accustomed to being face-to-face in classroom. And now that they're not face-to-face with the teacher, it's not always an automatic something to get your questions answered, to make sure that you're doing your work in the proper fashion and going in the direction that you need to go. So we give them an opportunity to talk. And I guess when one is in the arts, we have to be able to feed off of each other. We have to be able to listen to them play, to be able to tell them where the growth is taking place. Just like when you come to a play, you don't want anyone to just stand up and recite the lines to you. You want to see all of what goes with the line, the acting, the movement, the placement on the stage. This week on The Voice, there was a music major from Prairie View, and her name is Desiree Washington.
Wow.
She made all 4 of the judges turn their chairs around. And you know, that was just the most exciting thing in the week for me, that she would be on such a stage, and to tell them that she studied at Prairie View A&M University, and that we helped her get her voice to where she is now, that she is continuing to sing. And before getting to The Voice, she was performing with Kanye West. So it's great to see singers out there like that. And I look at television and I can see various programs and see some of those Gilpin players on television. One of the last to graduate was Charles Stewart, and he left Prairie View and went on to Oxford to continue his study of theater, and now he's in Washington, and I think he's just sitting there and waiting for things to get better so that we can see him on television and see all of the expertise that he has. We're very excited to have graduated from our program and what they're doing around the country.
Yes, thank you for that piece of, well, those 2 pieces of information.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I watched The Voice. Obviously, I've missed an episode. I didn't see the one where, now the young lady, Desiree Washington, is she a graduate or she's still a student?
She will probably come back because she doesn't have but a little left to do.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, sometimes when we want to be a star, we have to run and catch that moment, which is pretty similar to some of the football players who, after 4 years, they go on and play, and then they eventually come back and finish their degree.
Right. Well, we've got to make sure we stay in touch and connected, and you know, let's help spread the word to cheer Desiree on in her venture there on The Voice. That is awesome. Well, let's bring some of our alumni in and get some insight. And I'm pretty sure, Dean, you know, make sure you're ready, okay? Because they're ready. Trust me. All right. Hello.
Happy homecoming.
And set it out.
Happy homecoming.
Yes, we have Charles Williams. He is one of our Emmy award-winning alums of the College of Arts and Sciences, over 30 years in television with a career at CBS Television in New York. He also runs his own media group, and he'll tell us a little bit more about that. And we also have Jasmine Cornelius, who just left us a few months ago, a recent graduate. She's doing big things over there at Morris Brown College now. And then we have Ivy Walls, and just amazing stories. This is going to be a great conversation. Let's go ahead and start off with Charles Williams. Hello, Charles. I think we lost Charles for a second. All right, so Jasmine, let's start with you. You just left us a couple of months ago. Tell us a little bit about your transition from leaving Prairie View and going out there to Morris Brown College.
Absolutely. Well, hello everyone and happy homecoming. I'm so excited to see a lot of familiar faces on here, especially Dr. Phillips. I haven't seen you since March, Dr. Phillips. Yes. The transition, 2020 has just been a year of transitions. We were in class one day on, March the 14th, and then on the 16th, we didn't end up coming back from spring break. And so from there, we had no idea what was going to take place. But the transition to Atlanta was fairly smooth. I had finished all of my summer courses in the first session. So I had the entire month of June and July pretty much to pack up and prepare to enter into alumni land. I started out here on July the 14th, so I started before I graduated. And so I celebrated graduation and everything out here. But it's been a phenomenal transition. It's no secret. My career goal is to be the president of an HBCU one day. And I think anybody who understands, getting into the workforce or whichever way you decide to go after graduation is already kind of difficult when you don't have those career fairs that are dedicated to history majors like myself or English majors, so on and so forth. So it was working as an intern in the office of the registrar for 3 years at Prairie View that gave me the experience to come out here in Morris Brown and work as the senior registrar specialist. So it's been exciting having that first job straight out of undergrad. So.
Yes, I agree. That was like very, very fast. Now, when you were here at PV, what was your major? What did you focus on in your studies?
So when I first got here, I was a history major, and then I switched. I was a history and political science double major, and then I was a history and communications double major, and I finally finished as a history major with a minor in African American studies.
Wow. So I'm just going to say this, I could be, let me know if I'm not on the right track, but did President Simmons have something to do with you visualizing and seeing yourself as a female president of the university?
Yep, she definitely did. So I moved out to Prairie View as a transfer student on June the 28th of 2017. And I learned that Dr. Ruth was starting her tenure on July the 1st of 2017. And it was just something that didn't feel forced whenever she was around students. It was a certain type of radiance that she emulated that I just absolutely loved. And then being able to be a part of her inauguration, singing at her inaugural luncheon, she was just very receptive and she was very relatable. She didn't mind being around students. And being a student leader at my former school, I never understood educators who worked in education but didn't really like to interact with students. So Dr. Ruth was definitely a breath of fresh air, and she's definitely part of what encouraged me to pursue that goal one day.
Wow, well, that's a beautiful testament. I'm pretty sure she'd be very touched to know that she inspired at least one. I'm pretty sure there'll be there are a lot more that are going to come behind you. I mean, she inspires me as well. Awesome. Ivy Walls, let's go ahead and talk with you. You've had an amazing transition as well, leaving Prairie View. I mean, just recently you were honored by BET and Pepsi on their HBCU homecoming special. You also have Ivy Leaf Farms. You manage that. Give us a little bit of background. Tell us about your experience in the College of Arts and Sciences.
Definitely. So I arrived at Prairie View in 2012 as a biology major, chemistry minor. I joined the UMA my sophomore year, and I literally took off from there. I had great experiences with Dr. Brown as my introductory into biology, Dr. Vaden and Dr. Moore and Dr. Keaton for A&P. For all of my team bio people, you understand when I say A&P was a really tough course. But College of Arts and Sciences really gave me the push. It gave me the network. It gave me all the resources to become what after Prairie View. So shortly after, I got a job with the Centers for Disease Control and Public Health, specializing in epidemiology in Houston. And so, when I got hired, they were like, oh my gosh, you've done all of these things in undergrad. And it was like all of it was because of Prairie View. Prairie View gave me many of opportunities, going to President Obama's inauguration, actually served as the 83rd Miss Prairie View A&M University. And I had research and all of these things that came because of Prairie View. And so after a while working in public health, I moved over to Memorial Hermann as an infection preventionist, which is one of the largest hospital systems here in Houston. And I saw a need that within public health that the lack of food in my community, there was a severe lack after moving to Sunnyside. And I'm so happy to announce that and to know that Prairie View is actually working with the Healthy Foods Initiative inside of Houston. And so that they actually are working inside of my community. And I hope to partner with them soon for the Healthy Food Initiative. So,
well, it's good to know that you're still heavily involved with the university and the new initiatives that are now on the plate. So we'll see more from you. So that's good to know. I'm very happy about that. All right, Charles, it looks like we've got you back on now.
Yeah.
How's everything? You're on the East Coast in New Jersey.
Yes, I am. I'm sitting here in my studio right now, getting ready to work on several projects. I am so happy to be a part of this virtual homecoming and to talk with the Arts and Science Department, because I graduated there in 1984, believe it or not, a long time ago. But Prairie View gave me my foundation from allowing me to get on the air at KPV UFM as one of the first DJs on the air there. And it kind of gave me a foundation to go on and work at Channel 13 in Houston, which I worked with the legendary Diana Fallis, who was also a professor at the school. So a lot of people who worked in the business actually taught at Prairie View. So it gave a lot of us an opportunity to work with real professionals who were already working in the business. So by the time we were ready to make that transition into the media field, it was kind of an easy transition, but it wasn't easy. It was a lot of hard work that I had to put in over the years of editing and producing and making those mistakes and getting better at what I do. But I always tell people all the time, a little school on the hill gave me my foundation and my work ethic and how to succeed, not only just as a worker, but as a professional, as a career. And that's what Prairie View gave me.
Thank you for sharing that with us. And Dean Gilbert, just as Charles mentioned, I can attest to that too. I mean, I was here, like I said, 92 through 96, and I was also taught by professionals who were had worked in the industry, Diana Fallis. And I will tell you, it did make a huge difference from a person like myself, who was a little girl that used to actually, visualize herself being a journalist. And, I admire people like Viola Johnson, of Channel 8 News there in the DFW area, Barbara Walters and things like that. So when I came to Prairie View and I was sitting in the classroom with those individuals that had actually been in the industry and now they're standing in front of me and teaching me, it does make a huge difference, because I was able to say, wow, they've already done what I aspire to hopefully be able to do one day. So how valuable is that to have someone in the classroom that's a professor that has that real world experience? So what does that mean to you, Dean? I mean, you're the new dean now, but just hearing that from the alumni side, what does that mean to you as far as, the outlook on preparing yourself to take over the college?
Well, I'm just really moved by the opportunity to, this virtual environment, right, has allowed us just to quickly meet three folks that are very meaningful to our current students and the students that will come in the future. And it seems to me that we need to leverage this opportunity even beyond homecoming to check in with various alumni folks and bring them into the classroom. We can have more opportunities for Ms. Walls, Mr. Williams to actually come into the classrooms virtually and chat with students about their experiences. And I think that would be this actually turns out to be a great opportunity to think through how we engage the alumni even more intimately into our classrooms and with our students. Not to mention opportunities for mentorship and connecting us to internship and career opportunities for our students.
Yeah. And congratulations on being on that position. And I would like to say one thing, if I might say, Lisa, I've had the opportunity not only to play it forward, but I've had several students to come up to New York and not only intern with my production company, but I've also they've gotten an opportunity to intern with WeTV, CBS, and get a taste of what it is to work in the real world when it comes to media, television production, film productions, and things like that. So a lot of them are now playing it forward after my program. Because one of the things that Ms. Fallis told me when she was there, she said, the way you pay me back is you keep playing it forward. So that led to Sean Robinson on Access Hollywood, Roland Martin. When I graduated from Prairie View, he was a student at Jack Yates High School, and I was invited there to come there and teach for a couple of weeks. And now everybody knows Roland Martin's name today. And he said I had a big influence on him, just like the people who had an influence on me. And I think if we keep playing it forward and giving back, because the business is changing a whole lot, and a lot of us who are in the business and who are transitioning to other aspects of the business need to go back into the classroom and bring real world experience to them, where they're not jumping out into a sea of water and trying to survive. That's what we're here for. Each one teach one.
Right. Thank you. I agree.
Definitely. Yes. Well, are there any questions that, I guess, Dean, do you have any other questions for our alums, or vice versa? I mean, Jasmine, you have any questions on where you could like to, probably be involved in this whole alumni movement with the College of Arts and Sciences?
Well, I want to quickly mention to Ms. Walls that just recently the College of Arts and Sciences has joined that effort with the Healthy Houston Initiative. And one of our social work faculty members will actually be going out to Sunnyside on tomorrow. And so we're excited that now the College of Arts and Sciences will play a role with that. Now, for all of you, though, I want to really, really thank you for being part of this. And let's just not have it stop here. Let's continue to dialogue about how we bring alumni closer to our students on a more regular basis. It shouldn't have to wait until homecoming, right? And so I think, how do we create a new ritual around homecoming where we continue to have alumni involved, alumni kind of visiting the campus, visiting the college, visiting the departments, having opportunities to speak to students in the classroom. And of course, we will definitely want you involved as we launch this new initiative to have a college level internship career fair. So, Mr. Williams, we want to know about all those opportunities that you just mentioned, and we want to make sure that we have plenty of students that we can refer to you. And the same thing with Ms. Cornelius and Ms. Walls. We want you involved as much as possible. And so, wonderful, wonderful opportunity to meet y'all. Our students, I know, are quite impressed as they're sitting here listening, and they've already talked about how much networking is important to them, and a major component of why they're here at Prairie View and why they'll tell others about coming here. So I want to thank our guests and thank everyone for just allowing us to build from this event, because you will definitely be hearing from me.
I would say congratulations.
Yes. Well, awesome.
Congratulations. I'm sorry, Ms. Lisa, go ahead.
No, yeah, let's congratulate Dean Gilbert. I mean, yes, congratulations indeed.
Yes, congratulations, Dean Gilbert. I remember when you came here and you were the Dean of Graduate Studies. So when I saw that you were moving over to Arts and Sciences, I was kind of happy, kind of sad because I was leaving, but I was like, the College of Arts and Sciences is in great hands. One thing that I would like to have more dialogue on is understanding that you can be in school for 4 or 5 years studying something in undergrad, and you may not necessarily go down that route once you graduate. When I was studying at Blinn, one of my favorite history professors, Mr. Bourne, received a bachelor's and a master's in chemical engineering. And he worked in that field for 20 years. And he just decided, he said, history is my passion and I want to teach it. And so he taught for 15 years because, he just realized at that time, engineering was what he wanted to do. But his passion was in something else, working in enrollment management. And my degree is in history. When I first got to Prairie View, I thought that because I had a history degree, I either had to go into education or I had to go into law. But because of the experience that I gained through my networking at Prairie View, through the PV STEP internship program, when I was placed to work in the Office of the Registrar in the summer of 2018, that's the only reason why, along with networking again, that I have this job here at Morris Brown in Atlanta, Georgia. I worked in the Office of the Registrar for all 3 years. I was a student at Prairie View. Every summer, every semester, with the exception of fall 2018. And so just really, really, really stressing the importance of learn what you want to learn, but apply the networking skills, apply that experience, take all those opportunities to go where you want to go. I hate to hear, whenever people say that they study something and once they graduate, they're not happy with it. And there is a lot of tunnel vision. I think especially now with COVID, a lot of people are like, well, maybe I wanted to go this way. And now because it seems like I need to stay on the straight and narrow, I still have to go another way. So just feeling okay with doing something different than what you planned to do originally. Especially for those majors who we don't see ourselves represented at those career fairs often. I know, history majors, poli-sci, English, communication. There are a lot of forgotten majors. Everybody in Hobart Taylor is almost forgotten because Hobart Taylor is 20,000 miles away, right? So just not feeling stuck and going in there. I would love to hear more dialogue on that.
All right, thank you, Jasmine, yes. So you've heard from not necessarily the masses, but enough of some great voices here. Dean Gilbert, I would agree. So you kind of get a feel for what's needed and what's on the horizon to try to continue, as Jasmine mentioned, to continue having those type of conversations. Right. Well, so thank you all for joining us in this segment with the College of Arts and Sciences. Once again, Dean Gilbert, congratulations. Thank you. Yes, let's keep the alumni connection. Let's keep it going. I work in the Office of Alumni Affairs. I know two of these panelists, Ivan and I, this is our first time meeting virtually. We talked on the phone, but I've always admired Jasmine as a student when she was here. I always watched her from afar. And you know how you can kind of feel when those people are like, she's gonna do some big things one day. So secretly, I've been a fan of Jasmine for a while. And then Charles and I met a couple of years over at Hillard Hall when I worked for KPVU, and I know the wealth of knowledge he'll be able to bring to the College of Arts and Sciences. So thank you all, students, former students, and professors, and of course, Dean Gilbert. We're going to go ahead and transition into our next segment. We're going to take a commercial break, and we'll find out who our winner was of our question of the day. More when we return. PVAMU's virtual homecoming experience.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
Action.
PV Virtual Concert, take 1.
Yeah. I get a bad rep cause they say I'm cocky fresh when it's really in their heads. I be chillin'. Cause I'm thicker than a Snickers, smooth and brown just like some liquor. Maybe you could be the winner, take a shot. You say I'm gassed up like I never been dined. You should never judge a book by its cover. Flip the page, come and see, come and lay up in these sheets. Maybe you the one to love me like no other. Maybe you could be just my type. Never know till you come say hi. Tell me what's on your mind. Open up, baby, I don't bite. I'm cool, so cool, too cool. Like the other side of the pillow, pillow. Let me say it again. I'm cool, so cool, too cool. Like the other side of the pillow, pillow. I'm a sweet Southern belle. I ain't never been to jail. Keep it real. I be cussing like a sailor though. I wash my mouth around your mama. I ain't nothing for the drama. Keep it classy in these streets. Yeah, I'm a lady. Y'all be thinking I'm Sadiddy when I wrap my head in a satin bonnet just like everybody else. Baby boy, that's enough. Tell me what you're scared for. Have a little confidence in yourself. And maybe you could be just my type. You'll never know till you come say hi. Tell me what's on your mind. Open up, baby, I don't bite. Come on, I'm cool, so cool, too cool. Like the other side of the pillow, pillow. Let me say it again. I'm cool, so cool, too cool. Like the other side of the pillow, pillow. I'm cool like the ice in a platinum chain, like a slab coming down with the candy paint. I'm cool like the ice in a platinum chain. I'm like a slab coming down dripping candy paint. I'm cool like the ice in a platinum chain. I'm like a slab coming down with the candy paint. I'm cool like the ice in a platinum chain. I'm like a slab coming down dripping candy paint. I'm cool, so cool, too cool. Like the other side of the pillow, pillow. Let me say it one more time. I'm cool, so cool. Hey, like the other side of the pillow, pillow. Yeah, yeah. Too cool. Yeah. Too cool. Cool. I'm cool. I said I'm cool. Yeah, 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 yeah. PP, what's good? I hope y'all ready to have a good time tonight. So that song is called Cool, and it's by me. And if you didn't know, you're rocking with me, Lenora, and the Mile High Club band behind me, but they're always on the side of me. We're so excited to be your entertainment for 2020 PV's virtual homecoming. This is a first for all of us, and I'm so excited to be here. That song, again, is called Cool. And the reason I wrote that song was because of kind of exactly what the lyrics entail. I get this really bad rep, and people will see me and they think like, oh, she's stuck up, she's full of herself, she's this way. And I literally wrote this song for everybody that feels like, nah, that's just in your head. I'm really just cool. You know, I'm just the girl next door. I'm just a down to Mars girl. So that song is called Cool. It's available everywhere. We have a video for it. Yeah, that one was cool. So I hope y'all are enjoying it. This next song is called Don't Ya, and we're getting ready to get into some of my favorites. This song is by a band called The Internet, and if you don't know, you want to familiarize yourself because they're awesome. So this is Don't Ya. Come on. Hey, yeah. I can be a fantasy while you're dancing alone at night, yeah. Or you can be my majesty. You got me running for you. And we ain't gotta take it slow, 'cause here's what you do to me, yeah. I think it's time I take control, 'cause I just wanna love you, love you. As bad as you wanna give it, I wanna give it to you. And I know you won't admit it, but at least I know the truth. The way you move around me, there's something seductive to it. There's a place we can go if you're down. Let's go all the way. I just wanna ride with you, yeah. And I just wanna vibe with you, and I just gotta know if you want me to. Don't you want me? 'Cause basically I said I just wanna vibe with you, yeah. And I just wanna ride with you, ooh. I gotta know, don't you want me? Come on. Swimming through your galaxy, I'm starstruck on all of you, yeah. It's a perfect love analogy, and that's how I describe you, As bad as you want to give it, I want to give it to you. I know you won't admit it, but at least I know the truth. The way you move around me, there's something seductive to it. There's a place we can go if you're down. Let's go all the way. 'Cause I just wanna ride with you, and I just wanna vibe with you, and I just gotta know if you want me to. Don't you want me? 'Cause basically I said I just wanna ride with you, yeah. And I just wanna vibe with you, and I just gotta know if you want me to. Don't you want me? Don't you, don't you, don't you want me? Don't you, don't you, don't you want me? Don't you, don't you, don't you want me? Don't you? Sometimes you just gotta look at her or look at him and you gotta ask, don't you, don't you, don't you want me? Don't you, don't you, don't you want me? Don't you, don't you, don't you want me? Don't you, don't you? It feels like a skate party in here, right, PV? We grooving out. Yeah. I hope y'all can feel all of this in your bones. This is the PV virtual concert. I'm Lenore and I'm your entertainment for this evening. This is the Mile High Club Band. Wherever you are, I want you to make some noise for the Mile High Club Band. Yeah. 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 having a little trouble. But that's all right. And I just gotta know if you want me to. Don't you want me? Yeah, yeah. Woo! Are y'all having a good time tonight? Or this morning or this afternoon? Because the good thing about a virtual concert, honey, we can indulge and we can enjoy it any time of the day. So whatever you're doing, I hope that you're enjoying yourself and you're enjoying this good music. And again, I'm just excited to be here for the PV virtual concert. You see, I got my good PV colors on. I was gonna come correct. If I'm finna come with PV, y'all ain't even do it. I need a PV. That's more like it. So I already know how y'all coming. So I can't come in here half stepping, you know what I mean, with anything other than purple and gold on. So I hope I'm doing y'all proud. I'm so excited to be here. I love y'all. So this next song is called After Party. And all my 90s fans, this song is by a band called Coffee Brown. If you don't know it, I know you're gonna groove out to it. It's a vibe. So I just want y'all to vibe with me. Yeah. After the party, let's take a little time to talk about it. What's going through your mind? It has me shaking. Oh, you look so right. I wanna ride. See, I would be lying if I ain't tell you. It made me wanna flip and you can't tell me you ain't feeling the same. Girl, it's our chemistry. You're like icing on a cake. I hope you stay so we can do our thing. Don't stop, you ain't gotta stop. Don't stop if the music drops. Get on top, you can take it all. Don't you want the after party? After the party, let's go somewhere and finish what we started. Cause right from the beginning, I was on it. I know you felt these nights, you know I felt you rise. So why don't we slide up off the dance floor? You and me, cause I wanna know just how deep does your loving go? So tell your boys goodnight, cause we're gonna ride after the party. Yeah, baby, do your thing. That's what I need you to do. Rock with me. What's it gonna be? Yeah, break it down. Don't stop, you don't gotta stop. Don't stop if the music drops. Get on top, you can take it up. Don't you want the after party? Don't stop, you ain't gotta stop. Don't stop if the music drops. I'll get on top and I'll take it all. Don't you want the after party? Yeah, 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 yeah. Get on top, I can take it off. Don't you want the after party? Yeah. So that one is called After Party. And I think that's so fitting because, you know, after you guys turn up to this virtual concert, you're going to have to find an after party. So I hope that you guys are having a good time. And you guys are partying with us, Lenore and the Mile High Club Band, for the PV virtual concert. I'm going to try this again. I hope y'all are ready. PV? Okay, that one was right. That felt right in my spirit, you know. That felt good. So this next song is actually very special to me because it is the debut single off of my album, and I've never had an album before, so this is exciting. My album is going to be coming really, really soon. This song is called Part-Time Lover. I actually recorded this song in a studio called True Studios in Hollywood. And once y'all hear the song, you're going to know exactly what it's about. I feel like you can relate to it. At some point, everybody had a part-time lover. Maybe you got a full-time lover now, but they were a part-time lover at some point, or even an intern. That's your business. But this next song is called Part-Time Lover. And I just want y'all to groove with us. I want you to groove with me. You know, one thing about me, I'm going to give you a good groove. So, yeah, this is called Part-Time Lover. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. I should warn you, boy, I'm not like the other girls. If I want, I'll give you more, yeah. So come inside my lover world, and you'll wonder what this is, and ask me where we're going, but I can't tell you shh, 'cause I'm not even knowing. But I know it feels good, yeah. Playing with your love undercover. I know it feels good, yeah. For you to be my part-time lover. I love when we spend time wrapped up in each other's arms till the day becomes the night, and the night becomes the dawn. I must admit we are a match, and your wood sets me on fire. But baby, don't get too attached. No, you'll burn me out just like a tire. But I know it feels good, yeah. Playing with your love undercover. I know it feels good, yeah. For you to be my part-time lover. I know it feels good, yeah. Playing with your love undercover. I know it feels good, yeah. For you to be my part-time lover. Break it down. Part-time, clocking, work hard, I'm watching. Baby, don't you want your raise? Work me overtime like you haven't asked to grind. Baby, then I'll let you stay. Don't overcomplicate this, dear. It's clear I dig your company. Try not to concentrate on labels. Feet off the table. Get on your job. Ooh, part-time. Ooh, part-time. Oh, hey, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It feels good. Yeah. Playing with your love undercover. I know it feels good. Yeah. For you to be my part-time lover. I know it feels good. Yeah, yeah. Playing with your love undercover. I know it feels good. Yeah, yeah. For you to be my part-time lover. Oh. Again, that was called Part-Time Lover. And this next song is also off of my debut album. I'm just giving y'all all kind of gems right now. All kind of, this one is actually unreleased. and it's called Crush on You. So this song is for that special somebody, so I want you to play this for them.
I have a really crazy crush on you. I wonder if you even have a clue that I see a future with you, boy. You know that my intention is not on rushing you, but I hold you on a different pedestal, and I see a future with you, boy. You've been sleeping over for like every night this week. I do not complain, cause I like your energy. Know that you've been really busy, but you still make time to linger and come see about me. You're the perfect balance of intelligence and passion. You hold your business down and treat your love in the same fashion. You never have a problem showing loving is in action. Boy, I wanna see about you. I have a really crazy crush on you. I wonder if you even have a clue that I see a future with you, boy. You know that my intention is not on rushing you, but I hold you on a different pedestal, and I see a future with you, boy. All my life relationships just never seem to thrive. I've gotten so immune to it that I don't even try. Don't care enough to ask myself for the reason why. I just fly all alone till one day saw you flying across the sky. It was destiny, you noticed me at the same time. Didn't plan to do this, but for you I wanna try. Let's just fly.
So that one is called Crush on You. I wrote it about a very special somebody, so I hope that you guys can also, once it's out, because you know it's on the debut album, like I said, y'all can play that for your special somebody, because I wrote it for that very reason. So that was Crush on You. With the COVID restrictions and everything going on with COVID-19, I definitely want to take this time and make sure that everybody is safe, that your loved ones are safe, and that you're taking care of home. So as you guys are posting and as you're going about your day, I want you guys to use the hashtag take care of home if you are indeed taking care of home. And I hope that everybody is taking care of home and staying safe, because we can't groove out if we're not safe and we're not alive and healthy. So I want to take this time to make sure everybody's taking care of home. This next song is called Why I Love the Moon, and it's by an amazing band called Phony People out of Brooklyn. They're actually my very good friends, and any chance I get, I want to turn people on to their music. So we want to do our rendition of that song right now, if it's okay with you guys. It feels really good, so I know y'all gonna like it.
Real love so hard to find. Just when you think you found it, the illusions in your PV, and that's why I love the moon. Every night is there for you. It's constant, unlike these human beings who lie about what it seems to be. You think the earth is where you stand. You're in the palm of someone's hand. And that's why I love the moon, 'cause it's always there for me. Every night up at my window. And that's why I love the moon, yeah. 'Cause it's always there for me. Every single night I look outside, I see it right there for me in my mind. And that's why I love the moon, yeah. Because people can consume my love in the wrong way. And so I send it up at night, and I real love so hard to find. Just when you think you found it, the illusions in your eyes, it blinds us all. So be careful where you look for love. Oh, just be careful where you look for love. Oh, I reach to the moon, and then I reach to the stars. I reach for Saturn, and I reach for Mars. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mount High Club Band, what's up? Play me something that feel good. Come on. I'm searching for that real love. I said real love is hard to find. Real love. I'm talking about that real love. Yeah. Y'all like that? Yeah. I hope y'all enjoyed that. That one's called Why I Love the Moon,
Always a really fun one for us to do. Y'all having a good time, PV, at this virtual concert. I need to make sure y'all still here with me, baby, because we having a good time. I hope y'all are having a good time, like we having a good time. So, you know, with that being said, this next song, or this last song, this final song is the song that put me on the map. This song is called Relax. And I had a remix with Slim Thug. Shout out the big boss of the North. And this is the song that got me radio placement and that, like I said, that put me on the map. So I'm always forever indebted to this song produced by Beans and Cornbread. And, you know, I know y'all are gonna enjoy it and do exactly what the song says, which is just to relax right now. It's a lot going on in this world. And I wrote this song for you guys to have peace of mind. So that's what this song is about. So without further ado, this final song is called Relax. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Busy, you say you're way too busy. I hope it's not for nothing. Said I hope it's not for nothing, no. Your vibe is messing with me. I can feel your energy. So tell me why you're rushing. And I hope it's not for nothing. Yeah, just lay back. Just lay back, PV. Ease your mind. Yeah. Just relax. Just relax. Why don't you take some time? Yeah. Oh, take some time to relax. To relax. Oh, take some time to relax. To relax. Oh, ooh, keep it cool. Don't do too much at the wrong time. Don't push too far, not when it's just right. Oh, there's no need to try so hard. If you force it, you could break it when you've already won. So worrisome, don't come undone. Just lay back. I said lay back, baby. Ease your mind, yeah. Baby, just relax. Just relax. Why don't you take some time? Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, take some time to relax. Yeah, to relax. Oh, take some time to relax. Yeah, relax. Oh, I want y'all to break this part down with me. And on this part, I like everybody to just breathe with me. So just take this time to catch your breath. To breathe in and breathe out. And we're breathing the blessings in. And we're breathing all that negativity out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. And breathe out. Just breathe in. And breathe out. Because even when we turn up, we got to turn down, right? I want everybody to be taking care of their bodies and getting these breaths in. Yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Just lay back, PV. Ease your mind, yeah. Baby, just relax. Why don't you take some time? Yeah. I want to thank everybody for tuning in to the PV virtual concert. My name is Lenora, and I had the distinct honor and pleasure to be your entertainment for this evening. This is the Mile High Club Band. I love you, PV, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Keep grooving. I love you.
Which is why you should vote.
Which is why you should vote.
Vote because it's your right.
Vote because your voice matters. Your voice matters.
Your voice matters.
Vote because you can make a difference.
You can make a difference.
Vote.
Vote.
Vote. Vote.
Vote.
100%, but I always see something that can be improved.
He helped usher in a new era of marching bands. And 40 years after his arrival on the Hill, evidence of his performance style and legacy plays on today through modern day band performances.
Let me tell you, the band at Prairie View at that time when I got in the band, it was so small that when we would go to play certain schools, I remember one school in Louisiana, which shall remain nameless. Our band was so small that when we arrived and marched in the stadium, the fans at that particular school literally laughed at us. That we had the audacity, is what they told us. You could hear them from the crowd saying that they didn't believe that we had the nerve, to show up. But we did. We had very proud band students, and we knew that our day was coming.
Before he got here.
Well,
okay. See, George and I came the same year.
See,
all right. I came about a month before he got here. So prior to us getting here, prior to my getting here, there were no scholarships. There was no financial support for the band. And just as I said, we would go out with financial aid applications trying to recruit students to come to be a part of the band. And so there was no financial incentive, no awards, no stipends, whatever you would call it, for the band. All right. So when we got here, I think there were 4 people in band camp. And as the year progressed, we got to the first game, we may have had 40, 50, 60, and eventually it grew up to as many as 96.
George was a one-of-a-kind individual. First of all, he was a perfectionist.
He was a very angry man, but he was a kind-hearted angry man. When you first meet him, I mean, it's very, what's the word? It's very scary when you first meet him because you don't know him. It's intimidating. But then once you get to know him and you learn his musical genius, It's like this guy knows everything there is to know about music, and then he's a saxophonist, and I play saxophone. So everything I thought I knew about saxophone, no.
I mean, a mentor, a father figure, a friend, everything that epitomizes a strong Black man, he was that.
George Edwards, who many former students and colleagues referred to Professor Edwards as simply Prof. Edwards, was born November 5th, 1948 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. The youngest child of the family, little George Edwards, discovered his love for bands while in elementary school.
Yeah, I remember when we were kids, we were watching a late night movie, John Philip Sousa, and he made the remark that that's what I want to do. And I'm like, well, what? He says, I want to write music for marching bands. I like marching bands. And I'm like, okay, really? Because we were listening to those type of marches.
The tenacious 17-year-old set his eyes and heart on the Florida Panhandle and took his musical talent to Florida A&M University. He successfully auditioned and joined the FAMU Marching 100 and even penned compositions that the 100 still plays today.
He didn't have a scholarship to go to Florida A&M, so he just went on down there anyway, and he got in. Got in the band and everything. He got there, he was working for Prof, things like that, but he always loved music.
From high school graduating there, he received a scholarship, but I don't know to what university. But his heart was set on the HBCU, which was FAMU, and Mom said she couldn't afford to send him since he had already gotten money for this school. So he packed up, went down there, got into school, got a job, and he called back and said, I'm in.
Yeah, I went to school at FAMU with him. Lindsay, George, and myself were at FAMU at the same time. Of course, they were older than me. I was a freshman there, George's senior year and Lindsay's sophomore year. So George didn't like for me to say that.
After graduation, Edwards headed to the Midwest to continue his education at Michigan State University, where the Spartans Marching Band performed and recorded many of his arrangements. George led a fulfilling life of teaching in Lansing, Michigan, and traveling for music performances until he received a call from a friend and former college bandmate, William McQueen. McQueen asked George to leave Michigan and to join him on the Prairie View A&M University band staff as the head arranger and to help rebuild an anemic program.
Mr. Edwards came to Prairie View in 1978, and he was brought in as an assistant director under Mr. Bill McQueen, and he was in charge of arranging the music, which meant that he and I had to collaborate a lot.
Give me a count or something. And welcome back. Day 4, everyone. We're going to wrap up this fourth day of the PBAMU virtual homecoming experience. We're going to talk with another SWAC championship coach here on the Hill, our women's softball coach, Coach Vernon Bland. How are you, Coach?
I'm good. And yourself, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for coming in this afternoon to talk with us.
Always a good time to talk about Prairie View softball.
Yes, indeed. The two-time SWAC championship softball team.
Yeah, twice.
How many? Yes, 2 times.
Yes.
Yes. Congratulations on that being, bringing 2 SWAC championships here to the university. Now, of course, sports is a different day and time for athletics. Let's just jump right into it. First, let's give us some background on yourself and your journey of what brought you here to Prairie View A&M University.
Okay, well, I guess you say I'm a Prairie View lifer. I'm originally from Chicago. I came here to play baseball. So I was a member of the baseball team. I pledged here, pledged Kappa Alpha Psi. I'm a member of the Sports Hall of Fame for baseball. I also was the assistant baseball coach before I became the softball coach. So I've been, like I say, I've grown up at Prairie View.
Indeed. Wow. Congratulations. I didn't know you had such a deep history here on the Hill. What year did you graduate from Prairie View?
In 91.
91. Okay. I just missed you. I arrived in 92. So we just missed each other. But now, look, we have a time.
I was still hanging around.
Were you? You're still coming back from homecoming and things like that, hanging around on the yard. Wow.
Yeah,
So
I was a student assistant with the baseball team then.
Really? And what was your major when you were here?
Management and marketing.
Really? So was it always a dream of yours to become a softball coach?
Not at all. I actually, they were grooming me to be the baseball coach, and my first wife passed away, and so I had my 2-year-old daughter, and so I wasn't able to coach. And so I started working. I was a freshman advisor at University College for 16 years. And Coach Raymond Burgess was my assistant baseball coach, and he was the head softball coach. And he got kind of sick, so he asked me to come out there and help him with the softball team. And had no experience with softball. First day, I went out there, and they were talking about girl things, and I was like, man, what did I get myself into? But ever since then, I've been I volunteered with him for a year, and then I became the assistant coach with Coach Williams and with her for a year. And then they named me the interim head coach supposedly for a year. And 8 years later, I'm still here.
You didn't know that's how it works here for you.
Right.
They call you in to do one thing, and the next thing you know, you're doing like a whole bunch of things.
Right.
Wow. But no regrets though, right?
None at all. None at all.
Yes. Now let's talk about your athletic experience before you came to Prairie View to play on the baseball team. Did you also play baseball in high school?
Yeah, I played baseball, and like I said, I'm from Chicago, so I played at CVS, better known Chicago Vocational, where I was all-state, all-area player. So wanted to go to a HBCU, had opportunities to go to a couple of them other schools, Jackson and Grambling, but decided on Prairie View. So best decision I've made, and I've been here ever since.
Awesome. Now, what is the training? What's the environment like there in the softball arena? What are you guys having to do to adjust in order to train to hopefully have a season next? I guess your season would be in the spring. Yes. So yes, how are you able to try to work through and get the athletes all trained up and try to get ready for a hopeful season?
All right. So this fall is like I said, it's been very, very different. So the young ladies were doing strength and conditioning, and we had a couple of days on the field of practice. We weren't able to continue on the field. So now, with the the great idea of my assistant coach, Joseph Lane. The young ladies are doing drills online, doing them by themselves and videotaping them and sending them to us so we can look at them every day. So they had drills to do every day. And it's just kind of keeping them in shape and also keeping them in the softball mold until we can get back on campus and on the field.
Well, that was very smart to have, them still be able to, train virtually. And not just that, but you can also keep an eye on them to make sure they're doing what they say they're doing. Right?
So they have a set amount of reps they have to do. So I'm sitting here counting to make sure that they doing everything right.
Right. It's funny you say that because, being on the athletics Instagram page, and I've seen the volleyball team, doing a lot of things like that too. And at first I thought they were just doing it just to be creative, but maybe Coach Tacho is, has got the same idea that you have too.
Yeah, you have to keep them engaged. This is something that nobody's ever been involved in. And I have some freshmen that it's been pretty difficult on them because they are used to being structured and then coming to college their first semester. So this is hopefully is helping them out. And like I said, once we get back on the field, we can just hit the ground running without having to show them the drills that we would have been doing this fall anyway.
Yes. And about how many athletes do you have on your roster now?
Right now we have 31 young ladies on the team.
Wow. That sounds like a pretty big team. Is that, considered big, being a softball team as far as numbers? Is that considered to have a big team?
We usually carry around 25. And so with this situation that we're going through now, you can potentially go from 32 to 22 if we have an outbreak or anything like that. So we're kind of blessed to have these numbers, and just in case. But 25 is usually the number that we keep.
All right. And what are some of the things, I guess, just in athletics? I mean, you've seen the professional teams; they've had all the outbreaks. The NFL, the LA Dodgers. I mean, yay, they won the World Series, but then the athlete tested positive.
Right. You run on the field positive.
Right. I mean, what are some of the conversations that you're having with your athletes about the safety and still, being able to train and looking forward to the season? What kind of guidance are you, having to pass on to them in regards to, this upcoming season and how to be safe, as a competitive athlete?
We just tell them that you have to buy in 100%. You have to sacrifice and you're going to have to give up some things this semester if you want to play. If we want to have a season, I know it's hard not being able to go out and hang out with your friends, but if you in 100%, then that's the sacrifice that you have to make. So that's the thing that we have to stress to them, that something that you can do can affect everybody else. It's not just about you; it's about affecting a whole team and a whole department. Also, we have some young ladies that are at home, and so it can affect their families. They go back home and get somebody in their house sick. So we just tell them that you have to kind of change your mindset as I can't imagine being 18 to 21 not being able to go out and hang out.
Right. It's like you're about to lose your mind. Like, I got to do something, getting that itch. Like, where's the party, my friends? Right. Awesome. Now, I'm reading here in your bio, and it shows that you captured your first SWAC softball championship as a head coach in 2018. So when did you start coaching here on the team as head coach?
The first championship was before us. The second one is ours, this 2018 championship. And that was a team that we lost the first game in the tournament, and we won 6 elimination games in a row to win the championship. So the only team in the SWAC history that's ever done that, to lose the first game and come back and win 6 games. So they played 5 games in 2 days, 2 on Friday and 3 on Saturday. So, those young ladies, I know they were tired. I was tired, and I didn't play it either. So.
And who was the toughest competitor to try to, pull out that win in the championship? Who was giving us the hard time?
Well, we had to beat Alabama State twice, at home. We were playing at Alabama State. So they came into the championship game undefeated. So we had to beat them twice at home in Alabama with their fans. So it just made it a little sweeter.
Right. Any returning players that are, from that championship team that are here on this team?
Yeah, we have about six returners that are on the team. We have two seniors, fifth-year seniors that didn't get a chance to finish in the spring, so they returning for this next year to finish out. And we have four other young ladies that were on the team. So we have some. We don't want to say rebuilding, we just reload. We have about 13 freshmen, so it's a new challenge for me and the staff. So but with Cameron and Alyssa and Bree and Serena, we have some young ladies that can help us bring them through.
Right. I like how you're not rebuilding but reloading. I like that. Maybe there's another SWAC championship on the horizon.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely on the horizon. Hopefully we get this year.
Yes. Now,
send returners
no, I'm sorry,
out.
go ahead.
Send the returners out with another ring.
Mm-hmm. Now, with the athletic scene being what it is, and if you recall, back in, I want to say 1996 was the last time that we saw softball in the Olympics, if I'm not mistaken. With the women's team that Team USA that pretty much made history, and then they did away with women's softball in the Olympics. But I think I've heard talks that they're looking to bring it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a big opportunity for the sport itself. Softball is probably the fastest growing sport that's going right now. When I first coming from baseball, I really didn't know anything about softball, and my first recruiting tournament as a softball coach was they called the Ronald McDonald tournament here in Houston, and it was over 300 teams. So I was amazed that I had no idea softball was as big as it is.
Wow, I didn't know that either. It's growing, so that's really, I guess that's encouraging for you as far as career as a coach. That it's going to be, even if you weren't coaching here, there's some things you could do outside of the university and still have a huge impact on the sport.
Right.
Right. Now let's talk about the Astros. Okay, last year they won. No, was it not last? Was it last year when they won this World Series?
Yeah, year before they won.
Year before. And then all of a sudden there's the allegations of cheating.
Right.
Now, what did you think about that? I mean, I know that I can't remember if they had a conversation about, giving the rings back or something like that. But what were your thoughts about that? Professional team, and you win, and then all this comes out about the cheating and things like that. I think was it recording another team? No, giving hand signals or something like that.
Yeah, they were giving signals on which pitch was coming, and that's been going on.
Is that illegal? I don't know.
Yeah, it's illegal, but it's been going on for years. They just got caught. So
okay.
Yeah, and they had actually took it to another level. It's funny that you asked that question, because the young lady that we have with us, Cameron, that's on the team, Cameron actually works for the Astros. So she
wow,
probably,
what does she do over there?
She probably know firsthand on the cheating.
Right, what happened? Hopefully she wants, practicing that over here. Don't do that. What's her name? Aaron?
Cameron.
Cameron.
Yeah.
Okay, Cameron. All right, don't do that in the dugout, Cameron, over here. Whatever you learned over there, don't bring it over here.
Don't get caught doing it.
Exactly. Wow. Now, what about some of the young women that are playing on the team? Do they have aspirations to become professionals in the sport?
Well, it's a couple, I believe, that want to go on afterwards. But fortunately, we have, like in the last 5 years, we've graduated 26 young ladies. So, they're coming here, getting their degrees and kind of moving on. We did have one that got drafted last year, Yaya Hernandez. So she was the first player from Prairie View ever to sign with a pro team. So
really?
She was playing in Mobile. Can't think of it. I don't remember the league, but like I said, she was the first player from Prairie View to ever get signed to a pro contract.
Wow.
So,
do you still keep in touch with her?
Oh yeah, I see her actually every week.
Really? So she's here still locally in Houston?
Yeah, she's still
in the area?
local. Yeah.
Okay. And the reason why I asked that is because myself working in the Office of Alumni Affairs, that's what I do when I'm not doing this. And that's something that we've really been wanting to make a better connection with are our alumni athletes.
Right.
So so people like Yaya and any other of your athletes that have graduated offline, I'll reach out to you and let's keep that conversation going and find a way to get them connected back to the university, because we definitely want to make sure that we highlight and keep up with our athletes that have gone on to do great things and make sure that we don't lose touch with them. So we'll have that conversation offline.
Okay.
Yes. Now, I understand that you all were here on campus for a while, and then all of a sudden there was a bit of an outbreak and everything kind of just shut down
Right.
recently. It was that last week or a couple of weeks ago?
That was 2 weeks ago. So we're scheduled to come back Monday to start back. But yeah, we had I guess an outbreak and so we had to shut it down to kind of get things back in order. So that's when Coach Lane came up with the idea of the virtual training. So we can, say keep the young ladies ready, because you never know when they're gonna say, okay, you ready to go, get back on campus. And we don't make any excuses. Cam was here when we didn't have we have an indoor batting cage now, a covered batting cage now, but during that championship year, we had got caught with a lot of rain, so we couldn't practice on our field, and we actually practiced in the parking lot of Hobart Taylor.
Really?
On the concrete, it wasn't no excuses. The ladies didn't, no complaints. Just went out there and got the job done. So that's one of the models that we have. We're not making any excuses. With the COVID, everybody's going through it. So that's we have to be ready. They say go in February, then we'll be ready to go.
Right. So you have to be a little bit like what you did is become innovative in your training methods and training locations. So in the parking lot of Hobart Taylor, so what kind of training were you able to get done in the parking lot there at Hobart?
We had a regular practice. I was hitting balls like we was on the dirt, hitting balls to the outfield. So it really was a regular practice. We didn't, so some of the fields in the SWAC, they fields as hard as that concrete anyway. So we made, so it was, they had practice.
Right, but no sliding to the bases though on the concrete, all right?
We just did defense. Actually, we did hit as well. We had some softer balls that we usually use inside, so we had batting practice. So like I said, we had regular practices out there.
And just with the culture of the Black Lives Matter movement and a lot of professional athletes, taking a stand and speaking their voices, what are your thoughts on athletes doing that? Being outspoken and being part of the Black Lives Matter movement?
I think it's great. Unfortunately, once they leave the stadiums and they on their way home, they just regular black guys to the police officers. Multi-millionaires driving big cars, but they still get treated as like me. A regular coach. Just the color of our skin has become a issue with law enforcement, and I think the fact that they're using their platform to take notice, is great. Our team actually did a video this summer, where they were saying enough is enough. It's time for some changes.
Wow. So you're having those type of conversations with your athletes here as well.
Oh, definitely. They it was something that they put together. It wasn't mandatory. It wasn't nothing that we made them do. That they put it together. They did the videos. Everybody, they kind of chose a name and they said their name. So it turned out pretty nice.
Oh wow! We'd like to see some footage of that offline. I'll send you an email and see if we can get that, and maybe we can incorporate it into some of the things we're doing this week for homecoming. We're trying to make sure that we incorporate the students into the broadcast. So we'll talk offline and hopefully see if it's still out there, if it's still available.
Yeah, it's available. Actually, Cam is part of the crew that put it together, so I'm sure she'll be able to get it to us.
Right. Well, I was told by my producer that we have one of the student athletes that have joined us now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Cameron Laverne.
Hi. Hi, Cameron. Your ears must have been burning. We just were talking about you.
Yeah.
How have you been doing?
It's been different. So like Coach Bland said, I am a 5th-year returning senior. I graduated actually in August with my degree in civil engineering. And so that was obviously a blessing, and being able to graduate. But as far as like COVID goes, when we first found out that we lost our season, it was like completely devastating. And us seniors were really panicking because we had so much left. We never had a home game. So we were excited to do that. And so it was just a lot of emotions. And when we got the opportunity to come back, I kind of jumped on it because I felt like I'll have my whole life to work and my whole life to do all these other things, but this could potentially be my last time on the field, and I want to take advantage of that and wanted to be back in a Prairie View uniform. So now I'm back. I'm starting my degree in, I'm getting my MBA, business management degree. And so that's where we're at right now.
Wow. Well, congratulations on, coming back and going into that master's degree program. Now, you've been learning online in this master's degree program. What has this entire online learning experience been like for you?
It's definitely different, especially last semester when I was still in an engineering curriculum. That was very difficult because I had senior design and projects that were really hands-on and really group-oriented, and that's very hard to do virtually. This semester, I've kind of been able to acclimate better. And also being in an MBA program, I'm amongst a whole bunch of students who are a range of different life sets. And so I'm kind of the youngest person in my program. And so being able to handle that and doing it virtually is a struggle, but at the same time, it's manageable. And I think the teachers are doing a great job of making sure that we're still engaged and that the work can be done from home and that there's still ways to collaborate with students virtually.
So it sounds like it hasn't been too much of a struggle for you.
Yeah, as long as you have good Wi-Fi. There are days where Wi-Fi has gone out and I'm out of Wi-Fi. And if that happens, that's the big kicker.
Right. It's frustrating, right? Very
Yes.
frustrating. Wow. So was it always a dream of yours to come to Prairie View and play on the softball team?
So actually, I got recruited to play at Prairie View my junior year in high school. Went somewhere else my freshman year. And after my freshman year, I was like, this is not where I want to be. And I texted Coach Bland. I don't even know how I had the guts to do that, but I texted him and said, hey, is there a spot still? Like, I really think that Prairie View is where I need to be. And he was like, yeah, sure. I came on another visit for the last time, my parents, and we went during the summer. And that fall I started at Prairie View and I haven't looked back since. And that was one of the best decisions I could have made. And not only being at Prairie View, but in an HBCU environment and at a school where engineering is so strong, I definitely enjoyed my experience and will always love my school.
And where were you before you came to Prairie View? What school were you? What college were you in?
Yeah, I was at Trinity University in San Antonio.
Oh, okay. And you said, had enough of that. Let me go ahead and get into this whole entire HBCU experience, right? Because it is indeed an experience. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
What are some? Yeah, you're right. What's your most memorable moment from your previous homecoming experiences?
I will say one thing that we do normally during homecoming is we'll have an alumni game. And that's always super fun to be able to play with people maybe you've never played with before, or to play with girls that you used to play with and y'all get a chance to be on the field again. And so I think 2 homecomings ago, we were able to do that. And that was so much fun. And then another thing during homecoming that we get to do a lot is have cookouts, and our parents come back and have trailers and we have a good time. And being a student athlete during homecoming is so fun because you get to see how many people actually care about Prairie View, come back, love the school, love what it has to offer. And so being a student athlete, that just makes you even more proud of wearing the school across your chest when you get to play.
And with your background and, you know, where are you from originally? Are you from San Antonio area originally?
No, I'm from Houston.
Oh, you're from Houston. Okay. So you kind of had heard about Prairie View before then.
Yes.
Right. And Coach was telling me that you were one of the athletes that were a part of the Black Lives Matter message or video that you all put together, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So,
What prompted you? Yes. What prompted you to do that?
I think when everything happened in the world and we were already at a standstill because of the pandemic, it just hit home to me so much more. And when it happened, I told my teammates and I that, like, we have to do something because we represent a generation that has broken barriers and has proven that we're not okay with what's going on. And for us to be student athletes and represent at HBCU, I felt it was important that we used our platform and got our message out there, because being a HBCU millennial Gen Z, whatever we are, I think it's important that what we say matters, because moving forward, we are the ones that are going to be able to create change. And so I think that it was so powerful for us to be able to do that.
Well, I want to say, yes, it was very powerful. And thank you all for doing that. I told Coach, I haven't seen it, but I would like to see it. So I'm going to give Coach my email address and have you all send that to me. And hopefully, you know, maybe we have a spot we can incorporate that into our virtual production that we're doing this week for homecoming, because one of our main goals is to incorporate you all, you know, the students, as much as we can in this whole message. So hopefully you'll be okay with that. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, for sure. And then one other thing I encourage you to check out also is on the NCAA softball sites, like their Instagram and Twitter, they've also been highlighting Black players who have been spreading a message or have a story to tell. And I was actually one of the girls who got posted on the NCAA softball site. So that's also a good place to check out some stories that people have.
Okay, well, I'll make sure to, yes, let's get that information over to me as well. And like I said to Coach, with you being, you know, an alumna of the university, I work for the Office of Alumni Affairs, and so we want to really get to know you more and find out ways that you can become involved in the Office of Alumni Affairs and some of the alumni engagement virtual activities that we're going to be working on. And does that sound like something you'd be interested in? Is that something you would be interested in?
Oh, yes.
I lost you there for a second, but.
No, yeah, sorry. I heard, but I couldn't get the full message across, but for sure. And then also, like, I'm excited to be considered a PV alumni, so I'm here and willing and ready.
Awesome. Well, great. Well, tell me a little bit about what you think about just female sports in general, the impact that it has, or, you know, what was it that drew you to the sport of softball in the beginning?
So I have an older brother, and I got introduced to softball because he played baseball. And growing up, I played a lot of different sports, but ultimately softball stuck because it's one of those sports where you really have to think, and athleticism will only take you so far. You really have to know the game and be a student of the game to be successful. And so that's what drew me. And I would like to say about when it comes to women in sports, I think that in itself is a powerful message, because we often get seen as, like, if we do play sports, like, there's a stigma on if she can also be girly or if she can also be smart or all these things. And we are proving that women can be a lot of things, like being athletic or being smart or being pretty or whatever people define you as. You can be all of those things and not just one of those things. And I think, like, in women in sports, and especially now with softball being grown the way it is, we're proving to people that we can have all these different hats and be successful in them. And so I think that in itself is powerful.
Wow. Well, Coach, you see, you've got a really intelligent young lady here. She's very woke, as we say.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes. So, what kind of an athlete was Cameron when she was on the team with you, Coach? What kind of an athlete was she?
Cameron is a hustler. You know, Cam gon' and she talks. You know, she's one of my athletes that's gonna talk, and so that's one of the things. She's one of our leaders. You know, she practices. You know, she practices hard, which she leads by example. You know, you have different types of players. Some players lead by example and don't say nothing. Cam is the one, she gonna say something. If she see you not doing what you're supposed to be doing, she gonna let you know that you're not doing what you're supposed to do. And
Wow.
she doesn't get any feedback because she's pushed back because she's doing what she's asking you to do.
Wow. How does it make you feel, Cameron, to hear Coach speak of you in such a high regard?
Oh yeah, that feels good because
She's like, yeah,
if you
keep it
know
coming,
Coach Glenn,
Coach.
you know how he likes to play, and you know that it's hard sometimes to get the good parts out, but he's getting them out, and I appreciate it. But no, seriously though, we all know how much Coach Bland, like what he thinks of us and stuff. But it's good to get it verbal, especially before the season, because now we can really get it rolling.
Right. You have this confirmation now, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Coach, I'm glad you said all the right things because she sounds like if you did not, she would let you know.
Yeah. Cam is one of those that she's gonna speak her mind, you know. So she's not ever disrespectful, but she's gonna definitely speak her mind.
Yeah. Well, tell me, Cameron, where did you get that, that aggressive, mentality from? Is that something that comes from your just, your upbringing, or what did you learn to become so vocal and passionate about, life and your voice in this world?
I think that stemmed from me being the youngest child. I have an older brother, but growing up, we spent a lot of time with our cousins and neighbors, and all of them were boys. And so I was always the only girl in whatever setting I was. And so a lot of times I was not heard and no one listened to me. So there was just one day where I said, listen, I'm going to have to do something different. I'm going to have to speak up. And so that's what made me be so vocal, is because I was always in a place where I was like the only one or the only girl. And I think that groomed me into a person where I'm going to say something. And then I think I'm the person that I try to do like my due diligence of knowing what I'm talking about or researching before I say something, because if you also know me, like I'm not one to enjoy being wrong. So when I do say things, I think it comes from also a place of like trying to spread information or trying to let others know of the things that I've seen or heard or researched about. And so I think that's what helps me have a voice, because there's a message behind it.
Right. So you're always looking to educate and inform.
Exactly.
Yes. Wow. Well, Coach, she's a firecracker, but a good one, right? In a good way.
In a good way.
And so, Cameron, you were on the 2018 SWAC championship team then, right?
Yes.
Yes. Now, was that the first? Let me see. I guess were you on the first SWAC championship team too, or no? The 2018 would have been your first one. I forget where you are in that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The winnings are so much I can barely keep up with them. So, so your first SWAC championship team was 2018.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Ma'am.
Okay. And what was that feeling?
That was probably one of the best feelings. I think I was an underclassman when we won, and so a lot of like the seniors and juniors that were on the team, like we respected at a high level. And when we first went into game 1 and we lost, everyone was devastated, and we made up our minds that like we were gonna do this for us. We were gonna do this for what we wore on our chest. And once we had that made up, there was no stopping us. Like we just kept going and kept fighting. And when Coach Bland was talking about how tired he was, that was no joke. Nikki, who was our trainer, she would have to like give us like ice packs or give us ammonia to smell so we would wake up, because we were playing back to back to back. But once we realized that we couldn't be stopped, we took that and we ran with it and ultimately like won the championship. And that team in itself is iconic because we, one, did something that had never been done before, winning 6 consecutive games, and 2, the way we came together, because playing with a whole bunch of softball girls or girls in general, personalities are just everywhere. Everyone has a different personality. I'm sure you could see through mine now. And but the way that we came together and we had that coming to Jesus moment that we were going to do this and no one was going to get in our way, and everything just clicked. And that was super, super cool to see and be a part of. And yeah.
So let's back up a little bit. The smelling of ammonia. How I have several questions. Who, what, when, why, where? No, I'm kidding. You know,
no.
How? Yeah. Go ahead. Tell.
Okay,
I don't even know.
Listen, so when we're used to playing like 3 games in a weekend. That's how our series normally go. But when you're playing back to back and you have to give it, and you're giving it your all every game, and every game might be your last, there's a different type of like tired. And if you can imagine us starting on a Saturday at 8 a.m. and not taking our cleats off till 8 p.m. and just imagine how tired you are and the sun being down on you, because our conference tournament is played in the middle of May. So it's pushing 100 degrees. And so everyone is hot, sweaty, can't take our cleats off, can't be unfocused. And so there's just so much water can do at that point. And so the smell, like you'll be so tired and you'll sit on the bench for a little while and you just feel yourself falling into a daze where you think you're too tired to play. And so that ammonia, I promise, will just snap you right back into reality.
Well, I must say, with my background in athletics from track and field, but I've never heard of that as being something that would help you, kind of pep you up and get you back focused. Where did you come up with that, or
the main reason why Nikki has ammonia in her bag? But for that weekend, that's what it was used for.
Oh, she just said, "Hey, let's try it out." Or
it was like we were all tired. We were drinking Gatorade.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were drinking the ammonia. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, and we would just keep telling Nikki, like, I understand. I'm drinking Gatorade. I'm drinking water. I'm eating pickles. I'm eating bananas, but it's not cutting it. And she just was like, hold on, I think I got something for this. And she whipped it out, and it kept us going.
Wow, she saved the day and brought help you bring that SWAC championship home. Coach, were you aware of that, or is this brand new to you?
First time I've ever heard this.
Uh-oh, Cameron. We didn't let the cat out the bag.
I'm telling too much.
But I know Nikki has the ammonia packs. You just break them and you just kind of sniff it, and it kind of, peps you back up. But I didn't know they were.
So you've heard of it though, Coach?
Oh, yeah,
I've never heard
of it. Yeah.
Really? Wow.
But I didn't know.
Amazing.
Like I say,
I learned something new.
I know they were tired. We played 5 games.
Wow.
That was really tough.
I mean, I can imagine just and relate is what I want to say to the long schedule, because track meets, like I said, my background in track and field, and having been an All-American here at Prairie View back in the 90s, but track meets are like that too. And yes, you can start at 8 o'clock in the morning and you will be there literally all day, just running or watching other people run. But if you have, most of the time, if you're an track athlete, you're going to run more than one time at a track meet. And you're right, though. You can, especially in the summer, they have the summer track season. And my mother used to say to us all the time, she's like, I don't see how you all are out there all day. She used to tell us that we run track, my sister and I, that we ran track like it was a job. We were there from 8 to 8.
Right.
But like you said, yeah, the heat and the elements, it can definitely wear on you. It is hard to stay focused and just to keep putting in it, the same amount of energy every time you step up to the plate or on the mound. It is a lot. So I can definitely relate to that. Wish I would have known about the ammonia packs back in my day, but didn't know about that. But yes, Coach, just, tell me what's on the horizon. What are your thoughts about just this SWAC championship season? What is it looking like? You think he can come back with another championship, or is Alabama going to give us another hard run? What do you think?
I really believe we have everything in place to win a championship. We have a good mixture of experience and youth to help us bring it back. We just, like I said, once we get started, not really having this fall to gel, we might, because we have so many new kids, it might take us a little while in the spring to get going. But I think once we get to the SWAC season, we'll be ready to roll, because we have a very talented group. So I'm actually looking forward to this. This is a new experience, like I say, to kind of blend. Usually the teams that we had, they kind of came in together and grew together. But now we have such a divide of, like I said, 13 new kids and 13 upper class. It's just really we don't really have no middle class. They either old or they young. So
right. Well, before we leave, Coach, give us your most memorable moment in your homecoming experience when you were on the Hill.
Oh, I've had so many of them. But
I know. I was just going to say that, it was being a Kappa, the student, I know you got stories.
I think actually probably my best homecoming moment is when I was playing ball. We used to have a alumni game. And so my mom came down from Chicago, and so she was able to experience, HBCU homecoming. My mother is originally from Belize, so that was something new to her. She didn't even know what Prairie View was when I told her I was leaving. She didn't know what HBCU was, and so for her to come down here, and she was kind of what really caught her attention with it. It was so many of us, so many Black people together, and
in
one place. It was no arguing, no fighting. We walked around, and people were handing out food. It was just, so I think that's probably one of my best memories, just walking around with my mother.
Wow. So she had a whole cultural experience there.
Yeah, when she went back home, she was telling because I'm the youngest, she was telling my two older brothers, she was like, why y'all didn't go to college? So I'd have had this experience before.
Wow. Well, we're glad to have been able to be the first cultural experience for your mother, and we probably changed her life, her whole outlook on Black colleges and universities. So we're glad, that Prairie View was able to do that.
Definitely. She definitely, it was definitely a good experience for her. Awesome. And to see that people was taking care of me down here, because walking around, back then, especially then in the late 80s, early 90s, it wasn't as big as we are now. And so it was very family oriented. Right.
Well, thank you, Coach and Cameron, for joining me this afternoon in this virtual homecoming experience. And we wish you the best of luck on the upcoming season, Coach. And Cameron, we wish you the best of luck with your master's degree. And like I said, both of you being alums, let's stay in touch. Let's talk some more offline. I definitely look forward to having some other conversations with you all.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. That is it for today of the fourth day of this virtual homecoming experience. We're going to take a commercial break from my producers are telling me. So we'll take a commercial break and we'll be back. We'll wrap it up and talk about who won our question of the day. More to come.
Prairie View A&M University, we've been igniting passion in students for more than 140 years. It's about inspiration. It's about global influence. It's about self-expression and individuality. It's about trailblazing a path of excellence. It's about engaging in the greater community. Above all, it's about helping you realize your dreams. Ignite your passion. Experience Prairie View A&M University.
America, land of the free. It's at the core of who we are. Freedom. The freedom to live without fear, to drive through all 50 states, to sleep safely in our own beds, the freedom to jog where we please, to watch birds in the park, to wear a hoodie, the freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because no matter your religion, gender, disability, age, race, all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
Only half the people aged 18 to 29 registered to vote.
In total, only 55% of eligible voters cast their ballot in 2016.
That can't happen.
That can't happen.
That can't happen again.
Which is why you should vote.
Which is why you should vote.
Vote because it's your right.
Vote because your voice matters. Your voice matters.
Your voice matters.
Vote because you can make a difference.
You can make a difference.
Vote.
Vote.
Vote. Vote.
Vote.
We're back. We are
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Day 4.
Day 4.
Yes.
Did you have a good time today?
I did. I always just find myself being amazed just when you think you know everything about whether it's the colleges or even with the students. And I just sit here and I just feel so like even just so much well informed. So yeah, great experience today. Really enjoyed talking with the College of Engineering, College of Architecture, a lot of history makers in the college, in both of the colleges. So that was very, very good to be able to tell, during this homecoming experience. So yeah.
College of Arts and Sciences, showing up, showing out. My
Sciences.
college.
Yes, had to make sure that everybody knew that the College of Arts and Sciences is the reason that we're even able to do this, because you and I both know that this was a heavy lift, but nonetheless, I think everyone appreciates that, we at least made an effort to do something virtually, and we've got a lot of positive feedback and had some great conversations. It's good to know that Dean Gilbert with the College of Arts and Sciences, the new dean, that she's actually looking forward to having alumni come and participate and be involved more with the classes and the students. The career fair, I mean, did you agree on what we were talking about that, Del? I mean, there hasn't, in the college career fairs are great, don't get me wrong, but just coming from our industry, you walk in there and you're like, well, it's really nothing for the College of Arts and Sciences or even in the media industry or just, film, or it's just not. But don't you agree that we should have career fairs like that, or at least incorporate that into the career fair?
Yeah. I think with programs like Com Week, for instance, and the communications program in particular, I think we're making those strides. But the great thing about it's like this meeting of a few different paths, right? It's the meeting of President Simmons, who's forward thinking and progressive, and like, if there's something you want to do, let's find the funding and we can do it, right? And you don't really find yourself hitting too many hurdles if you can find the resources. Well, let's get it done. There's a good reason for it, right? And so I think up until now, the arts in general has just never been respected in the same way as architecture or agriculture or engineering, and it's not to the fault of the university or any university, quite frankly. It's just the nature of, okay, we're just going to talk about it right quick. And this is what it's going to be, with Black families in particular. I know my mom and daddy said it. Your mom and daddy probably said it. I started off college as an accounting major, and I switched to theater and told my dad on graduation day, because I was afraid. There were so many other things I was fully capable of telling my father, and I did. They were much easier than to tell him I'd switched from accounting to theater. And it's that whole idea of, well, will you have anything to fall back on? Can you get a job with that? Is it practical? We got to work twice as hard as, So I think it's the conditioning of thinking that the arts is extracurricular. It's not looked upon as a viable way of sustaining yourself or being an entrepreneur, and or being a successful person in the world. And by success, not just monetarily, can you support yourself? Can you have a family and not struggle, and those sorts of things? And if you do go into the arts, there is the high possibility and probability that you're going to be a struggling artist, right? And so having a career fair that Justice Charles Williams, who's going to be back with us tomorrow morning, I texted him as soon as he was done. I was like, hey, Professor Clomax and I are going to be on here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. to talk about the Festival on the Hill, which is the university's official film festival. And these are the strides we're trying to make to bring the industry a little bit closer to our student body. Having the film festival, having Com Week. I know Dr. Phillips over in the music department with the Marching Storm is constantly working to put eyes on the band and make sure they get some visibility and opportunities once they graduate. So, with the arts part in theater, we want theater to have, a fully robust existence here. And I think those are things that are important to the university. I think the African American Studies Initiative is going to help a great deal with that, because our aesthetics, if you will, W.E.B. Du Bois was keen on making sure that Black art was a tool for advancing us, not just industry, that the arts told the story of our people, and that still carries on today. So I really appreciate. I'm directing this virtual homecoming. I'm learning so much about the school and the people in it. And I think you've been doing a fantastic job interviewing everyone so we can get all the nooks and crannies, because I'm still looking at the spreadsheet competition from yesterday.
You can't help it, right? I had never heard of that, and not just had never heard of it, but just trying to visualize. Okay, so what does that look like?
I love a
it's
good
amazing.
spreadsheet now.
I know, right?
And I'm gonna have to look this up because I'm gonna look at it like it's on ESPN.
We need to look the student up like this weekend.
Yeah.
2 p.m. I got a presentation. I got a report. Seriously, because I'm not an expert in Excel. But to know that there are people that are, I'm like, you got to have respect for
There's
them,
a competition for everything, I suppose.
Right.
I just wanted to hop on to also shout out Dr. Laurinette Foster and the team from the faculty development unit here on our campus. I have been jumping back and forth between this space and the presidential suite next door. We're in the athletic director suite here at Panther Stadium. And right on the other side of this wall is the president's suite. And on that side, I did a presentation for the 27th annual HBCU Faculty Development Network Conference, National Conference, featuring all the HBCUs and faculty collaboration. And I gave a presentation on, collaborating in a time of COVID, and especially being a filmmaker and working in the arts industry as an arts educator as well. How do we forge those relationships and share ideas and make stuff like this happen safely and continue to teach our students? And so I just finished presenting at that conference on that side of the wall and running back and forth. But I definitely want to shout out Dr. Laurinette Foster, because she and her team over in Delco just worked so hard to put that together. And as I said, it's the 27th annual, so they've been doing it for a minute. This is my second year presenting for that conference. And please, if you're a faculty member at any HBCU, any of the 107 HBCUs, Dr. Laurinette Foster is your advocate. She is your champion. And seek out that conference, because you learn so much. I do have the schedule from today, and I won't really read it because I think it's like 5 o'clock and everybody's time. We're ready to go home. We're going to do this again tomorrow. But I think it's worth looking into in terms of invaluable contacts and collaborations and relationships with other faculty and instructors and administrators who have innovative ideas during this time. That's what we need. We need innovative ideas at all turns during this time, because it's easy to operate in our caves. We've been told to quarantine and stay at home, and we should do that for our safety. But we still have to continue moving forward. So even within that construct, how do we teach? How do we keep moving forward? And so this year's conference was dedicated to that, and it was just amazing today. So hats off to Dr. Laurinette Foster and that team. I wanted to do a session with her. In fact, I asked Mr. John Briscoe, who works with her and works with President Simmons, and I asked him a couple days ago, can we get them on just to do a quick segment about the conference? And she said she's been watching every day, and she goes, had I asked, she would have said no, because she doesn't have any more. She goes, but how are you still standing? And I was like, do it for the kids, I guess. We do it for the love. All right. So the question of the day, yes. I knew it when I heard it. I didn't answer. I want to give somebody else a chance to answer, but I do want a T-shirt or something. I want something. Did you say what the correct answer was?
We haven't done it yet. We're going to do it actually now on our closeout. So, yes. But I know who the winner is, and so, but we haven't announced the winner. Can I announce the winner now, or do I give the answer first? What do we do? The answer was Hilliard Hall. Yes, that was actually, yes, the cafeteria was actually housed in Hilliard Hall before it moved to Alumni Hall, and now it's in the MSc and the whole thing. But yes, so Dean Obiamon from the College of Engineering was.
She hadn't even gotten off the air. She was still on the line. She was like, "Oh, here you go."
Yes.
That was awesome.
So she's our winner, and I'll have to follow up with her to see which prize she wants, because we've got the alumni mug and we've got 2 different T-shirts. We've also got our Purview mask, and like I said, we've got those branded PBAMU dominoes. So I'll have to give her a call. We'll find out. Yeah, which ones? Yeah.
Y'all want these dominoes? That's what y'all want. Y'all want them dominoes?
Yes, those have been a hot
I ain't played
commodity.
dominoes. I ain't played them bones in LA.
Yes, and these are some of the things in the Alumni Affairs Office when we were doing our in-person activities, like our networking events, our tailgates, and so we would always have contests and giving out, different things. And so we've got a couple of things that I brought over and to be able to give out during this homecoming week to, again, let everybody know that we're trying to do as much celebrating as we can, make people have a good time. I just want to piggyback just a little bit of when you said about being innovative in this time, and I would agree and say that what we're doing right now is pretty innovative. What do you think? I mean, this, I don't know if anyone else is doing it, probably, I don't know, but I know I think we've given it a good shot to think outside of the box, way outside of the box, outside of the gate and all of that. So I just want to say, hats off to you and the College of Arts and Sciences, and I'm just glad to be on the team, glad to be on the team to help make it happen. Yeah. So.
Yolanda Gross did us a great service.
She did. Yes.
Yeah.
That PVMU parent roundtable on Saturday at 12 noon.
Yep.
She did email. She's got several parents that are just more than ready to come on. And like you said, this is an opportunity to give a voice to those parents who, they're in the background, they're trying to make everything happen for their kids. They're putting it, them in our hands and hoping and praying that we take good care of them. So I'm actually looking forward to that, to have our parents get on and talk with us. It's going to be a great discussion, I believe.
Yeah. I think with homecoming in the traditional sense, the parents would have been here. Parents would have been here, families would have come in, people would have come, kind of come together and spend time. And so it's not that we left parents out. We focused so much on showcasing the university that the good majority of our comments and support on the air have been from parents and people. Both people who have been, who are legacy, whose mom and daddy went here and aunties went here and this and that, to people for whom this is their first connection to the university because they sent their child to the school. So we have a mix of people who are going to participate in that discussion on Saturday. And I think it'll be a fine opportunity to hear, what mom and them think. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
What mom and them think.
Yeah. I'm just glad that they were enthusiastic about it. And like you said, the majority of the comments we've been getting are from them. So they obviously have a lot to say. And we're ready for it, right? We're here for it. So.
Wrap up our college salute tomorrow with the College of Education and College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology tomorrow. Those are the final 2 colleges that we're going to hear from Dr. Michael McFrazier and Dr. Camille Gibson, the 2 deans of those colleges, respectfully. And a few other pieces here and there, little surprises. You can see we've been in the room together for a good while. We're starting to sound the same, yeah. And we just hope you all are remaining safe and wearing your mask. And we are. It may look like we're sitting together in this frame, but I'm across the way. Magic of television makes us look like we're just sitting here together. But we're going to be back tomorrow with more. And stay tuned and keep chiming in and keep, your positive thoughts. Good job today. You did a lot of heavy lifting for us today.
I've heard you say that, but for some reason it doesn't feel like that. But when I go home and then get up it's in between leaving and coming here, where I'm like, oh, am I going to make it? But then once you sit down, lights, camera, action, and here we go.
She is. All right, y'all.
We try.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Good night, y'all. See you tomorrow.
Good night.